Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is a Quincy's fairy tale in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 76, Our Pain from the Past. With the Rune Knights currently examining the train for any kind of potential threats and various other kinds of other inspections, the members of Fairy Tale found themselves with some time to kill. At least an hour's worth or so. Wanting some alone time with a new book Momo had offered her, Levy broke away from the group of 16 for some much-needed privacy in the town's local park. The blue-haired book lover couldn't help but smile as she turned the next page. Momo wasn't kidding when she said, "I'd be hard-pressed to stop reading. I almost hope the train isn't ready in a few hours." She knew that she was being selfish in that regard, but it was rare when a novel could capture her attention this much. It wasn't anything original, the concept simply being about a group of mages teaming up to overthrow the Dark Lord of the land, but the way the sentences flowed into one another and the unexpected twists and turns she had experienced had made it one of the more memorable experiences she had with a novel in a long time. However, just as she was about to turn the next page, Levy could vaguely make out the sound of small wings fluttering as a small bluebird carrying a letter flew towards her. "Message for Levim Carden, message for Levim Carden." The small bird chirped out. Levy almost rolled her eyes as the bird dropped the letter into her hand inside. "Probably Jet and Droy wondering when I'll come back." Levy partially appreciated their eagerness to see her again, but sometimes she felt that the pair were too clingy. Still, it would be rather rude of her to not at least see what they wrote. However, much to her immense surprise, the letter came not from Jet and Droy, but rather from Master Makarov himself. As she quickly read the contents within the letter, her eyes widened and her mouth fell agape as she unconsciously began to shuffle and shudder on the park bench. This is... Of all the things she had been prepared for Master Makarov to inform her, this was without a doubt not only the most unlikely, but also one of the most difficult. She supposed she should have been grateful that the Master had given her a heads up in regards to the current situation, but even so. Why on earth is he coming to Fairy Tale? Levy screamed internally. She absolutely knew that in the end it was Makarov's decision, he was the guild master but even so her mind was in utter turmoil, a brutal blend of fury and fear twirling in her mind like a vicious twister. How do I respond to this?" she cried out as she clenched the letter in her hand. "Miss Carden, what's the matter?" Gasping as she quickly turned to the sound of the concerned voice, Levy's tear-filled eyes made contact with Momo Hinamari's, the Blunets shuddering coming to a complete stop. "Momo? What are you doing here? I just wanted to see how the book I gave you was coming along, but it looks like I came at a bad time." She slowly walked around the bench the bookworm was sitting at before she gave her a small smile. "Still, I like to think that I'm a good listener. May I have a seat?" Slowly nodding her head, Momo promptly sat next to her fellow book lover. "I know that we've only just met, but if you want to tell me what's wrong, I'm more than willing to hear you out." Momo paused. "If I'm not intruding, that is." Normally, Levy wasn't so sure she'd open up to someone who she had relatively just met, but as confused, angry and dejected as she was, she just couldn't find it in herself to keep her feelings contained. Thus did the dam of emotions burst open as she told Hinamori everything. From the traumatic events that had taken place several months ago, as well as the contents of the letter and the news within. Momo's right hand covered her mouth as she took in all that Levy had to say. "I see. I'm so sorry that you had to go through all that. And, you're saying that your guild master is letting him join the guild?" Slowly, Levy nodded her head. "Yeah. I know what I want to say, what I want to do, but I'm sure the master has his reasons. Besides I know what he's going through right now. Before I found Fairy Tale, I had to scrounge up whatever I could to live. Every day was a struggle just to survive. No one should have to go through that, not even someone like him. Everyone needs a guild to call their own. But even so, why does it have to be Fairy Tale?" Watching her new friend shudder from her overwhelming emotions, Momo slowly covered one of Levy's hands with her own. "Levy, I understand exactly how you feel right now." Sniffling, Levy turned her head to look at Momo. You do?" The Reggae slowly nodded her head. "Yes, I do. A while back, I had someone I idolized more than anyone else. For so long, we worked hard to bring peace where we lived. He was practically my whole world. And then, one day, I thought I lost him. More than that, I thought I had lost my entire reason for living. The things I did in my grief. I'd rather not talk about them. As Momo continued, Levy felt the grip on her hand tighten ever so slightly. I thought my life was over until I discovered that he was alive all along. I was beyond overjoyed, until I found his sword in my chest. Levy gasped as Momo continued her story as her hand went to her chest. For the longest time, I refused to believe it. I fervently believed that he had to have had a good reason for what he did. Or that someone was controlling him. It took a while for the truth to finally sink in. No, more than that. It took me dying almost 2 more times before it was finally clear to me. The man I admired never existed. Her left hand clenched her shiakusho as she narrowed her eyes. Once I finally woke up to the truth, I hated him. With every fiber of my being, I despised the man I once loved. I wanted nothing more than to scream at him, to cut him down with my own blade, to demand some sort of apology. To get any sort of answer. I just wanted to take something, anything from him to make him hurt as much as he hurt me. But she shook her head. But in the end, none of that hate brought me any happiness. If anything, it almost consumed me. When I began learning all of those spells, a small part of me was doing it so I could prove him wrong. To show him just how strong I could really be. I didn't know it at first, but the first 3 months of my life here, I grew as much as I did just to spite him, and all it did was just bring me more pain. I wasn't able to really enjoy my time in the academy, not at first. All I wanted was to just prove him wrong. Momo looked over in the distance then as her gaze met a loving couple who sat opposed to them on the other side of the park. But then I started to notice that desire was all that I had. I didn't have any friends. I didn't have anything to really live for. Once I realized that, I decided to do my best to move on. To learn magic not for myself, but to protect others so that they'd never have to go through the same pain that I did. She then looked back at Levy. I'm not saying that you shouldn't feel the way you do. You have every right to. Honestly, I still can't find it in myself to fully move on from what happened. I don't know if I ever will be. But what I do know is that none of this hatred I still feel has brought me any joy. Hate only breeds more hate. Likewise, suffering brings only more suffering. The only thing this feeling of hatred hurt was me. Are you saying that I have to forgive him? Levy asked with a slight tremble in her voice. Do you really think it's just that simple? Momo shook her head. Not at all. Levy, I'm not saying that you have to do anything. You're the only one that can really make that call. All I know is this, if you can move on from what happened, if you can live the rest of your life in spite of what he did, then that's more important to you than anything you could ever do to him. Levy simply stared at Momo as the weight of her words filled her heart before the blue nets narrowed her eyes. All right. I know exactly what I need to do. She took out her pen then, and began to write down an answer of her own. Crawford Seam let out a sigh as he wearily looked out of the prison bars of his cell. How the mighty had fallen. A mere 13 days ago, he had been at the top of the Magic Council, the most respected man in government, and had been promised an even grander position of power once Tartaros had reigned supreme. Now here he resided, trapped within a prison tower meant to hold the most deplorable criminals that Fiore had ever known. Not that he would be here long. His days were numbered and he knew it. The verdict had come to him last night when he asked one of the patrolling guards. Execution. He was to die a mere month from now, publicly beheaded for his crimes. It had been over 50 years since the last public execution, but the soon-to-be vice-chairman of the Magic Council, and the very woman who had ousted him in the first place, Mifon Long, had insisted to the Magic Council to be publicly executed. He gripped the bars of his cell before he bit his lip. That damn bitch. Everything was going perfectly until she showed up. He wasn't just referring to the day she had confronted him either. Ever since she had left Fairy Tale, Mifone Long and Celestial Blade had been vigilant in their attempt to rid Fiore of dark guilds, and they had been quite successful at managing to take down over 5 or so per year. It had made many of his under-the-table operations that much harder. Worst of all, however, was when he was forced to publicly endorse and praise her efforts when he truthfully wanted nothing more than to sell her off to the black market for how much trouble she had caused him. "No, no, I won't let things end like this," Crawford swore. "Not till I put that wench back in her place just like your other pets, right, Crawford?" "No, it can't be." Crawford quickly turned around, only to see none other than Emberella closing his cell door behind her, and giving him a small smile. "How long has it been, she asked as she slowly made her approach. "I believe it was 5 years since we last saw each other face to face." Crawford's angry expression quickly changed into one full of absolute panic as he yelled out of his window. "Guards!" "Oh, what's wrong, Crawford?" Emberella asked him as she took another step forward. "I thought you'd be happy to see your favorite pet again." Her voice didn't raise in the slightest, though the past 3 words were filled with an undertone of fury. "Guards!" he screamed at the top of his lungs. "Come help me, you worthless!" But before he could prattle on any longer, a burst of flame shot from Emberella's index finger and seared his right ear, the old man squealing in agony as she got closer and closer. "It's no use, Crawford," Emberella said as she moved one finger against the wall of his cell as she approached, small sparks arcing all the while. "I've placed a spell of perpetual white noise over this room. They won't know what happened for at least a few hours. Though." Her smile changed then, from a small smirk to a huge, terrifying sneer. "I doubt you'll survive what I have in mind for that long." Wait. Crawford insisted as he got onto his knees. "Look, I know I've wronged you in the past, but surely we can work things out. If you just free me, then I can." A swift kick to Crawford's face knocked him to the floor, his nose completely smashed by the kick as Emberella looked down at him with a piercing gaze filled with complete and utter rage. "Did you really think you could bargain your way out of this one, Crawford?" She sat down on his bed then before lifting up her foot and slamming it over his head, his face cracking the pavement beneath. "Your finances have been completely liquidated, your benefactors from the Balam Alliance have lost any and all use for you, and the political might you once had is non-existent." The temperature in the room began to rise, sweat easily dripping from the fat man's skin as Emberella dug the heel of her shoes even more into his head. "Not that any of that would give me any pause to spare you. Not after what you've done." She kicked him once again, this time on his right side, cracking a rib as his body collided with the cell walls. However, just before he could fall, flaming rings pinned his arms and legs to the wall, searing his flesh even more as the former chairman screamed and screamed. Her index finger slowly trailed up his body. What might have normally been seen as a teasing gesture of a sexual nature was quickly revealed to instead be her own form of torture. 3rd-degree burns left wherever her finger trailed. Finally, her finger stopped just below his chin before she snarled. "My family and I worked for you for years. We bled for the Magic Council, fought tooth and nail, even died for them. And yet somehow, your mere words alone were all it took to give my family a death sentence." Crawford sputtered with his words, trying to find something to soothe her, but she slapped him across the face for his efforts and left a palm-sized burn on his cheek. "No. You will be silent. You sent the mightiest of us on a suicide mission. You told us our target was nothing more than mere pirates, when in reality you had us attack one of the Spriggan 12's own personal sea vessels. If it weren't for my fiancé sacrificing his life for my own, I would have died along with them." Crawford tried to speak up once more, but Emberella pressed her index finger against his shoulder until his flesh began to burn away, a finger-sized hole gradually forming, her own finger sliding in and searing the muscles within in order to cause even further anguish. "But you couldn't have just stopped with killing the mightiest of us." "Oh no, my family knew far too much about Tartaros after my brother stumbled across a meeting where he found out about Tartaros's plans to use face. We were a security risk, so you decided that my whole family had to go. I still remember it, when I came back home, only to find everything and everyone reduced to cinders." The flames inside of Crawford's shoulder began to spread, slowly yet surely destroying all of the muscle tissue in his right arm. His pleas fell on deaf ears as she continued to glare at him. My sisters, my brothers, you took them away from me. My family meant everything to me, and because of you, I lost them all. Crawford's entire right arm appeared to be boiling as his skin was popping and searing more like it was some sort of liquid rather than flesh. However, she then turned up the ante by placing 2 of her fingers over his right eye. But worst of all, was what you did to my baby. Her fingers slowly dug into his eye socket, the former chairman screaming louder than he ever had. Music to her ears. She was just 2 years old when your men set that house ablaze, you son of a bitch. You couldn't begin to possibly imagine my agony when I found her charred corpse. With a swift yank, Crawford's eye was ripped from his eye, his cries sounding more like that of an injured animal than a human's. Emberella then crushed the eyeball in her fingers and spat in his face. What's wrong? Is the pain too much to bear? Emberella asked as she slowly caressed his other cheek which slowly began to burn. She scoffed. Compared to my suffering, your pain is nothing. Slapping him once more, the flesh that connected with her hand ripped off, revealing scarred tissue and bone as the old man's remaining eye filled with tears. Emberella gritted her teeth. But it wasn't enough to just kill my entire family, was it? No, you wanted more. Or should I say me? Her mind flashed to the past briefly then, from her capture after expending all of her powers, to the sealstone collar placed around her neck, to her enslavement to Crawford, and all the inchencies and humiliation that followed. Life as your pet was a living hell, Crawford. I wanted almost nothing more than to die than live under your roof for even a minute longer. The only thing that kept me from killing myself was just one thing, the desire to kill you myself. She took a step back then as she looked at the pathetic old man she had pinned to the wall. I was fortunate that, after I escaped, Master Hades took me under his wing as one of the 7 kin of purgatory. Even if it was for only a few years, I owe him everything for giving me a second chance, and for him telling me the truth about you. Her right hand placed itself on his chest as she slowly began to burn away at his robes and the skin beneath. Master Hades forbade any attempt on your life, not while you were under Tartaros's thumb. But thanks to Miphone, your usefulness to them is finally at an end, and I can do with you as I see fit. Please, please, have mercy. Crawford wept pitifully as he could feel his chest burn more and more. I don't want to die. Emberella interrupted him. Oh, don't worry. She slammed the back of his head against the wall. I don't intend to kill you. Well, at least not yet. After all, I've imagined this day for years, and I have so many more ideas in store. 30 minutes. She had managed to inflict 30 minutes of absolute hell on Crawford Seam before he had finally passed. While she would have preferred to keep it going for a while longer, she knew that it was to have been expected. By the time she knew he was about to die, she had ensured that his last moment alive was spent with his entire body covered in flame. There his body lay, nothing more than charred black bones. Just like her daughter had been. She sighed before she sat back down on the bed. She looked up at the ceiling, and for the first time in years, tears fell from her eyes. You can finally rest in peace, Bridget. He's finally gone. Her tears continued to fall for a few more seconds before they dried up, her face one of cold stoicism as she looked outside of the window to one of the Magic Council's many outposts. No, I'm not done. Not yet. Not until everyone and everything responsible for it all burns. Tartaros was the reason they had died in the first place, but Master Hades had informed her just how powerful they truly were. But that merely meant that their time would come later. Regardless, the Magic Council had allowed this tragedy to happen in the first place, and its populace accepted it with little to no disregard for the lives lost. Once she controlled Fairy Tale, her revenge would begin in earnest. They'll pay, Emberella thought as she clenched her fists. Every single person in Fiore. No, all of Ishgar will soon know my wrath. Chapter 77, Encroaching Storm Clouds. Lil. Bambietta asked as she and the rest of her group of friends couldn't help but look upwards, their jaws agape. The only ones not currently present were Candace and Jovia. Yes, Bambi. The petite Quincy asked as she too partook in the confusion. I know we've been gone for a bit, so refresh my memory, was the guild always this big? No, it wasn't. Okay, good, so that means I can say this genuinely. What? The reason for Bambietta and everyone else's confusion was quite evident. The once two-story, Orient-looking guild hall had been replaced by a small-looking castle with a large metal gate surrounding its sides. It even had an outdoor cafe with tables abound for people to eat at. To say it was a bit of a change would have been an understatement. Oh wow, Lucy exclaimed. Well, this is certainly a surprise, Urza couldn't help but add. What's all the commotion? I go get a beer for 5 minutes and I hear Bambi freaking out, Candace said as she strolled up the group and saw the guild. The lime-haired beauty smirked. Oh, sick. New build for the guild hall. Killer. Geez, Bambi, if you lose your cool every time the status quo changes, you'll have wrinkles before you're 30. Candace snapped her fingers. Oh, wait, that's right. Candy, stop it, Bambietta muttered. You're way past 30. You're way past 30 too. Lucy looked at Bambietta with an odd expression, her eyebrows raised. What do you two mean by that? Nothing. They both insisted, the green-haired Quincy quickly remembering Bambietta hadn't divulged that information yet. It was just a joke, Candace insisted, Bambietta letting out a sigh of relief when it seemed that Lucy had accepted that answer with no further questioning. Candace wasn't going to let up so easily, however. I mean, I know they call you the Explode, but I didn't know that meant outbursts on things that wouldn't even qualify for Ripley's Believe It or Not. If Wendy or Urza weren't here, I'd be giving you a butt-whooping you wouldn't forget. Bambietta growled. You mean it wasn't always like this? Momo asked, drawing their attention back to the matter at hand as her eyes wandered the building. This was more than she had expected given what the others had told her about the guild. In fact, most guilds she had seen were small by comparison. I know it's the most powerful guild in the country, but even so. No, the original guild hall was much smaller than this. Granted, it was kinda run down for a while, but that was because of those Phantom Lord jerks, Lucy said before turning to face Juvia and Totomaru and blushed with embarrassment. Oh, no offense guys. None taken. It's in the past, Totomaru said with Juvia giving a terse nod. Still, this ought to be a nice change of pace. The old building was getting a bit cramped. Well, I can't say I'm complaining, Bambietta admitted as she walked past the gate. Say what you want about the Silburn, but at least it was spacious. Yeah, but, do we really need a gift shop? Lucy asked as she looked at the new pavilion. Hey there. A young man with light brown hair called over to them from the gift shop. Glad you guys made it back okay. We were really worried after hearing about what happened at the tower. Yeah, it was all kinds of rough, but we managed to work it out, Gray said. They got you working the gift shop, Max? Happy asked as he flew over towards him. It's been a while since we've seen you around the guild. Well, Master made me go back to school cause he wanted me to take some business classes, Max admitted sheepishly. Wait a minute, I know you. Lucy exclaimed. You're Max Alaris. I've read all about you in Sorcerer Weekly. Yes ma'am, that'd be me, he said with a smile and wink. And you know, I've heard a lot about you, Lucy. I don't want to think about the crazy things they probably told ya. Lucy bemoaned, her shoulders slouching. Okay, I'll bite. What kind of stuff are you selling here? Bambietta asked as curiosity got the best of her. Oh, you're Bambietta, right? Masters told me all about you. Max said. Well, take a look. We got t-shirts, wristbands, mugs, towels, and then of course, there's our most popular item. Oh, you mean this? Happy asked as he picked up something from the stand, a miniature version of Lucy. Wow, it's a Lucy action figure. I'm okay, kinda creepy, Bambietta thought. Gosh, nobody asked me if I was cool with that. Lucy cried out. Not only is she posable, Max said as Happy played with the toy, until her clothes came off. But it can even remove her clothes. That got Lucy to screech in utter embarrassment, her face beat red. Okay, that's enough, Bambietta yelled before snatching the figure out of Happy's hands and exploding the action figure right in her palm. Hey, I was playing with that. Happy complained. I don't give a crap. Bambietta yelled at the cat before glaring at Max. Listen here, pal, I don't want to get off on the wrong foot with someone in my guild, but I demand that you stop selling this crap right freaking now. I can't just do that. Max said back. Do you know how much money we put into manufacturing all of these? It'll whoa. Bambietta had grabbed Max by the collar of his shirt over the counter as her piercing eyes bore into his. Buddy, I ain't going to ask again. Stop selling this shit. Now. Lucy is my girlfriend, which means her problems are my problems. You think you can just get away with this kind of crap without asking for her damn permission, huh? Is that it? I don't care if Master Makarov himself gave the okay on this, I won't stand for this. So, take all of this crap off the shelves this instant, or I'll destroy it personally myself. You haven't even seen the royalties yet. Max cried out. Royalties? Lucy asked, the blonde immediately breaking out of her embarrassed stupor. Yeah, the royalties. Max said as he reached into his back pocket and took out a check. Lucy quickly grabbed the piece of paper and scanned it before her eyes slowly widened. Bambi. What? Bambietta replied coldly as she continued to hold Max by the collar of his shirt, her anger not lessening in the slightest. This is enough to cover our rent, for 3 months. Excuse you, what? Bambietta replied. She let go of Max then before looking over the check with Lucy, her eyes going wide like saucers, her jaw dropping. That's a big number. Still. She looked over at Lucy with some concern. Are you really okay with this? I mean, do you really want people to, you know? Lucy shook her head. I mean, maybe it would have been fine at one point, but I think we can work something out here. Looking back at Max, she spoke up. Look, Max, let's make a deal. Just remove that feature and we'll call everything even. Sound good? Yeah, I can work with that, Max said as he sheepishly rubbed the back of his head. It'll cost a bit of money, but it's doable. Sorry about all that, I guess I really wasn't thinking about how you'd feel on the whole thing. We good? He offered his hand then to seal the deal. Yeah, it's fine, just try to run any new merchandise by me first, okay? Lucy answered as she shook his hand. I mean, hey, if you want to make an action figure of me shooting out fireballs, I'd be all for it. Bambietta admitted as she shook it next. I can see it now, buy Bambietta based turbine action figure, with explosive orb action. Already in the works, actually, Max said. We actually got figures for all the other newest members being made as we speak. Luckily, I won't have to worry about any of them having that problem. I mean, I wouldn't mind, Candace said with a grin. Of course you wouldn't, Jade, Rukia, Lil Tato, and Bambietta all said in unison. Rukia in particular rolled her eyes. Honestly, you're deplorable. Momo for her part looked over at Candace, eyebrows raised. Goodness, she makes Ranjika seem like a prude by comparison. With the situation now resolved, the large group finally made their way inside, and boy, were they in for a surprise. The interior was much larger than it had originally been, too, probably even 3 times as much. The bar and second floor were still present, but there was now a massive stage of sorts all the way in the back and plenty of dinner tables lined up. Pretty. Happy, Lucy and Wendy exclaimed with stars in their eyes. It was beyond clear that they were impressed with the new guild. What was that about wanting more space? Rukia said to Bambietta. Well, I'd say this is that and then some, Bambietta admitted before she smirked. I like it. I could get really used to this, Urza added on, nodding her head in agreement. Gray was about to say something as well until he noticed Natsu sulking underneath his scarf. Hey man, what's wrong? It wasn't like Natsu to be like this. I'm not good with change, Natsu grumbled. Oh come on, don't be like that, Lil Tato chided him. Change is going to happen whenever you want it to or not. Big and small, good or bad. That's just life. You'll have to adapt to the change sooner or later. Yeah, well, it doesn't mean that I have to like it, Natsu mumbled. Oh my gosh, they've even got a library. Levi shouted with glee as she ran over to the new room. Really? I'll come right with you. Momo added with excitement as she quickly followed. It would appear the guild has plenty of new renovations, Ulquiorra stated. Yeah, it looks like there's even a pool out back, Jade added in, mildly impressed. Talk about your guild makeovers. That's not all, there's a game room in the basement too. Candace said as she just got back from checking it out. This is awesome. Finally, I can play some pool whenever I want. There's one more big change as well, Kana said as she walked over, barrel in hand. Because now everyone is allowed to go up on the second floor. Wait, does that mean we can all take S-class missions now? Bambietta asked excitedly. Kana nodded her head. Yeah, Master's letting us go on S-class missions, but only if we have an S-class mage come along with us. It hasn't happened yet, but it's in the works. Well, I'm glad you dunderheads made it back safely. The large group turned around to see none other than Master Makarov, the small man giving them a smile. Master! All of them sans Ulquiorra and Momo cried out. That's the guild master. But he's so small. Not even Shiro was that short, Momo couldn't help but think. But even so, I can tell he's got a power equal to that of a captain's. In fact, he's even stronger than Shiro. Makarov looked at Urza then. Urza, if you need to talk about what happened. It's fine, Urza spoke up, her eyes looking downward. Perhaps another time. She then looked back at her guild master, the sorrow having left her face completely. Did you receive my letter regarding the S-class promotion trial? Makarov nodded before he looked at Bambietta. Indeed I have. Congratulations, Miss Basterbine, you'll officially be partaking in this year's trial. Bambietta threw her right fist into the air, grinning. Ah yeah, S-class here I come. You know you're going against me too, right? Lil Otto brought up. I'm not going to just roll over and let you win, yeah no. Bambietta shrugged her shoulders. Yeah, but last I checked, I'm still stronger than you and Candy, just like I was back home. Pretty sure I got this. Lil Otto narrowed her eyes. One word, Volstandig. Oh, right, you still have yours, Bambietta said before her shoulder slumped, only for her to get excited once again. That just means I got to outlast you, that's all. As good as it is for you to be confident, you'll have others you'll be facing as well, Makarov warned her. Especially since Fried will be participating this year. Kana looked dejected while Bambietta raised her brow. Fried? Never heard of the guy. He a big deal or something? He's part of the Thunder God tribe, Myra Jane said as she just finished serving some guild members a drink. They're a group of some of Fairy Tale's most powerful mages that work under Laxus. Fried likes to call himself their leader. Oh yeah, Laxus told me about those guys, Candace chipped in. Supposedly he's been sending them out on a lot of missions to really toughen them up, which is why we haven't seen them yet. Candace had to admit, part of her did want to see them herself. After all, if they were good enough for Laxus, they were probably good enough for her. Fried is not to be underestimated, Urza warned the Quincy's. Prior to your joining, he was easily the most powerful A-class mage in Fairy Tale. I'll be honest Bambi, if the two of you fought, I honestly don't know who'd emerge the victor. Oh, well, shit. Guess I'll have to keep my eye out for that guy then, Bambietta admitted. However, the Quincy couldn't help but feel excited. So, I got another guy who might give me a hard time, huh? Fine by me. I could use a nice, even brawl after the shitfest that was the Tower of Heaven. Gray. How do I look? Gray turned around to see none other than his girlfriend, Juvia Loxer. However, the blue-haired beauty looked rather different now. Her blue hair, which used to go down to her shoulders and curl upwards, was now shorter than Rukia's and spiked towards the back. She now also wore a blue and white dress along with a matching hat. Oh, Juvia, you. Gray hadn't been expecting his girlfriend to go through such a dramatic change in appearance. Still, despite this hesitation, he took a step forward and grabbed one of her hands before he smiled. "You look great." Juvia's face was as red as a tomato, her heart practically skipping a beat before it went a million miles per hour. "He likes it? He likes it, he likes it, he likes it." Candace for her part couldn't help but smile at the sight. "Ah, ain't that just the cutest thing?" Truth be told, she had been the one to come to Juvia with the idea of a new look, though Juvia had insisted on choosing one on her own. In Candace's mind, it had been a complete success, and if not for the pair already dating, she'd probably have tried to have asked Juvia for a one-night stand herself. Makarov then looked over at Momo. "Oh, and I see that you're the new member that Urza told me about in her most recent letter. Fairy Tale would be honored to have someone of your skills join us." Momo quickly bowed. "The honor is all mine, Master Makarov. I look forward to being a part of this guild." "As do I," the guild master replied before looking over to Bambietta. "That said, I have urgent information for Bambietta that I need to give to her immediately in my office. I know you've just come back, but this can't be delayed." Bambietta nodded her head. "Yeah, sure. Not like I had any major plans or anything. Lead the way, master." The brunette and tiny old man began to make their way to his office, but not before Bambietta's ears caught on to something, a horrified gasp from her girlfriend and a cry of outrage from Gray. "No way! What the hell is he doing here?" Bambietta turned her head to ask what the commotion was about, but the question died on her tongue as she found the cause for alarm, eyes first widening with shock before then narrowing in rage. Her fists clenched as she gnashed her teeth and growled one word, no, a name, with vitriol. Gajeel. Natsu wasn't much better, already stalking over to confront the Iron Dragon Slayer when a white blur blew right past him, grabbed the black-haired mage and slammed him against the nearest wall by his throat. To his credit, Gajeel remained mostly stone-cold in his visage, his body lacking in any shaking or sweating that would have been evident in most people in a similar position. However, he could not totally stifle his fear, his eyes unable to meet those of the one who had come within a hair's breadth of ending his life. Bambietta either didn't notice this fact or didn't care as she went on her tirade. "You son of a bitch! So wrecking one guild hall wasn't enough for you, huh? Is that it? Or are you thinking about beating the tar out of one of my best friends again?" She formed a sword in her right hand as her eyes bore into his. "You know what, I don't give a fuck, I'm gonna." "Bambietta, that's enough." Before she could recognize the sound of the voice scolding her, Bambietta found herself gripped by Makarov's now massive hand. She was about to retort, when out of the corner of her eye, she saw it. The Fairy Tale Guild mark, on Gajeel's right shoulder. Bambietta grit her teeth once more as her anger swelled. "Oh, you have got to be fucking kidding me." The Quincy glared right back at Makarov before voicing her frustration. "Why the hell does he have a guild mark? Please, please, tell me this is your idea of a joke. Please, wait." Juvia cried out as she placed her hand on Bambietta's arm. "I was the one who asked him to come to Fairy Tale. He needed to find work." "You what?" Bambietta demanded. "How could you? After everything he did, you honestly expect?" "It wasn't just her," Totomaru yelled. No, we were really worried about him once we saw him eating whatever iron scraps he found off the streets. I know what he did to your guild, but we couldn't just leave him like that. He was a friend of ours back in Phantom Lord." Urza wasn't taking the news much better as she glared at Gajeel. "Juvia and Totomaru joining the guild was one thing, they helped us during our time of need over their own guild. But Gajeel is the one who destroyed our guild hall and hurt our friends." She clenched her fists as she spoke the last part. Gajeel simply scoffed before looking away. Now, remember what I taught you," Makarov reminded them. "Yesterday's enemy can be tomorrow's friend, right? That's a bunch of fairy tale nonsense." Bambietta yelled back at him. "Did you even think about how we'd feel about this? Or Levy? Do I need to remind you what he did to her? Because I sure as hell didn't forget. I thought I almost lost one of my closest friends, and you have the gall to let him in." I already knew, Bambi. It's all right." Completely shocked, Bambietta's sword vanished into thin air as Makarov let her go, the brunette looking over at Levy in utter bafflement. You knew? How? No, how long did you know? And, why didn't you tell me? Well, I found out yesterday before we got on the next train back, Levy told her as she found it hard to look at her friend. Master sent me a letter to give me a heads up, and I just wasn't sure how to tell you. Master said he'd handle it, but things got out of control. Bambietta glared back at Makarov. A part of her was slightly upset at Levy for the secrecy, but she knew deep down that her friend had no malicious intent behind the secret. She knew to an even lesser extent this applied to Makarov as well, but this did little to quell her anger as she pointed her left index finger at him. I still can't believe you'd let him join after everything he did. Makarov gave her a stern look. Bambietta, I understand how you feel, but if I were to turn him away, he'd more than likely be led astray down the wrong path. At least here. But why here? Why us? Bambietta demanded. Do you really think we can all just forgive and forget? How could you let him in after everything he's done? I let you in despite your own past, didn't I? Bambietta's hand immediately fell to her side as his words hit her like a sledgehammer. The former stern Ritter grit her teeth, closed her eyes, then took a deep breath. Lucy hesitantly raised a hand towards Bambietta. To hell with this. Everyone present had to gasp as Bambietta blurred out of existence, Gajeel falling to the floor as a result. Levy sighed. I should have just told her. This is my fault. Nonsense, Levy. If there's anyone to blame here it's me, Makarov insisted. I thought that A-class mission would have kept him occupied at least till tomorrow. I wasn't expecting him to return so soon. Wendy looked up at the blonde beside her. Lucy. Is what Bambi said true? It is, yeah, Lucy admitted as she tore her eyes away from Gajeel. Oh. But he's a good guy now, right? Wendy asked again. Lucy wasn't quite sure how to answer that one. On the one hand, she understood where Master Makarov was coming from, but at the same time, she couldn't deny that she understood why her girlfriend felt the way that she did. I can't really say. I say Bambi's got the right idea. Natsu said as he flared at Gajeel. There ain't no way I'm gonna be okay with this. I can't work with someone that I don't trust. What's the big deal? Gajeel said with a sneer, his cocky demeanor returning upon Bambietta's absence. It's not like I want to be your buddy. The only reason I'm here is to get work. I hate this stupid guild and everyone in it, but times are tough, so I had no choice but to join. Shut up, loser. Natsu yelled back. Juvia was busy profusely apologizing to everyone present for Gajeel's attitude while Totomatu groaned internally. Great job making yourself a part of the guild, Gajeel. No one's going to hate us now, totally. Listen, I know you kids don't like it, but as master of this guild, it's my duty to help those who have gone astray find the right path, Makarov spoke up. Please, give him a chance. You might find he's a nice guy. At least, I hope so, Makarov worried internally. No way. Natsu said as his body was enveloped in his own flames. I oughta beat him black and blue for. You'll do no such thing. Urza insisted as she put a hand on Natsu's shoulder. Understood. You're not seriously going to tell me that you're okay with this, are you, Urza? Gray demanded. Of course not, Urza quickly responded. But while I may not agree with this decision, the Master's judgment has never steered us wrong in the past. If he's certain about it, then I believe it's worth a shot. She then looked back at Makarov. However, I'm letting you know right now that I'm going to be keeping a very close eye on him. Makarov nodded his head in understanding as Natsu continued to growl at Gajeel, the Iron Dragon Slayer responding in kind before Rukia pushed the two of them aside. Alright, that's enough of that. Break it up, or else I'll bind you both in the strongest bakudo I know. The two Dragon Slayers scoffed at each other before storming off in their own separate directions. They act more like dogs than dragons, don't you think? Macau asked Happy as he took a sip of beer. Aye sir, you might want to break out the muzzles to be safe, Happy agreed as he took a bit out of a fish as he sat next to him atop the table. Aye. I guess I can give him a chance, Lucy spoke up. She still wasn't comfortable with the idea, but if it was the master's wish. Why yeah, if I'm okay with it then, surely you guys can give him a chance, Levy murmured. Though I really wish Master Makarov had managed to tell Bambi about this before things got crazy. Lil Tato sighed. Man, part of me wants to scold Bambi for going off the handle like that. But Candace looked down at Lil Tato. I've only heard about bits and pieces of what happened, so care to fill me in? What he did to Levy. Was it really that bad? The small Quincy looked back at her friend. Yeah. It was. It was the first time I've ever seen her cry. At least, not like that. Oh. Ah. Candace uttered. Bambi rarely let that side of her out for anyone to see. Bambi cried? That's nuts. For her to cry openly like that. It must have been terrible. She's just worried about Levy, there's nothing wrong about that, Rukia added. Though, perhaps her reaction was a bit much. Even so, sometimes our emotions get the best of us, Momo added, knowing that feeling better than most. Right now, I think she just needs someone to talk to. I'll go find her, Levy said to Momo. I think if she hears it from me, I can dash. You needn't trouble yourself, Levy heard Ulquira utter as he walked past her. I'll speak with her myself. I can't fucking believe the master would just throw that at my face. I mean, seriously. All I'm doing is looking out for the guild. Unlike a certain someone. Bambietta was beyond mad. Furious would have been the better term in all actuality. Sure, she may have flown off the handle a bit there, and threatening a new member of the guild was probably not the best move she could have done, but it did little to put off the fire of rage roaring in her heart. She tossed an orb of the explode at a nearby trash can, then again at a potted plant and even towards a rusted-up bench. Destruction of private property was probably going to only make things worse, undoubtedly with a scolding from Urza to follow, but she didn't care. She was an angry former Sternritter and she had to take her anger out on something. Bambietta cocked her arm back as her eyes fell upon a discarded blue stuffed dragon. She narrowed her eyes as she was just about to throw the orb forming into her hand, her arm stretching out, but the orb never left her hand. Was she really about to destroy some kid's toy and probably make them cry because of her temper tantrum? No, she was not. Ugh, damn it all. Bambietta yelled before she crushed the orb in her hand before jumping into the air. What the hell am I even doing? The Quincy asked herself. Just blowing up a bunch of shit to blow off some steam? Oh yeah, that'll really show Master Makarov all right. Letting out a sigh filled with both anger and annoyance, she decided to land on the roof of Cardia Cathedral before she sat down, her head buried in between her legs. She needed to calm down, to think, before she wound up doing something really stupid. Damn it, so now what do I do, huh? Go back and apologize? No way, fuck that. I'm not. He's all wrong about all of this. The Quincy insisted internally. I'm not apologizing. I'm not. Bambietta insisted to herself. So, this is where you've decided to go. A rather interesting choice on your part. Bambietta had to resist the urge to frown as Ulquira landed behind her. Oh great, just what I needed. A lecture from the most stoic man I've ever known. She groaned internally. What do you want? Bambietta grumbled, not bothering so much as to give him a glance. If you're going to tell me to go back and apologize, then you can beat it. It's not happening. Ulquira shook his head. That's not my intention with this visit. I simply wish to know why you're so angry. Why? 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 You want to know why I'm so mad? Bambietta demanded as she finally got to her feet and spun around. I'm mad because the person who beat the shit out of my best friend is in my home, with my family, and I'm supposed to act like nothing ever happened. How could I not be upset? She then glared at the Aaron car as she pointed her index finger at him. You should be pissed off too. Levy's your best friend, and yet here you are stoic as a rock. I fail to see why I should express anger at the situation. He answered simply. Bambietta rolled her eyes, scoffing. Please, Of course you wouldn't get why. You understand emotions and what it means to be human about as much as a toddler understands rocket science. She let out a sharp laugh. Oh, but why should I expect anything else from a fucking hollow? Her outburst was met with silence and an impassive stare, leaving her to simply stand there stewing in her anger before she realized just what she said, eyes widening in shame. Even if he wasn't a friend of hers per se, he had proven himself trustworthy during their battles in the Tower of Heaven. To say what she had after all of that was out of line. I didn't. I'm sorry. If Ulquiorra took any offense to what she said, he didn't show it and instead opted to speak his own mind. I wasn't present for the event, so it's impossible for me to feel any sort of reaction to something that's happened in the past. That's because you didn't see what I saw, Bambietta forced out with an undertone of anger. I was the one who found her. She was strung up like some damn marionette. He beat her black and blue and painted the fucking Phantom Lord Guild mark on her belly. He was fucking bragging about it when I fought him. Levy was the first friend I ever had in Fairy Tale. She's always looked out for me. That's why I'm mad. Because of what he did to her. And yet Levy seems to be taking his presence in the guild far better than you are, Ulquiorra reminded her. If she's alright with it, then why do you insist on your own anger? Bambietta looked away from him once more. Levy's too kind for her own good sometimes. He doesn't deserve her forgiveness, let alone to be in the same guild as her. Could the same not be said for me? Ulquiorra told her. She knows the truth about my past, yet even still she stands by my side. Is this really about Levy, or about you? Me? How is any of this about me? Bambietta demanded. Levy is troubled, but accepting of the situation. Ulquiorra interrupted her. What I think is truly getting to you isn't just what happened to Levy, but how you felt. What am I missing here? Pardon? Bambietta asked. Based on your interactions with your friends in the guild, you clearly value them considerably. Given all this, you likely see the guild as a safe haven for yourself, the one place you can truly feel safe. Levy no doubt provided the companionship you were desperately missing before joining the guild. I've heard that it is often the case that many of our guild members come from less than desirable situations. With Gajeel Red Fox nearly destroying the guild hall and hurting your strongest emotional anchor to this world, it's only natural you would react in the way that you have. When he was met with silence, he continued. I believe that these events left you fearful of losing that feeling of safety and comfort both the guild and Levy provided you. That after everything you had already been through, the mere thought of even losing them shook you to your core. You weren't just mad at Gajeel Red Fox for hurting Levy, you were afraid of losing everything once more. That's. Bambietta was beginning to find it hard to meet his emotionless gaze. As much as she wanted to deny what he was saying, she couldn't find the right words. Not when his own hit so close to home. Given these circumstances, I believe that your anger is misplaced to at least some extent. You're not mad solely at Gajeel Red Fox. You're also mad at yourself for not being able to prevent it in the first place. And given how we almost lost Miss Lampard, it is of little surprise that you reacted to things the way you did. Your anger is merely your attempt at masking just how terrified you really are. Bambietta couldn't help but stare at the Arrancar in befuddlement. A part of her wanted to deny every one of those ideas he spoke of. Her? Scared? Mad at herself? It was ridiculous. Gajeel was the one at fault for it all in the first place, so the blame should fall on him and him alone. Why on earth would she ever blame herself? And yet, his words circulated through her head. Despite how blunt the Arrancar was being, she knew there was no malice in his words. He merely spoke the truth as he saw it. Maybe he's right. I've never really had a place where I felt like I could be myself until I came to Fairy Tale, and Levy, she's always been there for me. I always did regret not staying with her the night after our guild hall got destroyed. Not to mention all that shit I saw in my inner world. I couldn't protect my mom, I couldn't stop Hansa from kidnapping Wendy, and I couldn't protect Levy. Damn it all. He really is fucking right. The tension left Bambietta's limbs at that realization, leaving her drained both emotionally and physically. Since when are you so good at reading people? Bambietta asked him. I'm not. I'm simply looking at the facts as they've been presented to me and coming up with my own hypothesis, he answered. Bambietta snorted. Yeah, that's a very you answer, isn't it? She walked over to him and smiled. But you're right. I mean, I am still mad at that asshole for everything he did, but I can't keep pretending he's the only one I was mad at. I still don't like him being here, but as much as she hated to admit it, she had done much worse things than he ever had. Well, you certainly got me there after all, didn't you, Master Makarov? Bambietta thought to herself before she looked back at Ulquira. All right, I think I'm ready to go back. Just as the two of them had returned, it seemed as though Myra Jane had begun to sing. Something along the lines of it being a celebration of their safe return or something like that. While Bambietta did appreciate the gesture, she was surprised at Ulquira's response. Her singing. It's quite soothing. Bambietta slowly turned her head to look at Ulquira in utter confusion. Excuse you, what? I said that her singing is quite. No, I heard that. Bambietta interrupted him. It's just where the hell did that come from? I was merely making a statement. The Arancar said blatantly. Who are you, and what have you done with the fourth espada? Bambietta asked. Former fourth espa. Whatever. Bambietta interrupted. Still, Ulquira wasn't wrong. Myra's melody had brought the usually loud or chaotic guild to an unusual calm. Was that why he found her singing soothing? Regardless of his intention, however, Bambietta found herself agreeing wholeheartedly with the Arancar. But yeah, this is really nice. She looked over to her friends then, the lot of them enjoying Marajana's sweet melody. Suddenly, the Quincy was hit with an idea that prompted her to walk over to her girlfriend. She shot Lucy a coy smile and a wink. Excuse me, miss, but... Bambietta offered up her hand. May I have this dance? The blonde mage blinked with surprise, not expecting her girlfriend to ask such a thing. Did she even know how to dance? Still, Lucy knew that this was just Bambietta attempting to be more romantic with her, and despite her reservations. I'd love to, Lucy answered, taking Bambietta's hand. The Quincy expertly moved her hand around Lucy's waist and took some steps back, guiding the blonde as she stepped with the beat. Lucy's own experience at the dances her parents made her attend helped her out considerably in the current situation, but she was more surprised at how Bambietta managed to take the lead. There wasn't a single step wasted and no accidental stepping on toes as her eyes gazed into Lucy's. She's actually really good. Lucy thought with surprise as the two danced right in front of Marajana's stage. Surprised? Bambietta asked with a slight chuckle. Yeah, kinda, Lucy had to admit. I mean, this sort of thing, it's not. I mean. I know. It's not very me now, is it? Bambietta answered Lucy. Well, you can thank the second in command back at my former guild. Good old Hash Brown insisted that, when we graduated from the academy for our guild, we all learned how to dance properly for the graduation ball. I thought it was just a pain in the ass back then, but now. Bambietta raised her and Lucy's right hand upwards to quickly spin Lucy around before bringing the blonde to a complete stop and leaning downward as she bent Lucy over and smirked. I think I'm finally starting to see some real benefits, don't ya think? As the pair continued their little dance, Candace watched on from her table, resting her head on the palm of her right hand, a small smile on her face. She had never seen Bambietta quite like this before. Sure, she was always an excitable fun-loving sort, but this felt like something more. The smile Bambietta was giving Lucy was nothing like her usual grin whenever she watched a fun movie or lost herself in the thrill of battle. No, this was something more, pure. Candace couldn't help but glance back at Jovia then, the woman giving a similar sort of smile to Gray as the pair shared a meal, before Candace found herself closing her eyes. Man, they really look happy, don't they? Maybe it's time I started finding someone like that for myself. After the Quincy spun Lucy around one more time, Bambietta gave her a quick wink. Lucy found her heart beating faster and faster as she went red in the face. Wah, what is this? I've never felt like this before. The blonde felt as she grew flustered. This wasn't embarrassment like early with the figure Max sold. No, this was. Before Lucy could finish her line of thought, however, the lights went dark, and Miragina's song had finished. Smirking, Bambietta stopped their little waltz, bringing the blonde to a quick stop. So, how was it? Bambietta asked. Was it everything you wanted it to be? Bambi, that was amazing. Lucy exclaimed. You're. Only for the blonde to be interrupted yet again as the lights turned back on. Gone was Myra Jane, and in her place was none other than the Iron Dragon Slayer himself, now adorned in a white tuxedo, a matching hat, dark glasses, and a white guitar. Excuse me, what? Bambietta thought before she glared. Motherfucker is ruining my moment with Lucy. I wrote a tone I like to call, best friend. Gajeel spoke into the microphone. Would you like to hear it? Well, here it goes. Just as Gajeel was about to sing, Bambietta prepared an orb of the explode in her right hand, more than prepared to throw it at that stupid guitar, only for her to be promptly beaten to the punch by many members of the guild, the lot of them throwing all sorts of food at the Dragon Slayer. I ain't listening to you. Got off the stage, ya bonehead. However, it appeared as though Gajeel couldn't have cared less about what they thought and began to sing anyway. You're sparkling and colorful, shabby-doo-bop. You caught my eye like a shiny piece of metal. So cool. However, he wasn't met entirely by boos and jeering. Levy was mostly aghast, but many other members of the guild surprisingly began to cheer him on. He's not half bad. Elfman cheered him on. Show em what you can do, Gajeel. Juvia added. Rock on. Max, Macau, and Wakaba yelled. Bambietta looked at the others, and with a sigh, soon dispersed the orb in her hand. If some people were actually enjoying it. Natsu was having none of it though, the pink-haired mage covering his ears as he gritted his teeth. Man, this has got to be the worst song I've ever heard, ga. The cause for his cry of pain was evident. Gajeel's guitar thrown right at Natsu's face, the musician angrily sounding off with his harmonica. However, Natsu quickly tossed the instrument right back at Gajeel. You want a piece of me, punk? Shabby-doo-bop. Gajeel yelled back. The two jumped towards each other, their legs clashing in the air before they fell to the ground to continue their skirmish. All the while did Bambietta watch on with a glare. TCH, serves the bastard right, she grumbled. The sole reason she hadn't attacked him earlier was because several members of the guild had gone out of their way to try to support him. While she was still far from happy with his presence in the guild, her years of service within the Wandenreich had helped her learn that there was a right time and place for picking a fight, lest she wished to incur the wrath of the Quincy Kaiser. Unfortunately, this restraint went completely out the window when the pair of dragon slayers collided with her during their clash, the two standing on top of her while they continued to try to beat on the other. Grak, now look at what you made me do. Natsu yelled at Gajeel. You made me hurt Bambi. Me? You're the one who tackled me into her, you flame brain. Gajeel barked back, genuine terror filling his voice at the mere prospect of antagonizing the woman beneath him. How's about you're both to blame, you idiots? Bambietta screamed before flexing her Ryotsu and, with a mighty shout, pushing the pair off of her with a shove. She glared at the two dragon slayers before cracking her knuckles. You know what actually? I think I just found the perfect way to let out all this anger, so thanks for volunteering. Briefly fixing them with a mismatched toothy grin and glare, she blurred out of sight only to grab Natsu by his face with her left hand and Gajeel with her right before slamming the both of them to the ground, smashing both of their heads through the floorboards beneath. So, what'll it be, boys? Should I start with kicking your teeth in, or gra? Just then, both Natsu and Gajeel managed to kick Bambietta in the stomach at the same time, the Quincy stopping herself mid-air as they both got up. All right. You want to fight, then bring it on. Natsu challenged her. This was getting him fired up. No way, I got dibs on this one. I still owe her for what she did to me back in Oaktown, Gajeel yelled at Natsu, his bravado only briefly faltering. Oh, you actually think you can beat me now? That's adorable. Bambietta said as she landed on her 2 feet. Hate to tell you this buddy, but I'm way stronger than I was back when I beat your sorry ass. Not to mention, I've learned plenty of new tricks and even got some old ones back. Still, if you really want another beating so badly, then I won't object. She then looked over at Natsu. And as for you, I think it's about time we've had our rematch for Mount Heikobi. The three gave each other matching bloodthirsty grins before they each let out their own battle cry and tackled into each other, causing even further ruckus. Please, stop. Makarov begged the three of them, but before he knew it, the battle had already begun to spread, the trio crashing into one table after the other. The guild hall isn't even a week old. The old man despaired. However, things only continued to escalate as the Dragon Slayers and Quincy crashed into another table, causing a bowl of cottage cheese to fly out and land right on top of Candace's head, at which she was none too pleased. My hair. Oh, that's it you bastards, I'm gonna give you the shock of a lifetime. Cocking her arm back, Candace tossed a bolt of lightning at the trio, only for them to move past it and for the arrow to instead blast Kana in the back and fry her keg of beer. What the hell, Candace? Kana yelled at her friend as she quickly got her cards at the ready and rose out of her seat in a huff. That was a special brew. Not my fault, they moved out of the way. You owe me a new beer. Like hell I do, take it up with them. Cards and lightning clashed then as Momo watched on, completely bewildered at the ensuing chaos. Should we do something? Momo asked Rukia with concern. The smaller Soul Reaper sighed. No, this is a rather common occurrence. Give it an hour or two and it'll usually work itself out by then. Momo's right hand covered her mouth. Oh dear. This place is sounding more and more like Squad 11 by the minute. Rukia smiled. It's a lot more friendly than that, I can assure you. Alright, how's about I show you all how a real man fights? Elfman Yeller before punching Totomaru across the face. The flame mage quickly got up from the punch before he glared at Elfman. What the hell man, I didn't even do anything. He protested before kicking Elfman in the stomach. I think we should go, Lucy said to Wendy as she placed both of her hands on the wide-eyed mage's shoulders. It's getting a bit too crazy if you ask me. Sadly, no good deed goes unpunished, as a stray chair chose that moment to crash into the blonde's unsuspecting face. Instantly dazed, the celestial spirit mage wobbled momentarily before falling to the ground, whereupon Wendy began to heal her in a panic, Carla still tugging on Wendy's dress in her futile attempts to get her to leave. Lucy! Bambietta screamed as she held Natsu up by his scarf with one arm and Gajeel in an arm lock with her other. Okay, who wants to die? It was Gray. Max yelled at her as Gray held him down to the ground. The hell it was, you little weasel. Gray objected. Oh boy. After an angry shout, Bambietta had immediately tackled him across the guild hall, Jovia quickly coming to his assistance as things grew more and more chaotic. Okay, I'm going to go now, Jade said as she carefully took a step back. I'd rather not go home black and blue today. She took another, and another, slowly inching herself towards the guild's front door, until... Squish! Squish! Jade quickly looked down, her eyes happening upon what she had stepped in. A single piece of strawberry cake. Jade. Run. Now. She heard Eisen warn with a hint of caution. Run. Run from what? It's just cake, what's the right? Phew. However, the warning came just a little too late as Urza's boot kicked Jade hard across the room. How dare you destroy my strawberry cake? Please, come on, we just built this new guild hall. Makarov bemoaned. Please everyone, please. How utterly pointless, Ulquiorra stated as he watched the chaos unfold. This was the one aspect of the guild that continued to irk him. Why on earth do they insist on involving themselves in such meaningless conflicts? He looked over to Levi then and he raised an eyebrow. Perhaps you can provide me with some meaningful insight. Levi couldn't help but fidget her fingers as she spoke. Well that's... How on earth did one put a meaning to something like this anyway? Far as Levi was concerned, it was just a part of the guild's chaotic nature. It's not a pointless conflict, it's a guild brawl. The two turned around to see none other than Myra Jane, the white-haired beauty having somehow managed to avoid getting caught up in the brawl. A guild brawl. Ulquiorra asked. Yeah, they happen from time to time. It's nothing to worry about, nobody ever means anything by them. They're a bit too much for some, but people always come out of them acting like they're best friends despite beating the snot out of each other only minutes earlier. It's kinda weird, but I like it. It's kinda the embodiment of the fairy tale spirit, I guess you could say, Myra Jane answered with a smile. Yeah, that does kinda sound right, Levy agreed. Ulquiorra pondered over her words. He had been wondering as to the most efficient means of forging friendships with people, and if what she said was true, then. Like best friends, you said? He asked as he pointed his index finger. Every spiritually aware person in the guild felt a surge of Ryotsu as green energy began to build up around his finger. Bambietta's sweat dropped. Ah, crap. Sir. We ain't it. Not like that. Levy quickly yelled as she covered his finger. Ulquiorra looked down at Levy, befuddled by her answer. But, she said. The guild brawls are light scraps we give to each other, nothing serious. Levy told him. They're much more like sparring matches. Yeah, that's it. A light-hearted sparring match. I see. Then it appears that I was about to overdo things, Ulquiorra admitted. But in that case, where do I start? However, just before he could finish asking his questions, the Aaron car found himself splashed by a small wave, soaking him from head to toe. His eyes narrowed slightly, clearly annoyed by the attack. How dare you look at my grey like that, you harlot? Juvia shouted at Bisksa. I'm not interested in that stripper. Bisksa yelled back. I have way better standards than that. No offense, Grey. The man in question simply gave a thumbs up from where he lay on the floor, groaning. How dare you insult my beloved? You'll pay for ever disgracing his good name. On second thought, I believe I know where to start. Ulquiorra stated. As Ulquiorra made his way over to Juvia, Natsu slowly began to get back to his feet, his eyes looking around the guild. The entire guild was a chaotic mess, and he couldn't help but smile. Now it's starting to feel like home. Finally, after an hour or so of utter chaos, the brawl subsided, just as Myra Jane said it would. Everyone quickly pitched in to help get things back in proper order, with some not-so-gentle prompting from Urza. Bambietta, having finished her section of the cleanup early, decided to get some fresh air while her friends finished up their areas, especially now that she knew Lucy was going to be alright. Stupid excuse for a jolly, happy soul. Man, I really should give Wendy a treat for fixing Lucy up as fast as she did. Maybe I'll get her some ice cream. Bambietta said to herself. However, while she was casually walking the streets of Magnolia to kill some time, she came upon a sight that stopped her in her tracks. There was Gajeel, hanging around at the very same tree he had strung all of Team Shadow gear from, but more surprising to the Quincy was that Jet, Droy, and Levy were there as well. Such a combination was already enough for concern, but Bambietta furrowed her brow in worry once she noticed her close friend was keeping herself mostly hidden, with only her arms and head peering out from behind the tree to watch. Huh. Well, I guess I shouldn't be surprised they'd want to confront him after the shit he pulled. Bambietta thought. A strong part of her wanted nothing more than to go right up with them and add her own complaints to the Dragon Slayer, itching for any excuse to vent out her frustration once more, but just as she took a step forward to go ahead and do just that, she stopped herself again, clasping her own forehead before groaning in annoyance. No, I should let them be the ones to get it out of their systems. Let the iron bastard know I'm not the only one with a bone to pick with him. Besides, if it was me and Giselle, I wouldn't have wanted anyone else getting in the way anyway. Still, I'd better stick around to make sure things don't get ugly. She simply couldn't find it within herself to leave, not upon seeing the fearful concern written all over Levy's had proven himself more than willing to hurt them pretty badly in the past, and nothing thus far had convinced her that he wouldn't do it again if agitated. So what's the deal? Why'd you ask me to meet you out here? The Iron Dragon Slayer asked the trio. Make it fast, I gotta get to work. We got a bone to pick with you. Jet yelled at him. After what you did to us, there's no way you're joining our guild. Droy added. While the master had informed them of the decision to invite Gajeel into the guild about the same time he had sent out his letter to Levy, the two members of Fairy Tale were unable to follow her example. They promised to Master Makarov that they would try to let bygones be bygones, but seeing him in the guild at all had been another matter altogether. Gajeel, however, wasn't having any of it. "Come on guys, can't you just forgive and forget?" he asked sarcastically, placing his hand on his hip. Bambietta clenched her fists as anger began to cloud her mind once more. "You motherfucker!" She took a step forward, then another, fully intending to give him a piece of her mind before she stopped herself. No, stay calm. Don't do anything stupid," the Quincy told herself. "I'm not in the guild hall now, so anything I break now is gonna come out of my own pocket. Let's not make it impossible to pay the rent this month." Bambietta had surprisingly not garnered a reputation for needless destruction, yet, but she was well aware that if she started a fight with Gajeel, not only would that go out the window, but the expenses that would come with it would place undue stress on Lucy, Wendy, and Rukia. "Maybe he's right," Levy said as she looked her head out from the tree. "I mean, now that he's in the guild, he's not going to do it again." "Oh Levy, you're yaai too kind for your own good," Bambietta thought. Sure, she was well aware and quite grateful that Levy had accepted even the former stern Ritter despite finding out the truth about her, sure. Nonetheless, she needed to have more self-respect than this. "We gotta let him know," Jet said with barely contained anger. "He can't mess with us," Droy finished. The Iron Dragon Slayer didn't seem the least bit concerned though, with Gajeel merely smirking in response to their threats, much to Jet's ire as he clenched his fists. "That's right, go ahead, and act tough." A magic circle appeared behind Jet, rocketing him forward. "While you still can." Then, to Bambietta's surprise, Jet actually managed to punch Gajeel hard enough to knock him into the air while Droy threw some seeds to the ground, causing multiple large vines to erupt from the ground, vines which quickly transformed into fists and pounded into Gajeel further. Secret seeds, knuckle plants. As Gajeel was sent up higher into the air, Jet jumped up even higher before delivering a powerful kick that sent Gajeel tumbling to the ground and destroying the ground beneath. Falcon Heaven Soar. The crater created wasn't overly large, but it was more than what Bambietta had expected from them. Well damn, they actually had the balls to go through with it, Bambietta thought as she looked at the pair, her respect for them going up quite a bit. This entire time she had seen them as nothing more than mere groupies for Levy, but now it was clear just how much they cared about her. I guess they really can be decent fighters when they want to be. Not half bad guys. Not half bad at all. You had enough yet? Droy asked Gajeel as the Dragon Slayer slowly rose to a kneeling position. While he wasn't seriously injured, the attacks had clearly left their marks as various scuff marks and scratches could now be seen all over his skin. Yeah, what happened to the tough guy act? Jet mocked him. Bambietta smiled at their bravado, before she quickly realized something. Ah, this ain't good. Now that they were starting to actually beat down on Gajeel, it was only a matter of time before he decided to retaliate. To hell with staying out of this mess, I gotta step in for Levy's own good. But before she could take so much as a step forward, she sensed a powerful presence slowly approaching the group of four. She turned her head to see just who it was, and the moment she did, she swore. "Ah shit. You're not giving the new guy a hard time, are ya?" Laxus Driar slowly made his way over to the group, his face completely missing the arrogant sneer that was usually plastered all over it. "But seeing as this is the punk that tore down our guild hall, I understand how you feel. What the hell is he up to?" Bambietta wondered. From what she knew about him, it wasn't like Laxus to get involved with this sort of thing. There's no way he's doing any of this out of the goodness of his own heart. One thing was certain, she didn't like this, not one bit. "I bet the only reason the old geezer let you join the guild is 'cause he was scared of you reckon, the place again," Laxus said as he slowly walked over to Gajeel before his calm exterior turned into one of complete rage. "We've become the laughing stock of the magic community. Because of you." Bambietta felt herself shiver at his rage as Laxus ranted. "On my way back from my last job, I stopped off at a few pubs and I heard some things that really pissed me off. Everybody was talking about how weak the Fairy Tale Guild is now. No one dared to say that about us before you came along. Then without warning, A powerful bolt of lightning erupted from Laxus's body before striking down Gajeel, the dragon slayer, letting out an immense shout of anguish as he was electrocuted from the powerful blast. Now you're going to pay. Laxus shouted before he punched the ground, electricity erupting from his fist into the shape of a large wheel that ran along the ground, tearing it up. Even after it struck Gajeel, it kept going until it struck a nearby tree, destroying it instantly and making Jet and Droy's previous efforts look like child's play by comparison. The Dragon Slayer tried to get up, only to be blasted with another bolt. Before anyone could say anything, Laxus appeared right in front of Gajeel with a flash of lightning before he began to pummel the Iron Mage into the ground even more. "You're taking this too far." "Calm down, man," Jet told Laxus. "Yeah man, he's had enough," Droy added. They may have wanted to take out some of the anger out on the former Phantom Lord Mage, but they never intended for him to get this injured. Either Laxus didn't hear their words or he didn't care. He simply continued to beat down on Gajeel more and more into the dirt, the ground shaking with each blow and causing the entire park to tremble. Levy herself was flinching with each blow, finding it all hard to watch. No, this isn't right. She wanted to go over there, to stop him, but she couldn't. Despite how far she had come in the last few months, as much as she loathed to admit it, she was scared. Not just of Gajeel, but of the sheer anger Laxus was displaying that was unlike anything she had ever seen from him before. What's gotten into him? While initially shocked at Laxus's brutality, Bambietta merely watched on with dark satisfaction. That's right. Let the bastard suffer for what he did, Bambietta thought as she witnessed Gajeel's beatdown, a vicious smirk spreading across her face. She may have agreed to no longer antagonize the new member, but as far as she was concerned, Gajeel had every bit of this coming. Yet, with each punch thrown and cry of pain Gajeel let out, her smile slowly began to fade. She had expected Laxus to stop eventually after a couple of punches, maybe more, but it had already been a couple dozen and Laxus was still going strong with no signs of stopping soon. But much more than that, what really left her befuddled above all else was Gajeel's inaction. Despite everything that was going on, he was just lying there. He sure as hell didn't act like this when she fought him. Come on. Fight back. Bambietta murmured to herself as the Lightning Mage continued to pummel the Iron Dragon Slayer. I don't get it. I know those attacks hurt like hell, but he should still be able to move, so why isn't he fighting back? Come on, move. Fight. Damn it all, do something, you dumbass. However, this was when her own mind flashed back briefly to the earlier confrontation with Jet and Droy. Come to think about it, he wasn't doing anything back then either, she thought. But he should have been able to handle them easily. I mean, sure, he might just be playing nice to not get Master mad, but in that case, why bother talking to them at all? He could just leave, so what the hell is he getting out of tea? That's when it hit her. After all, it had only been 1 month ago since she had done the same. Are you seriously expecting me to buy that you've changed? Julian asked Bambietta with disbelief. You? The Blood Knight of the Vandenreich? The woman who gleefully slaughters her enemies with a smile on her face? What, am I supposed to buy that you're some goody two-shoes now on the side of justice? Julian tossed his right hand to the side. Don't try to fool me with any of that nonsense. Bambietta sighed before she continued. Yeah, I don't expect you to just take my word for it, and quite frankly I don't blame you. If I were you I'd be beyond pissed. You're killer out and about, having a good life in a world that you were just about to enjoy until she comes back to bring it all crashing down on you. I don't blame you one damn bit. In fact, I know what that's like too, believe it or not. Bambietta thought as her mind drifted to think about Giselle once more. She then took her hat and placed it down onto a wooden barrel, as well as her cape before she continued speaking. And you're likely not going to stop thinking about this until this is resolved in some shape or another. Not a moment of peace, so I'm putting myself at your mercy. Son of a bitch is taking the hits on purpose. Laxus looked down at the battered and bruised wizard before he sneered. Oh, I hope you don't think I'm done yet, he said as kicked Gajeel over and over because I got a lot more pain where that's coming from. You never should have messed with Fairy Tale, punk. 'Cause now you're gonna have to deal with me. However, just as he was about to return to punching Gajeel into a bloody smear, he heard a feminine voice cry out. That's enough. Just before his thunderous fist made impact, his hand was stopped mid-strike. Growling with anger, Laxus turned to the right to see the person who had stopped his punch was none other than Bambietta Basterbine, the Quincy having to use blood artery in order to stop him. The hell is your deal? Laxus shouted at her. You've made your point. It's time to stop, Bambietta said as she narrowed her eyes at Laxus. You've already gone too far as it is. Laxus couldn't help but chuckle. Too far, too far? Coming from you? Last I heard, you almost killed the guy. That was during a war. Bambietta shouted at Laxus as she tightened her grip. Look, I don't exactly like the guy either. Trust me on that. Frankly, if it were up to me, I'd rather never see him for the rest of my life, but enough is enough. Now I won't ask you again, Laxus. Stand down. However, despite the determined look she was giving Laxus, Bambietta couldn't help but feel a slight chill go down her spine. For as much strength she had acquired over the last few months, Bambietta knew deep down that, without her divine powers, she was no match for Laxus. Yes, the gap between the two had closed considerably, but not nearly enough. She could only hope Laxus would be the bigger man and not escalate things. He was Master Makarov's grandson after all. Unfortunately, that idea went completely right out the window as Laxus channeled his body with electricity and shocked the Quincy, causing her to scream in agony before he kicked her into a nearby tavern, Bambietta crashing through the wall and tumbling right onto the floor of the local pub before she got up to her feet. Fuck, that smarts. I knew his lightning would be stronger than Candy's but not by that much. Still, determined to not let Laxus just push her around, she slowly emerged from the hole, ignoring all the patrons of the beer parlor before she prepared her sword. Oi, jackass. You're gonna pay for that. Bambietta shouted as she pointed her thumb right behind her. Literally. Because I'm pretty sure the bar owner isn't gonna want to pay for that out of his own pocket, and I sure as hell ain't paying for it. She used Hiran Kyaku to get closer to Laxus, but just before she got to the park, she found herself blasted down by yet another lightning bolt, smashing her into the ground. Grah! She yelped out. Oh, I'm gonna fucking hate this, aren't I? Bambietta thought as Laxus approached. Groaning in pain as she got up, she couldn't help but berate herself. What the fuck am I even doing? I hate that iron-skinned bastard. She couldn't believe that she let that one moment of comparison between them make her go out of her way to do this. However, as her eyes went down to the park and saw just how hurt he was, she continued to rise to her feet. Yeah, it's official, I'm a fucking idiot. Fine, go ahead and get in my way, see what I care. Laxus shouted at Bambietta as he struck her with yet another lightning bolt, forcing her face to meet the pavement once more. I've been wanting to take you down a peg or two for a while anyways. You can try it. Bambietta said as she prepared Bloodvein, this time preparing for the next blow. Yet another lightning bolt struck her, and while the pain and damage was lessened, she still fell to her knees. She was just about to get back up when Laxus slammed his foot atop of her head into the ground, indenting it into the pavement. All that tough talk and you're already down from just a few attacks. The fact the old man thinks you're good enough to take the S-class promotion trial just proves how far this guild has fallen. Laxus insulted Bambietta as he slammed her face onto the ground one final time before he began to charge another bolt of lightning. Looks like I'm gonna have to teach you some manners, you stupid bye. Stop it. Laxus turned around then, his eyes glaring down at none other than the petite Levy McGarden as she looked at him from the park. Gajeel was just letting you beat down on him so we'd all move on from all of this, and now you're hurting Bambi. You've already done plenty, Laxus. There's no need to keep going, so please just dash. I'm not taking orders from you. Laxus shouted at Levy as he fired off another lightning bolt from his hand, this time directing the blast at Levy. Levy's eyes slowly widened as the blast made its way towards her, the blue-haired mage knowing full well that there was nothing she could do to stop the oncoming spell. She closed her eyes, bracing herself for the coming pain. But it was not to be, for as soon as she opened up her eyes, Levi saw none other than Gajeel Red Fox standing before her, his right arm having turned into iron to take the blast, though the rest of his body looked even worse than before. "Gee Gajeel," Levi sputtered from shock, her hand covering her mouth. "You, through with me now?" "'Cause I got things to do," Gajeel weakly asked as his body wobbled through the pain. "What?" Bambietta wasn't sure if she was seeing things right. It was kind of hard to tell through the pain. Did he really just save her? This doesn't make any sense, he's the one who hurt her, and yet. Laxus's eyes narrowed. "As a matter of fact, I'm not." He stalked forward to strike Gajeel yet again, cocking his right arm back to prepare another lightning attack. "I'm not gonna stop till I can fit what's left of you in a toolbox." But just before he could do anything, he felt a vice-like grip on his wrist before turning around to see none other than Ulquiorra Sifur. "Who the hell are you?" Laxus demanded. He vaguely knew about the guild having received another new member before Gajeel, but this was the first time he had ever seen him face to face. "What, is the circus in town or something?" "I must request that you cease any further assault on my guild mates," Ulquiorra demanded as he stared at Laxus. "Especially on Miss McGarden." An amused smirk creased Laxus's face as he got a better look at the pale man and retorted with a mocking tone. "Why, is she your girlfriend or something? Surely you can do better than that plank of wood." "No," Ulquiorra replied bluntly. "But she is somebody I respect and to whom I owe a debt of gratitude. It's thanks to her that I've found a new purpose in my life. It would be dishonorable of me not to protect her if it's within my power. So, unless you stop this foolishness, I'll stop you myself." Electricity danced around Laxus, his smug visage devolving into one of barely restrained agitation. "Oh, a tough guy, are we? I'd like to see you try." Ulquiorra's posture remained placid despite the implications behind his words, though Bambietta and Levi noticed a hint of warning behind his otherwise usual tone of voice as he responded once more. "This is your last chance. Stand down." Laxus growled and ripped his arm out of Ulquiorra's grasp. "You damn newbie, don't tell me what to do," he shouted angrily, all the sparks surrounding him becoming bigger and more sporadic. With his right arm thrown forward, he released a surge of lightning at Ulquiorra. Ulquiorra disappeared with the familiar boom of sonido before emerging at Laxus' left side, attempting to chop Laxus directly at his face with his left hand. Laxus saw the attack coming from out of the corner of his eye but did nothing to react. He merely smirked once more as, right before Ulquiorra made contact, lightning erupted from Laxus's body and arced around Ulquiorra's hand. However, much to Laxus' surprise, rather than the cry of pain he was expecting, Ulquiorra retracted his hand in time before any significant damage could be done, the pale man not even giving the barest of reactions to the lightning's effect on him. Not a twinge of discomfort or even the smallest flinch. It was almost unnerving. Laxus tried to take the opportunity to strike back, but Ulquiorra suddenly appeared to his right side and made another attempt to attack him with another chopping motion, this time going for his throat. However, just like before, Laxus released lightning around his body, forcing Ulquiorra to retreat. This time, the Aaron-Carr tried attacking right in his blind spot, directly behind his neck, but the attempt was met with similar failure. He reappeared with another hum of sonido and stood across from Laxus again as they locked eyes, the Aaron-Carr pondering his next move. "I see. He doesn't just produce lightning out of his body. He can freely manipulate it, even from his blind spots. Total control over his elemental manifestation. It's no wonder he's an S-class wizard like Urza or Mistogan. Not bad, newbie." "Not bad at all," Laxus praised, mildly impressed, though he remained at the ready, lightning still protecting his body. "Actually, let me ask you something. You seem different from the others, not a softa like the rest. So why aren't you showing the same frustrations towards that ex-Phantom Lord guy? You talked about honor for protecting one of your guild mates, but what about the honor of the guild itself? I already said he's been ruining the guild's reputation ever since he destroyed the guild hall. Doesn't protecting him and standing up for him break whatever honor code you're babbling on about?" At first, Ulquiorra was silent, glancing at Gajeel for a brief moment before he finally answered. "Despite his actions, I have nothing personal against Gajeel Red Fox. It was in the past, before I ever joined. Even if I did have reservations, Master Makarov has chosen to make him a member of Fairy Tale. Therefore, any thoughts or opinions about it would be irrelevant. It's the Master's choice, and I accept it. He removed his right hand from his pocket and held it before himself, his hand hanging down as if all muscle had gone slack from his wrist up. Furthermore, what you're currently doing isn't any more acceptable. Even if Sarasuk and Droy attacked Gajeel first, their actions were nowhere near as extreme or malicious as what you were doing. Right now, you're acting no different than a rabid dog. Jet inwardly groaned. Why did Levy have to tell that guy my real name? Laxus frowned at Ulquiorra's choice of words. How dare this loser talk down to him? Who do you think you are, ya half-helmet wearing freak? What gives you the right to judge me? I oughta. Don. Laxus lurched forward from a sudden and unexpected impact to his stomach, the tall blonde almost toppling over before recomposing himself. He looked down, quickly taking note of the small hole now present in his shirt. While he couldn't see any serious injury from the blow, merely a slight scratch, it didn't change the fact that it still hurt. Glaring back at the pale man, Laxus took note of the distinct green electrical sparks coming around his hand. The hell was that? I didn't even see a magic circle emerge. What kind of magic does he even use? Before he could ponder further, Laxus felt another sudden burst of concussive force, but this time, he was able to slightly perceive the attack that had fired from Ulquiorra's hand. It was a small projectile, about the size of his fist, that had been the cause of his recent discomfort. Snarling, Laxus charged forward with a crack of thunder, the Arrancar continuing his assault with this strange, new technique. Bambietta couldn't help but smirk as she watched on. Heh, gotta hand it to ya, using a bala while his guard was down like that was pretty smart. However, her smile soon turned into a frown as Laxus closed the gap. But it looks like he's starting to figure out how it works. Be careful Ulquiorra, this isn't going to be easy. Having rushed through the barrage of balas, Laxus had managed to significantly close the distance between himself and this newcomer to the guild. He reared back his right hand, preparing to land a powerful jab to Ulquiorra's face, only for him to hear a distinctly staticky boom before the Arrancar vanished from his very eyes. What? Where the hell did he go? Laxus demanded, before his eyes finally went skywards, the pale man somehow standing on the very air itself, well above any of Magnolia's infrastructure. While initially taken aback by Ulquiorra's speed and strange ability, Laxus's wrath quickly reared its ugly head once more. Hey! Get down here and face me, you coward! Laxus shouted. Ulquiorra, however, did not respond to his taunt in the slightest. He remained where he was, looking down at Laxus impassively. Fine. If you won't come to me, then I'll come straight to you. Almost like a missile, Laxus took off from the ground, lightning propelling him upward. He landed a powerful blow against Ulquiorra's right cheek, the Arrancar going back several feet before Laxus transformed himself into a bolt of electricity and kicked Ulquiorra up further into the sky. Vanishing once more to appear above him, he clasped both of his hands above himself before slamming them down on Ulquiorra's head, knocking him towards the ground. Laxus smirked before he suddenly grunted, looking down at his hands. They were sore? What the hell? That's a first. He couldn't recall a time in recent memory when punching an enemy had actually hurt him. Ulquiorra barely stopped himself from falling to the ground and tried to right himself in the air only for Laxus to appear in front of him once more. The Arrancar just barely managed to dodge out of the way of the first strike with Sonido only for a second fist to slam into his face, his feet skidding across the air from the blow. His speed, it's much greater than expected, Ulquiorra thought right before he barely dodged underneath another lightning-fueled haymaker and prepared to counter with a bala, but Laxus saw Ulquiorra's raised hand and managed to land a powerful kick to his stomach before he could make the attempt. Ulquiorra looked back at the S-class mage, his eyes narrowing. No, it's not just his speed. His power is also beyond my predictions. It's almost as if I were sparring against Haribel without her resurrection. While the third espada was stronger than him without the use of Segunda Etapa, the gap had always been considerably minor. Usually, the result of their sparring matches came down less due to the gap in power and more to her experience with a blade, the woman having more time with one due to her time as a Vastolord having given her one. Thus, knowing there was still a chance at victory, the former Espada took off into the air once more, Laxus quickly following behind. "Not so tough now, are ya?" Laxus yelled as he nearly landed an uppercut on Ulquiorra, the Aaron car once again barely dodging out of the way with Sonito before he unleashed more ballast at Laxus. Lightning streaked the air as Laxus dodged the blasts of Ryotsu, now used to the movements made before he performed the technique, and gradually closed in on Ulquiorra. With a final burst of speed, Laxus appeared directly in front of the Aaron car, grabbed hold of both sides of the pale man's head, and began to course lightning throughout his body. Laxus laughed in triumph. "Ha! All bark and no bite. Now it's time to the hell are you doing?" Looking down, Laxus noticed the Aaron car was pointing his index finger directly at his chest, swirling green energy gathered in the form of an expanding sphere at the tip. While he didn't exactly know what it was, years of experience as a mage made it quite obvious that it was an attack he'd be far better off avoiding. However, just as he was about to let go of Ulquiorra's head to escape, the gathered energy was released in an arcing blast that scraped the sky, forcing Laxus to let go and sending him skyward. The dust eventually faded to reveal Laxus somewhat worse for wear, his arms crossed in front of his face, though they were littered with cuts, bruises and scorch marks, the sleeves on his shirt completely destroyed. Laxus lowered his arms, though his fists remained clenched. Eyes fixed on his opponent, he snarled. "Oi! That one hurt." Laxus promptly whipped off his coat and rocketed towards Ulquiorra, yelling at the top of his lungs as he did so. "That one actually hurt, you prick." Meanwhile, everyone in the park, Jet, and Droy especially, watched on in complete awe at the spectacle. "Whoa! I can't believe Ulquiorra is going toe-to-toe with Laxus," Jet commented, his jaw agape. He knew that Levi had held his power in rather high regard, but it was another matter entirely to see him fighting relatively on par with one of their S-class mages. "Yeah, no kidding," Droy added. "That last attack seemed really strong too. What was that anyway? Some kind of laser magic?" Levi stepped up between them, keeping her eyes on the sky as Ulquiorra and Laxus continued to battle each other, the pair creating shockwaves in the air with each collision. "I remember him using this once before on the day we met. He says it's a zero. It's kinda like a strong wave motion spell. Like the Jupiter cannon." "What, seriously?" her two friends asked in unison, their jaws nearly hitting the floor from shock. "You gotta be kidding me." "Oh, it's no joke," Bambietta piped up as she observed the monstrous battle taking place overhead. "He could easily destroy half of Magnolia if he wanted with something like that. No, the whole town, actually. The fact he's insisting on keeping this fight in the air means he's trying to keep collateral damage down to a minimum." She then smirked. "Looks like someone doesn't want to add more to Fairy Tail's destructive rep." Then again, she could relate, Bambietta having tried similarly to avoid collateral, even if it was mostly to avoid Urza's wrath. Planting herself right in front of her fellow members of Team Shadow Gear, Levi made her feelings heard. "Look, I know you guys think he was kinda weird, but Ulquiorra is honestly a good person who cares about his guildmates and innocent people when it comes down to it." She briefly smiled, fondly recalling moments when Ulquiorra displayed possession of the very same heart he could not understand. Even though he comes off as cold or aloof, he does care. Even if it's in his own special way. "Yeah. I guess you got a point," Droy said, his shoulders slumped. "Guess we owe the guy an apology." "We can get him a drink later," Jet said as he put a hand on Droy's shoulder. "Least we can do, I say. Who the hell is that guy?" Gajeel couldn't help but wonder as he watched on. One moment, he and the woman who handed him his ass were getting trounced by Laxus, the next, this new guy comes out of nowhere and holds his own against the raging asshole. Gajeel's eyes widened as he realized something. "Boy, am I glad we didn't attack Fairy Tail when both of these guys were around. Take this, you son of a bitch." Laxus shouted as he used his lightning to fly behind the Aaron car, Ulquiorra returning just in time to block another of Laxus's blows as he was sent skidding across the sky before then pointing his finger to fire off yet another zero. Zeros and lightning clashed in the sky above, both Ulquiorra and Laxus firing their respective techniques before deciding to gain further distance to continue their clash, the sky filling with thunderous noises to the point it could even be heard well past Magnolia's borders. Hearing the commotion, Makarov promptly walked out the front entrance of the guild hall. The old man soon frowned with irritation at the sight of lightning arcing across the sky, knowing full well who was responsible. "What on earth are you up to now, Laxus?" "All right, I'll admit it, you're strong. I'll give you that," Laxus allowed. "But I'm stronger. I'm the very best in fairy tale. You hear me?" Laxus said with growing anger as he blasted Ulquiorra once more. "I don't care how fast you are, how durable you are, or how powerful whatever the hell kind of magic you're using is. I'm better than you, better than Urza, Mistoggan, and even the old man. I'm the best wizard in all of Fiori, and you're gonna learn that the hard way, right now." Ulquiorra said nothing in response, not simply out of apathy, but also from relative exhaustion, body now covered in scorch marks and sweat thanks to the lightning mage having given him more of a challenge than expected. "This is getting out of hand. I'll need to take things to the next level if I wish to finish things quickly," Ulquiorra pondered. "However, at the rate this is going, he'll be a danger not just to the guild, but all of Magnolia." But more than that, the more he was continuing his battle with Laxus, the more and more he was starting to remind him of Grimjo. Yes, he had made a similar comparison to Natsu, but that had been a premature conclusion. Natsu's desire for battle came from nothing more than an immature desire for fun and to improve himself. It was, in hindsight, rather harmless. But Laxus? It seemed that his every action revolved around one single thing, his pride. And it was that very pride that was enabling him to take things to such extremes and bring harm to not just his guildmates but potentially the entire town. "We'll see how you like this." The sky began to boom with thunder as it darkened around Laxus, swirling storm clouds forming above him before a massive bolt of lightning came down. At the same time, a stream of electricity erupted from his raised left arm, the two channels of electric power meeting and combining to form a steadily growing ball of energy in the middle. Resounding through the air, the roar of thunder, plunged from the heavens and reaped destruction. Swinging his raised arm forward, Laxus cast his spell with nothing but white visible in his eyes. Raging Bolt. The gathered electricity barreled down on Ulquiorra, but he stood his ground and held out his left hand in an attempt to stop the technique. For the first second, it seemed to have worked, the sturdy Arankar managing to stop the energy with his bare hand, but literally only a second later, the energy forced him downwards before he held out his other hand to try to hold the force of energy back. Despite his best efforts, it was simply too much. Within mere moments, the lightning completely consumed him and he was sent spiraling out of control. Jet, Troy, Levy, and even Bambietta were left utterly stupefied as Ulquiorra crashed into the ground, leaving a massive crater in the once pristine park. All present were forced to turn away as the ball of energy expanded in a violent show of light and electricity. Her hands covering her mouth, Levy couldn't help but cry out with concern. "No. Ulquiorra." Finally, after a few more seconds passed, enough dust had cleared that the result could be seen. Smoke rose up from the large hole in the field of the park, the onlookers approaching with concern for their fellow guildmate as Laxus laughed in maniacal victory. "That's right. That's what you get, you pathetic excuse of a fairy tale mage. Next time, learn your place among the pecking." His boisterous laughter was brought to an abrupt halt when he noticed a silhouette rise from the crater. "Order? Impressive. Even using both my hands, I couldn't stop it completely. That's only ever happened once before." Ulquiorra's voice came from the silhouette in the crater as it showed him with tattered clothing and ruffled hair, the 4 on his chest exposed. He was more damaged than before, even more scorch marks now covering various parts of his exposed skin along with some cuts, but he thankfully hadn't taken any serious injuries. The 4 fairy tale members seemed relieved, Jet and Droy respectfully cheering him on. "All right, Ulquiorra." Jetei cheered on. "Man, he's tough." Droy added before they two looked at each other and raised their fists into the air in unison and cheered him on. "Go get him, buddy." "How?" Laxus muttered before he scowled. "Okay. I guess you're stronger than I thought. But that doesn't mean you're stronger than me. Let's take things up a notch." "What an ironic choice of words," Ulquiorra stated as he drew out his Zanpakuto, and without any hesitation, cut his own palm, causing all of Team Shadow Gear to wince from the sheer brutality the Arrancar had brought to his own hand. However, before any could ask why he would do such a thing, a Zero was already forming in the palm of his hand. This one seemed much different than the ones used prior, however, the green energy now much darker in appearance as the attack built up. But even more noticeable than that was how the Zero began to twist in his palm, and how the space around his hand began to warp as well. Because I'll be taking things a step further as well. Gran Ray Zero. The attack fired out in a massive torrent of green energy before it compressed itself into a sphere and spun like a razor. Even from this distance, the sheer speed and power Laxus could sense from it made him flinch instinctively before he gathered up electricity to fire another bolt of electricity just as powerful as the one he had used before. As the storm above him raged, he let loose his attack with an intense shout, the immensely powerful lightning blast connecting with the Zero. Raging Bolt. Laxus smirked, confident that he would easily overpower Ulquiorra's latest technique until he quickly noticed that the massive bolt of lightning was doing little to slow it down until his own attack dispersed completely from the clash while Ulquiorra's raged onwards. Panicking, more lightning bolts were fired down in an attempt to stop it, but each and every one was swallowed up by the massive Zero. What? What kind of spell is this? At the very last second, Laxus managed to transform his body into lightning to hastily escape the attack, the immensely powerful Zero missing him by only mere inches as it passed him, shooting up high into the sky and exploding with enough force to disperse the storm brewing in the air and shaking the entire town as a result. Laxus felt himself shudder as his body returned to normal, breaking into a nervous sweat. That attack. That had to be at least as strong as the Jupiter cannon. No, stronger. Laxus said in a mixture of anger and awe. Who the hell is this guy? With Laxus's guard now dropped, Ulquiorra was able to properly sneak up behind him with Sonido, his blade drawn back. Were it not for the static boom the move emitted, the Arrancar would have probably landed a serious blow. However, thanks to the sound cue of the high-speed movement technique, Laxus was able to reel his head back just in time to dodge the Arrancar's blade, though the right spike coming out the side of his headphones had its tip sliced off. Ulquiorra continued using his Zanpakuto, thrusting at maximum speed, forcing Laxus to keep his distance. Eventually, the blade scraped his left shoulder, drawing a small dribble of blood which caused Laxus to hiss in pain before he punched the Arrancar hard across the face and dodged out of the way of his sword, only to vanish behind Ulquiorra and kick him hard in the back, sending the Arrancar flying through the air before he stopped himself. Droy couldn't help but whistle in amazement as the pair continued to battle in the sky. Man, look at them go. If they were on the ground right now, the whole park might be destroyed. Yeah, Jet said, feeling the same as his teammate. I guess that's why Ulquiorra flew up earlier. As the battle raged on, Levi couldn't help but recall the battle Ulquiorra had during the Tower of Heaven and the power he had displayed with his Resurrection. While that was no doubt still an option, she shuddered at the mere thought of it being used here. I really hope they don't feel the need to go all out. I don't think the town could handle it, she said quietly as she clutched her hands right in front of her chest. You're more right than you know, Bambietta spoke with her own mild concern. Everyone with the rank of Espada could destroy Las Noches with a Gran Ray Zero, if they tried. Just for reference, that's a fortress that's way bigger than Magnolia is. If he fires another one at the ground, well, let's just say a hell of a lot more than just Magnolia is going to be fucked up. What? All of Team Shadow Gear exclaimed, Levi in particular falling to her knees as she looked up once more, her eyes slowly welling up with tears. That means if this doesn't stop soon. Ulquiorra appeared right above Laxus with Sonido, his blade swinging down with full force. Knowing full well the kind of damage a blow like that could do, Laxus crossed his arms in front of himself, lightning encasing his entire body as a form of protective coating. Fortunately for him, the metal of Ulquiorra's weapon was kept at bay with the force of Laxus's generated magic, the resulting shockwave knocking the both of them back. Fist and blade clashed, emitting a shockwave that shook all of Magnolia and caused the wind to blow like a storm. Neither combatant let up, Laxus's elbow striking Ulquiorra right in the face before the Arrancar delivered a powerful kick to his left side. Laxus let out a sharp cry before grasping onto both of Ulquiorra's arms, hands sparking. Sensing a potential for escalation, Ulquiorra flew upwards along with his foe before he gave Laxus a powerful headbutt. Growling, Laxus quickly countered with a powerful punch that knocked Ulquiorra's head back, but the espada grabbed the next punch with his spare hand, the Arrancar quickly firing off a Ciro in his left hand to counter a lightning blast that Laxus was charging in his own. Ulquiorra swung his blade at Laxus's neck, but he dodged below the blow and delivered a powerful uppercut to the pale Arrancar, but Ulquiorra responded in kind by attempting to slice Laxus with his Zanpakuto, the mage quickly vanishing from sight and trying to deliver a powerful lightning-infused fist to Ulquiorra's back, but the espada managed to turn around just in the nick of time to block with his blade. Laxus let out a powerful yell, and grabbed onto the horn on Ulquiorra's helmet with his right hand before he began to rapidly punch at his stomach with his left before the Arrancar kicked Laxus on the chin. The lightning mage attempted to blast him with yet another bolt, but not before the former espada swung his Zanpakuto against Laxus's chest, the S-class mage moving back from the strike as blood began to slowly drip from his chest. Laxus moved his right hand over the cut and inspected own blood in his fingertips before clenching his fist and destroying it with electricity. Okay, that does it. As Laxus began to generate more lightning than ever before, the espada narrowed his eyes, sensing the mage steadily increase his strength. Alright, I think it's time I finally take things up a notch. Let's see how you handle me when I start getting really serious. Bambietta couldn't help but gasp, fear etched across her face as she felt Laxus's power increase to new heights. What the fuck? Right now he's almost as strong as that asshole Jose. Was Laxus even fighting at full strength yet? If not, then she shuddered to think about how strong the S-class mage was now. If he's still not going all out, then he might actually be as strong as Jalal was. Ulquiorra's eyes widened considerably as he sensed Laxus's power skyrocket and promptly placed his Zanpakuto in front of him, his body surrounded by a dark green Ryotsu. This one is far stronger than I gave him credit for. As I am now, I wouldn't stand a chance against him. It seems that I have no choice but to further escalate. Fortunately, he was more than high enough in the sky for what he had planned next. Imprison, Mercy Ladash. Enough. Laxus and Ulquiorra turned to the side, seeing none other than Master Makarov, and he was gigantic, easily towering above the rest of the buildings in Magnolia. Bambietta couldn't believe her eyes. This was a much greater size than the day Lucy had first joined Fairy Tail. His voice echoed out then, just as intimidating as his massive size. Ulquiorra. Laxus. The both of you will cease this conflict this instant. Of course. My apologies, Master Makarov. I was merely trying to stop Laxus from going any further with harming his guildmates, Ulquiorra explained as he sheathed his Zanpakuto and descended to the park below. Is that right? Makarov replied before turning his full attention to Laxus. Laxus, you should have known better than to take things this far. He looked down at the park where the others were, Gajil's current condition causing him to clench his fists with rage before he turned his attention to Laxus again. Makarov spoke with barely contained anger. Whatever has happened here ends now. Stop fighting, and leave your guildmates be. Oh, come on, old man. Laxus yelled irritably. That guy was part of Phantom Lord. They trashed our guild and made a mockery of it. It was one thing when you had those two people from the Element 4 join, but that's the guy who wrecked the guild hall. That's crazy. I am your guild master. That means you're to accept whatever decision I make for our guild, regardless of how you feel. Now, I won't say it again, cease this conflict this instant. The lightning mage clenched his fists but hung his head. The electricity arcing wildly around his body slowly dissipated as he touched the ground and scoffed, walking away from the park. You got lucky this time, punk. Next time we fight, I won't need to hold back. As Makarov shrunk down, Ulquiorra bowed his head and fell to one knee. My apologies for escalating the situation, Master, but I felt that if I hadn't intervened, then... Makarov simply raised up his right hand, his demeanor changing back to the jovial old man the guild knew and loved. You needn't worry about any punishment. I know that you were only doing what you did to protect your friends. You did the right thing. Surprised at the master's lack of anger but not willing to push the matter any further, Ulquiorra swiftly rose to his feet, gave the master a quick bow, and made his way over to Team Shadow Gear, the group clamoring around him with excitement. "Dude, that was awesome!" Jet exclaimed. "You can be part of our team anytime." "Yeah, a friend of Levy's is a friend of ours." Droy couldn't help but add in with a smile. Levy smiled as Ulquiorra simply nodded his head in agreement. "I'm glad to see they're all now finally getting along. Besides, now we can take on the even harder missions with him on our team." "Boy, am I glad he's on our side," Bambietta commented as she watched Team Shadow Gear. She was about to speak to Makarov, but she quickly noticed her guild master making his own way back to the guild, no doubt to get Wendy to help Gajeel recover. Thank goodness he showed up when he did. I know Ulquiorra is one tough son of a bitch without his resurrection, but with how things were going, she couldn't help but shudder at the thought. But while Bambietta was very grateful for Ulquiorra's and Master's interventions, it once again brought up a fear of hers once more. She grit her teeth as she glared at Laxus's retreating form, her hands shaking. "But that doesn't change the fact that Laxus handed me my ass. I was right, without my original full power, or those god powers, I'm just..." She quickly shook her head to disperse those thoughts. No. None of that. I gotta remember Laxus is one of the guild's top dogs, and one of the best in Fiori. Whether or not he is as strong as Jalal, he's still stronger than anyone else I've fought in Earthland, even that pink-haired geisha bitch. I just gotta keep training, that's all." She looked over at Levy and smiled. What mattered most was that she was safe. Levy had stuck out her neck for both her and Gajeel and thankfully didn't have to suffer for it. "You really are one hell of a woman, Levy, with a heart of gold to match," Bambietta thought. She turned her head to see how Gajeel was doing, wanting to speak to him about what happened, but to her surprise she found him slowly limping away from the park. "Oh, for fuck's sake," she muttered. Gajeel took one weak step forward, then another as he used his right arm to press against a nearby wall as he made his way out of Magnolia. "This was a mistake, I should have known they'd never accept me after all that," the Iron Dragon Slayer thought. "That old man had no idea what he was asking when he brought me in. After this next job, I'll just let him know that I'm gonna have to go somewhere else before." Hey! Gajeel! Gajeel felt a chill go down his spine as he heard Bambietta's voice call out to him. "Oh great, not her," he lamented. Out of everyone in the guild, she was the one person he'd rather not deal with. Other than Laxus, she had been the one sole person to not only defeat him so utterly, but also the only person to nearly kill him. He'd never admit it to anyone, but the truth was that she terrified him. He only acted tough during the guild brawl to save face, nothing more. Honestly, he'd sooner fight Urza than her. With Urza, he at least knew the red-haired mage wouldn't murder him. Hell, maybe even Laxus would have been preferable. Still, refusing to show any fear of her outright, he turned around and glared at her, but try as he might, he looked more exhausted than anything else after the beating he received. "What do you want?" he asked tiredly. He really, truly hoped it wasn't a fight. Not after all that. "If you want to give me more crap about me being in the guild, don't bother. I'm going to leave as soon as I'm sorry." Gajeel blinked in surprise as he heard her speak. That couldn't have been any further than what he had expected from her. He shook his head before he looked at her. "Okay, you'll have to repeat that. I think I'm hearing things after the ass-kicking that jerk gave me." "I said I'm sorry, all right." Bambietta yelled at him before she clenched her right arm and looked away. "Why for earlier." The Iron Dragon Slayer couldn't believe the words coming out of the brunette's mouth. "You're screwing with me?" Gajeel responded, eyebrows raised. "You hate my guts, I know you do, and now I'm supposed to buy your apology for that beating you gave me back at my old guild." Bambietta let out a short yet loud guffaw at his words. "Pfft, ha 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 ha. AHH. No. I ain't apologizing for that," she said as she wagged her pointer finger with each "no." "Far as I'm concerned, you had every bit of that beating coming for what you did, and I'll stand by that. I'm not apologizing for the guild brawl either. No, I'm apologizing for what happened when I first saw you in the guild." Gajeel's confusion didn't lessen from the slightest. If anything, it only grew. You're kidding, right? What changed your mind? Isn't it obvious? Bambietta answered before she looked away sheepishly. You took a hit for Levy. You didn't have to do that. Gajeel snorted at her answer. Oh, that was just me paying back a debt I owed her for saving my life when Hansa tried to kill me, so now we're even. He then turned his back to Bambietta. That's all it was, so don't go thinking about it too much. But before he could take his leave, Bambietta reached out and grabbed his left shoulder before turning him around. Yeah, no. I'm going to call bullshit on that. If that's all you did, then I might have bought that, but that doesn't explain why you let Jet and Droy hurt you as much as you let them. I know how strong you are, you could have handled that easily. What's your damn point? Gajeel asked before he shoved her away. I just didn't feel like beating up a bunch of weaklings is all. You don't know what the hell you're even talking about. I know exactly what I'm talking about. Bambietta yelled at him as he began to walk away. You can try to hide it all you want, but I know the truth. You might be trying to act all badass and shit, but I know, deep down, you feel like shit for what you did. He took a weak step forward, then another before Bambietta spoke quietly, but not quietly enough for his keen ears not to pick up what she said next. You haven't been able to stop thinking about what you did, haven't you? Gajeel slowly turned around, his eyes wide with shock. How on earth did you? Because I've gone through something similar, Bambietta said as she walked over to him once more. Your sins of the past coming back to haunt your dreams. The faces of those you hurt forever etched into your memories? The pain of knowing that, no matter what you do, you can never undo it? Yeah, I've been there, and believe it or not, it's from worse things than even you did. Much, much worse things, she thought glumly. Bambietta let her words hang in the air and stared at the Dragon Slayer, giving him this one chance to open up. After a minute of silence, she had expected she would need to speak up again, only for Gajeel to beat her to the punch. I didn't think about it much. Not for the first week or so anyways, he admitted as he looked away. But after that, she just kept on appearing in my head, yeah no? The bruises, the blood, her cries. I couldn't stop thinking about it no matter how much I try, and it's driving me nuts. Bambietta raised an eyebrow, surprised at the level of emotion on display. Not that I'm complaining or anything, but, why? Doesn't seem like something you'd let bother you. He punched the nearby wall, leaving a fist-sized hole in it before he looked at Bambietta, scowling. Because despite all of that, she still saved my life when Hansa tried to kill me. Me, the asshole who beat the shit out of her and her friends in the first place. How could I not feel like shit after that? He punched the wall again and again, filling it with even more holes as he continued to rant. Why did she do it, huh? Why save me? She could have died. Hell, she would have if you didn't show up. Was it also I'd feel like this later, huh? Is that it? No, that's not Levy at all, Bambietta said as she made her way over towards Gajeel. She helped you because that's just the kind of person she is. She then placed a hand on his left shoulder. The fact that you're feeling like this at all proves to me that you're not the monster that I thought you were. At least, not anymore. You've changed. Just like I have. Gajeel looked over at her. So what, are you trying to say we should be friends now or something? Should we hold hands and start singing Kumbaya while we're at it? I think I just threw up in my mouth a little. Bambietta shook her head. Hardly. Despite it all, I'm still not over what you did to Levy. Not yet. But I'm willing to at least tolerate you being in the guild now. She then looked over in the direction of the guild hall to see Lucy and Wendy running towards them before turning back to face Gajeel. Whether I like you or not, the fact remains that the guild could really use someone like you. You're strong. Maybe not as strong as me, but more than strong enough. Her mind flashed briefly through her experiences from the Battle of Clover, to the war with Phantom Lord, to the near losses of Urza and Lil Tato at the Tower of Heaven before she spoke. Right now, we need as many strong new members as we can get. I've come too close to losing the people that I care about far more than I'd like. I may not like you, but if having you in the guild means they'll be safer, then I'm ready to put my own personal grudge aside. She then extended her right hand to Gajeel. Truce. Gajeel looked down at her hand for several seconds, then looked her dead in the eyes. Truce. He firmly grasped her hand and shook it, giving her a smirk and a light chuckle. Gee. Bambietta smirked back at him. Glad we got that all worked out. Now, let's get you over to Wendy so she can fix you right up. I don't think you want to go on your next job all beaten up like that. What's that squirt gonna do? Gajeel asked her as they slowly made their way over. Bambietta settled into a proud smile. Well, I know healing is considered a lost magic these days, but Wendy over there is a dragon slayer like you. The Sky Dragon Slayer, to be exact. Gajeel stumbled before he looked at Bambietta, exasperated at the revelation. That kid's a dragon slayer, he exclaimed. He figured he, Salamander, and Rayos were the only ones left. Yeah, and pretty strong too if I do say so myself. She's probably been wanting to speak to you anyways. I'll introduce you, Bambietta told him before her eyes narrowed and she frowned. But if you make her cry, then I will beat you into a bloody pulp. Understand? Gajeel snorted. What kind of an asshole do you take me for? I ain't got no reason to make some kid cry. Bambietta smiled. Well now. Maybe, just maybe, we can be friends someday after all. One thing was for certain, the future was looking bright. Fucking can't believe I got stuck with sweeping the floor. Candace grumbled as she walked outside of the guild hall. I should have been one of the first ones finished, not the last. I mean, to be fair, you were the one who threw an entire table's worth of food on the floor. You kinda had it coming. Jade added, the emerald-haired mage quickly following after her. Besides, we still got the rest of the day ahead of us, right? Yeah, I guess you got a point. Candace said with a sigh. But chores and me don't exactly have the best relationship. Never did them at home, and I certainly didn't like doing them back at my own guild, so why would I the fuck happen to you too? It wasn't hard to figure out what Candace was talking about, Jade quickly taking note of Bambietta and Gajeel laying on their backs on the ground, Wendy Marvel doing what she could to promptly heal their injuries. While there wasn't any excessive bleeding, the two were still covered in all sorts of scorch marks. What, did you just have to give Gajeel a piece of your mind again? I thought you told Master that you'd try to get over it. That was what, 2 hours ago? Bambietta rolled her eyes before she looked back at Candace. Okay, first of all, you're lucky that I swore in front of Wendy earlier or else I'd be giving you an earful. Second of all, no, this wasn't from me and this lug fighting it out. You can thank your favorite boy toy for that. Candace's expression changed then, her smirk quickly turning into a small frown while her eyes looked cold. Not filled with their usual liveliness. Bambietta felt herself shudder then, the Quincy promptly recalling the one other time she had seen Candace give her that look. One that would stay in her memories for the rest of her days. We'd miss you, Bambi. Quickly snapping back into reality, Bambietta narrowed her eyes as she snarled. What's wrong? Don't like the fact that I'm going to talk shit about your favorite bed buddy, is that it? Well, go ahead then, go sleep with him and forget all the shit he just did to me, because I don't need you hanging around if you're about to stand up for that piece of dash. But before Bambietta could continue her rant, Candace walked over to Wendy, and slowly ruffled the young mage's hair before she smiled at her. Thanks for patching her up, Wendy. You're doing a great job. Before either of them could say anything to her in response, Candace promptly walked away, the green Quincy pulling the visor of her hat downwards. Jade quickly rushed after her friend as Bambietta continued to lay there, but as she stared at her friend's retreating form, Bambietta could swear that she saw Candace snarling. Candy, you. Candy, wait up. Jade called out to her, the former thief slowly beginning to fall behind. What are you thinking right now, Candy? I dash. Jade. The dark-skinned beauty found herself stopping in her tracks completely. Never in all the time she had been with Candace had she ever heard her voice like that. Gone was the loud volume, usually filled with either excitement or anger. No, that one single work was devoid of all emotion, and it concerned her. Just go back to Fairy Hills, Candace said as she adjusted her hat. I don't want you to be involved with what I'm about to do. Then, before Jade could ask her Candace what she meant by any of that, she was gone, disappearing out of her line of sight with Hirin Kyaku. As soon as he found himself alone, the S-class mage of Fairy Tail let out a snarl before the sparks surrounding body shot out, destroying every window in the small corner of town he found himself in. Damn it! Laxus yelled as he swung his right fist to the side, destroying a small corner of a building as his lightning-infused fist plowed through it like a sledgehammer. I can't believe I let that freak give me so much trouble. He hadn't used his full power during their exchange, but that did little to quell his inner fury. That was way closer than it had any right to be. I'm the strongest, damn it, you hear, the strongest. He'd make him pay, oh yes. Once he could begin in full, he'd make sure he'd take that punk down a level or two by showing him what he was really capable of. He had pushed his body to the limit several times at Mount Hakube during the last few months to climb to new heights of power, and that pale newbie would be the first to feel the full extent of his wrath. Hey, dirtbag. You forgot something. Laxus rolled his eyes in utter annoyance, the grandson of Makarov almost immediately recognizing the voice. Ugh, I don't have time for this. Laxus thought as he turned around to see none other than Candace Catnip slowly make her way towards him in the alleyway. No doubt she was going to chew him out for what he did at the guild hall before she insisted on laying with him in bed for another fuck. It was far from the first time they'd done this, the pair having gone off to have their own fun whenever he came back to the guild after his rigorous new training. Right now he was having none of it. Look babe, I'm not in the mood for what you have in mind, so how's about we save the fun time for tomorrow dash? Slap. It was nothing more than a slap, but it felt like a clap of thunder with how loud and forceful it was. Laxus' ears weren't just ringing. If Candace had hit him harder, he was sure she'd have dislodged a tooth. Candace had put her back into that slap, riot so flaring from shoulder to the tips of her fingers. Laxus' cheek wasn't just red, it burned like fire. The pain might cause the area to swell as it slowly tried to heal, and it throbbed with every heartbeat. Any harder and Candace might have drawn blood by her riot so searing off the skin. It hurt. A lot. And she had never slapped him or anyone like that before. Laxus had seen women slap peeping toms with less force. How dare you? Candace growled with vitriol as her eyes burned with fury. You have some damn nerve thinking you could just beat the shit out of my best friend and still expect for me to sleep with you. I've always known you were an asshole, but never this much of one. Now you have 5 minutes to unfuck yourself and explain what the ever-loving fuck you were thinking before I decide to finish what Bambietta and Ulquiera started. Laxus snorted in irritation as he resisted the urge to once again roll his eyes. TCH, I don't have to explain anything to you. He spat. Wow, seriously? That's what I get for sleeping with you? Candace asked with exasperation. Listen jackass, you're not nearly as cool as you think you are, and I guarantee you won't find anyone else willing to put up with that shit attitude of yours like I do, so unless you never want any this ever again dash, Candace said before gestured down her whole body with her hands. You'll tell me what the hell your deal is? Laxus let out an irritable sigh before he turned around. Look, just forget about it, alright? I got a lot of shit going on right now and I don't exactly feel like talking about it right now, okay? So just leave me be and we'll call it even, got it? Candace was far from willing to just drop it, however, before she spun him around. Oh no. You're not getting off that easily. Not after what you did. The green-haired Quincy placed both of her hands on her hips then before she continued. Look, I get it. You're not happy about all the shit talk people are throwing at Fairy Tail as of late. I get it, I've been to the pubs, and I've heard it all. And I know how you've felt about letting sub-PAR mages into the guild when we're supposed to be the best of the best, but right now you're just acting like a bully, and instead of actually doing something about your problems, you just beat up whoever gets on your nerves till you get it out of your system. That's not how Fairy Tail is supposed to be. And what would you know about it, huh? Laxus demanded. I've been in Fairy Tail my whole life. The guild's name used to mean something, damn it. Now look at us. You haven't even been here for a year, so I don't want to hear it. It still means something. We fought off Phantom Lord before I even got here. We're topping every chart in the magazines. Granted, sometimes we end up on most collateral damage listings, but no one's perfect. Look, where I grew up, the land was free and people were stupid, but it was still the best place to live on the planet before I got to my first guild. And it had plenty of flaws. So does Fairy Tale. That doesn't make it bad. She then sighed. You're right about one thing, I haven't been here for long, I'll give you that much. Candace admitted. But this is the only place I've ever felt at home. No one here has tried to change me, or force me to conform to some bullshit way of living. This is the first place I've ever been allowed to truly be me. This isn't just some place I come to get drinks and pick up jobs and then some fuck buddies. This is my home, and I'm not going to let you ruin it like some abusive older brother. Laxus scoffed. If they're a bunch of weaklings, then they shouldn't be here in the first place. If they can't handle some tough love, then they should just beat it. Bullshit. Candace screamed at him. I've seen plenty of tough love in the guild before, Lord knows Urza and all those guild brawls have given me plenty of that. But you? You're not doing what you are out of some sense of camaraderie, you're doing it because you're an asshole. She then looked downward, the visor of her hat covering her eyes. And what about me, huh? Where do I fall on your so-called tier list? That depends. Laxus replied. Are you stronger than that friend of yours or not? Because if not, then you're no better than the rest, ow. Before he had finished his sentence, Candace had slammed her forehead onto his, the S-class mage taking a step back before he snarled at her. I'm warning you, Candace, you're making a big mistake. Trust me, the feeling's fucking mutual. Candace muttered before her face softened slightly. But frankly, I'd really rather not go that route. Not this time. So come on, let's go get some drinks and maybe you can tell me what's up. Candace wasn't exactly any happier with him, far from it, but it was beginning to get clear that further antagonizing him was going to get her nowhere. After all that, yeah, not happening. Laxus spat before he turned around and began to make his way out of the alleyway. Far as I'm concerned, you and me? We're done. Even though I'm the only person who sees right through all your shit for who you really are. Laxus stopped in his tracks as Candace continued. I get it, it can't be easy, always being compared to someone else. You've been trying for all these years to stand out on your own 2 feet, but it's never enough to walk out of Makarov's shadow, has it? What the hell would you know about it? Laxus spat. Because back in my own guild, I was always playing second fiddle to Bambi. Candace admitted. She was really strong back in the day. Way stronger than she is now. She was like, our Urza, the strongest female mage in our whole guild. Almost all the guys wanted to be with her. She was what I wanted to be. She sighed. It wasn't that I wasn't strong, or that people didn't want me. Far from it. I had popularity and I damn well knew how to use it, but compared to Bambi, I just didn't compare. No matter what I did, or how strong I got, she was always just one step ahead. And honestly, I was jealous of her. She then looked upwards. But you know something? I didn't let it get to me. At least, not like how you're letting it. If anything, that's what pushed me forward, so I'd one day finally catch up to her. I've never told her, or frankly anyone this, but she always kept pushing me forward. So what exactly are you getting at here? Laxus asked. I'm saying just because you're trying to prove yourself doesn't mean you have to be an asshole. Candace yelled. Because you know what? I got what I wanted eventually when I thought I lost her forever, and let me tell you, all that attention it brought me didn't mean a goddamn thing compared to the friend I lost. You might think that this is what you want, but I guarantee you that the moment you lose all your friends in the guild, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. You think I give a shit about those losers? Laxus retorted. I don't need any of them. I've got the Thunder Legion and they're the only friends I'll ever need. You seriously think that's all you need? A bunch of yes men who'll tell you that you're the best shit on the planet. Candace retorted. Those aren't friends, those are groupies. Yeah, well, maybe that's because they see me for what I really am. Laxus yelled. The strongest mage in all of Fiori. Candace scoffed back at him. Strongest, huh? Yeah, keep telling yourself that. You know, I can't believe I actually saw something in you, because I was certain deep down inside that Makarov raised some kind of gentleman. Well, maybe that's because the stupid old man did a shit job of it. Laxus yelled back. Far as I'm concerned, he never raised me at all. Well, that certainly explains a lot. Candace shouted. Because I know fucking Vulcans who have better manners than you. Excuse you. Laxus exclaimed. Yeah, you heard me. Candace screamed as she leaned forward. Lord knows you're just as loud and obnoxious as one. I guess the only thing you got going for you is that you're just as hung. You know what, fuck you. Laxus yelled. Fuck you. That's right, fuck me, if you're man enough that is. Candace demanded. Candace, knock it off, now. Ah, is the big tough guy too macho to hit a girl, is that it? Candace mocked him. But you and I both damn well know that I dash. A bolt of lightning struck the ground, the attack just mere inches from having struck Candace, stopping the Quincy mid-rant. She glanced over towards Laxus then, her body shaking from the near hit. Laxus. She stammered uncharacteristically. I told you to fucking back off. If you don't, then I'll have no problems showing you just why I'm considered the best in fairy tale. Got it? Laxus snarled out. With Candace's stunned silence, the lighting mage scoffed before he turned around, heading off to work off some steam. Candace couldn't stop her shaking as she wheezed. That attack, that could have done some serious damage to her if it had hit, enough so that Wendy would have needed to heal her up to speed, or else she'd spend the next few months in a full-body cast. She gripped one of her fists as she looked back at Laxus, her eyes watering slightly towards the bottom as sadness began to build up within her. Laxus, what's happening to you? I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'd rather be fighting for my life back at the Tower of Heaven than having to be a part of this. Jade clenched one of her arms as she and Emberella made their way towards a secluded and abandoned barnyard a few miles past the outskirts of Magnolia. It was nearly pitch black out, and if not for Emberella using her flames to light the way, Jade was positive that she'd have tripped on the occasional fallen log they ran into on their trek. This was it. The final meeting between Emberella, her subordinates, and Laxus before the coup they would launch during the Miss Fairy Tale contest. It was taking every fiber of her being to hide her fear and disgust at the mere notion of it all. If not for the loyalty and love she had for Emberella, Jade would have wanted absolutely nothing to do with her mother's schemes. As they entered the dimly lit barn, Jade saw several familiar faces, along with some she didn't recognize. The first two belonged to Emberella's other subordinates, Joshua Codenera and John Sageisha. Like Emberella, they shared her vision in the eradication of the Magic Council, though their reasons couldn't have been more different. Whereas Yuan wanted revenge for the Magic Council for a complete lack of intrigue or funding for his Ultra Mage project, while Joshua was simply an anarchist and zealot believer in Zeref, and Emberella's desire for the fall of the Magic Council was much more personal. Another she recognized was none other than the grandson of Fairy Tale's guild master, Laxus Dreer. From what Emberella had told her, the idea of a coup for the rights to lead Fairy Tale had been a tempting idea for Laxus before their partnership. However, Emberella had gone a step further to place a minor spell of mental control on him unknowingly so he would be more agreeable to ideas he would have normally rejected outright. In theory, it meant she would be the one truly in charge. But while it had allowed them to convince Laxus of the ideas of bringing in dark guilds to increase their number, it was becoming more evident by the day that she could only go so far with the commands, as any attempt to take command of the coup from Laxus had resulted at him snapping at her. Thus, she simply took on the role as advisor to properly guide him down the path she found most advisable to further their own schemes. The last one she knew was a man she has only seen less than a handful of times. Supposedly, he was among Grimuri Heart's most powerful, exceeding the powers of even the Seven Kin of Purgatory. He was a man with black hair done up in a short ponytail, black eyes, and stubble adorning his chin. He also seemed to wear a tight green suit and, bizarrely enough, a white and black cape of some sort tied around his left shoulder. Lastly was a katana that lay at his right hip. His real name was unknown to most, even Emberella, simply going by Scott, no doubt an alias of some sort. Most, however, knew him by his nickname, Slipstream. Then there were the ones Jade hadn't seen before. All of them wore white and had a skeletal-like structure of some sort adorning their face, with the exception of the one who wore pure white spectacles with pink hair and yellow eyes. The largest one who managed to make Elfman look like a twig by comparison, was over 7.5 feet tall, and was quite muscular. He has tan skin, a black scalp aside from his long black ponytail, orange eyebrows, and red markings on his cheek, with a massive skeletal jawbone of sorts fused into his chin. The other one was a lanky individual, though despite his lack of bulk, he was almost as tall as the massive brute. He had shoulder-length black hair and black eyes, and wore a massive white eye patch that covered his left eye. There was something quite unsettling about him, and she felt herself shiver the moment he began to leer at her. Lastly was, well, she couldn't quite tell. The last person there was in some kind of pod. The hows and whys she couldn't begin to guess, but she had a feeling whoever was inside was nothing but bad news. She was suddenly surprised when she could hear Sosuke Aizen chuckling within her mind, but she wasn't going to let that slide without inquiring. Okay, out with it. What's so funny? I'm just finding it amusing that my former subordinates are willing to ally themselves with someone of your mother's caliber. Berrigan must be desperate indeed if he's considering an alliance with the likes of her. Aizen answered. Jade rolled her eyes. I'm going to ignore the fact that you basically insulted my mom and ask how the hell you know that Berrigan guy is even their leader. Last I checked, this is the first time I've seen any of these guys. Let's just say that I couldn't imagine anyone else who could gather up members of the Espada and force them to align with one another once more. With very few exceptions, it was quite clear to me that they despised one another. So you're calling this Berrigan guy desperate despite the fact that you're the one who made an elite fighting force of people who hated each other. The pot sure is calling the kettle black here, isn't it? Jade asked. I'd focus your attention on the meeting at hand, they're about to begin. Rather than bring up the fact that he hadn't bothered to give her a real retort, Jade brought herself to the situation at hand as Joshua's gave them a sickening sneer and slight cackle. Oh, so it looks like your pet finally came back from her vacation. Excellent, now we can finally get things rolling so I can get some proper sacrifices for Lord Zeref. Jade resisted the temptation to flip the man off before Emberella came to her defense. Now, she was only playing the role I gave her to maintain everyone's trust in her, so I'd say she's done an excellent job so far. Now then, I believe it's time we got down to business. Jonathan, are you certain that your devices will prevent word of any of this reaching outside of Magnolia? John scoffed at her question. Of course they will. Once I place down my sentry towers on the outskirts of Magnolia, they'll be more than capable of blocking any attempts to use telepathy magic to make contact, as well as disrupt any communication lacrima within the town. Excellent. Emberella replied before looking over at Laxus. And what about you, my dear Laxus? Is everything going to plan on your end of things? Laxus resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Of course they are. The Thunder God tribe should be here tomorrow morning. I'll fill them in on the specifics once they arrive. Fried should have everything ready with plenty of time to spare. Besides, I've trained more than enough to say I'd be able to trounce Jose if he ever showed his sorry face to me again. We've got this thing in the bag. He then gave Emberella a confident sneer. Not to mention, I've finally mastered fairy law. Emberella's eyes lit up as she heard those words. Excellent. With fairy law in hand, not even the 4 gods of Ishgar will be able to stop us now. Well done, Laxus. Yes, I'm positive now that we have everything that we'll need to achieve victory, especially with the help of our friends from Las Noches. Well, of course. I can assure you that there's nothing to worry about. The pink-haired man spoke. The average members of our guild far outclass that of the typical S-class mage. With the assistance of our Espada, your chances of victory are all but guaranteed. I'll have you know our A-class tends to be on par with most S-class mages, so forgive me if I'm not exactly all that impressed. Laxus scoffed. Besides, I only see 3 of you here anyway. You don't need more than 3 jackass, why I'm positive that I could take on the whole guild by myself. The lanky one said before he pointed his polearm-like weapon at Laxus. How's about you and me go at it right here and now? Killing ya ought to shut your mouth. Ya really think you can? I'd like to see you try. Laxus remarked as lightning began to surround him. However, just as it looked like the two were about to fight, a fireball shot past them. The two turned around to see it coming from none other than Emberella. Enough. This bickering is pointless. The only thing infighting like this brings is hindrance. You can have your fight once this is over. Say Laporo, please control your ally. I have to concur. As much as I'd enjoy the ensuing data a battle between you two would give me, that would also completely take away our element of surprise. So how's about you just calm down and put your weapon down, or do you really wish to incur Lord Berrigan's wrath, Noidera? TCH. You get to live this time, asswipe. Noidera proclaimed before taking his weapon away from Laxus. I think we should just stroll in and wipe them out in one go. The large one said, looking bored out of his mind. None of them could hope to beat me. At your full power, absolutely. However, it takes time for your resurrection to reach that level of power. Or do I need to remind you why you were killed in the first place, Yami? Sayalaporo told him. Yami simply rolled his eyes. Whatever. Those two captains would have been toast if I got to full strength. And what of you, Slipstream? Emberella asked the swordsman. Is Master Hades alright with you leaving his side for a few days? But of course. Slipstream said with a sly grin. Destroying Fairy Tail coincides with his plans. Besides, I've been rather bored just sitting around the airship. My blade and I have been longing for a worthy fight for quite some time, and I believe Miss Scarlet is just what I've been looking for. Laxus almost wanted to rebuke him for thinking the Urza was a worthy foe, but held his tongue. Much as he loathed to admit it, she was among Fairy Tail's most powerful. Up until now he was positive he was handily stronger than her, but after word of her defeating Jelal began to spread, he could no longer deny her strength. If he had remained as he was prior to Phantom Lord, he'd lose, no doubt about it. However, thanks to his rigorous training over the past few months, he was positive he'd emerge victorious over her even now. I'm sure that you'll get your fun. If she was truly strong enough to defeat Jelal, then I'm certain of it. Emberella spoke with certainty. It seems that everything is falling into place. All that's left to do now is wrap up loose ends. Joshua couldn't help but cackle. Ooh, you mean that traitor, Bronze? Oh, I'd love to make him pay for turning his back on us. Jade couldn't help but voice her confusion. Wait, Bronze left us. Bronze wasn't exactly someone she was close to per se, but he was the person among Emberella's associates she spent time with the most. For the most part he was fairly stoic, but he had looked out for her from time to time, like the time she had failed one of her earlier assassinations. Rather than let her take the full brunt of the failure, Bronze had insisted he was the one to blame. In a sense, Age supposed he was like an older brother of sorts to her. Yes. Apparently he's had gone soft and fallen in love with some widow. John spoke irritably. He even looks after her children while she's away, the fool. It's a shame we lost one of our strongest warriors to something so unpredictable, but it hardly matters. Emberella spoke. He gave me his word that he wouldn't dare speak out against us, but I can hardly just take his word for that now, can we? So, I believe it would be wise if we disposed of him and his new family. What? Jade screamed internally. Up until now the only people she and Emberella had killed were corrupt members of the council, gang lords or other dark mages they were hired to take out. This, as far as she was aware, was the very first time they'd take the lives of someone innocent. She was about to speak up, to voice her displeasure, only for a certain voice in her head to speak up. If you say anything about sparing him, it'll only fall in deaf ears. That's not to mention the level of suspension that'll be thrown towards you. It would be best if you simply remain silent. But that's... Jade stuttered within her mind before Emberella spoke once more. Jade, given your abilities, you'll be the one given this task. I'm sure you'll be able to finish this task and come back with time to spare. Just make sure you take the earliest train tomorrow morning to ensure your timely arrival. Emberella told her. What? No. I couldn't possibly do that. That family has nothing to do with any of this. And Bronze is. The desire to yell, scream, cry out to her mother just how wrong this all was almost overwhelming. The pit of guilt in her stomach continued to grow more and more, the emerald-haired assassin feeling like she wanted to hurl, but it was with every single ounce of her willpower that allowed her to answer the way she had. Yes. It shall be done. Emberella. She spoke sternly. Emberella smiled. Excellent. Just be sure that you come back with time to spare. Your illusory powers will be quite helpful for the festival. The longer the Magic Council is left unaware of things the better. She then looked over to the strange pod that Syazzalaparo had brought in. If you mind me asking, what's this contraption for, Mr. Grands? Oh, this? It's just a project of mine. One of our comrades, so to speak, has been missing for a long time. So I've simply created a replica of him. He's just as powerful as the original, and as ruthless. The only thing that's been altered has been his rebelliousness. He'll follow every order to a T. He then stepped back as the pod door slowly opened up, revealing a tall muscular man with spiky blue hair and blue eyes, with small green lines going below them and a jawbone of sorts attached to his right cheekbone. Allow me to introduce you to my Regai prototype of the 6th Espada Grimjo Jaeger Jacques. I couldn't think of a better field test for him, so here we are. I still plan on doing just a little more fine-tuning before activation, however. A copy, you say? How interesting. Emberella smirked. Any chance you could make some of the wizard saints? I'm afraid not. Syazzalaparo answered. I'm still rather new to the process. I was only able to recreate Grimjo thanks to the data I already have on him. However, I'm still a very long ways away from being able to replicate the process with mages. He wouldn't say it, but magic was the main contributing factor. Unlike Zanpakuto of Soul Reapers and Arankar, magic varied much more wildly from person to person. I see. What a shame. Oh well, it impedes nothing. Emberella said with a shrug. To think Keijiro Za's project could be modified enough to create an Arankar. How interesting. Syazzalaparo was more intelligent than I gave him credit for. Aizen pondered. Could we please be less impressed by your former minion and be more concerned about the guild? Jade yelled internally. This is bad. Really, really bad. Well, I believe that's everything that we needed to discuss. Emberella said. Take the next 6 days to properly prepare for the festival. If we do this right, Fairy Tail itself will be ours. And then? The fire mage couldn't help but smirk. The Magic Council will burn to cinders. Chapter 78, Love and Thunder. As the sun began to set on Magnolia, many of Fairy Tail's mages were clearing out after receiving the day's pay or after finishing up their dinner. One of the last few to be heading out was Myra Jane as she waved goodbye to Bambietta and Lucy. Don't break the bed, you two. Myra exclaimed cheerfully. Lucy immediately shrieked back. We are not going to do that. Not tonight anyways, Lucy thought sheepishly. Bambietta whined, shoulders slumping. Why not? Lucy blushed profusely. I have a one-word answer for you, Wendy. Bambietta blinked multiple times. Fair point. Myra Jane laughed. If you need someone to house sit, we could swap places for the evening. Good night, Myra. Lucy exclaimed, walking away. Myra Jane was usually one of the last few people to leave the guild since she helped write up the financial statements, given all guild traffic usually went through her. She wasn't the last one because Laxus usually hung out upstairs until much later and Makarov sometimes fell asleep in his office. And then, there was the non-key holder that usually came in late, staying later than Myra herself. Candace waltzed into the guild hall real quiet-like and sat down at the bar. No words needed to be exchanged. Myra plopped a lemonade on the table. The girls nodded at each other. Candace slumped her face down onto the bar table. Again, no words were needed. Candace instinctively knew that 7 to 10 minutes would pass when she heard the sound of tearing paper. Instinctively, she raised her hand for the tab for the drink, taking the receipt as Myra left the guild hall. Guess I'll have to tell the old man to lock up behind me if he's here, Candace thought. She polished off the glass bottle and then did what she usually did, waltzed into the kitchen and essentially yanked a beer out of the fridge. However, As she waltzed back into the main hall, dark with only the moonlight shining in, someone else was downstairs, Laxus. Candace completely dismissed him and just took her seat, fiddling with the aluminum can a bit as she stared into the open doorway of the kitchen from her seat at the bar. She drummed her fingers a little, clenching the can with her other hand, appearing deep in thought. Laxus ignored her at first, watched her after a bit of time, sitting down at a table, and it was only when she cracked open the can that he finally spoke. "You're not supposed to do that." "Bite me," Candace said, and washed her throat with alcohol, consuming half the can. She sat there with the half-drunk can a bit before saying, "Want one?" Laxus didn't answer her, so Candace improvised, going into the kitchen, grabbing the rest of the six-pack and lobbing one of the cans to Laxus. He caught it. Sighing, he cracked it open and sat down next to her at the bar. "Feeling better after yesterday?" she asked. "You big baby." "Fuck off," Laxus responded. "If you're gonna be that, I'll leave and throw you out." Candace drank the rest of her current can, crunching it and then chucked it into the recycling bin. She didn't respond to Laxus at first, watching him drink a little. She decided to change the subject. "You drink often?" "No, not really. First time I had one was when I turned and I had one for my birthday. I've had a drink or two here or there, but usually only one at big occasions and no more. Last time I can remember having one was maybe at Lysana's funeral to honor her." "Noble. So, when did the attitude start?" Candace said, freeing another can, though not opening it yet. "It didn't start anywhere. I always didn't really much care for fairy tale being perceived as weak. You mentioned our rivalry with Phantom Lord yesterday. Imagine a constant, bitter war for a decade of your life that only got settled recently when the public should have known the answer all along. We were supposed to make fairy tale strong, the best, and what did Myra do when her sis passed? She turned into the cover for a housewife magazine. Sprinkles used to be different." Candace asked, finally cracking open the second can. "Yeah, way different. She and Urza used to butt heads the way Gray and Natsu do now. Scared the living hell out of everyone else. But not you though, right?" Candace asked, grinning. "Hell no. Do I look like I'm scared of a pair of girls throwing a temper tantrum?" Laxus snapped. Candace chuckled. "You would have been if they ever dragged you into it. I'd have kicked both their asses." Laxus shouted. "Pfft, sure Mr. Big Macho Superman," Candace said, sarcastically patting Laxus on the back of the shoulder. "Fuck you. I could take both of them now even if they came at me with full strength." Laxus shouted at her. "Yeah, you keep thinking that," Candace said as she downed more of her second can. "Pwah. That shit hits the spot. Why do you do this anyway?" Laxus asked her. "Do what?" Candace asked. "Break the rules. Drink heavily. Sleep around. All of it. I mean, the only other person I know that drinks like you is Kana, and I'm pretty sure that's more of a vice than anything at this point. So, what's your deal?" Candace polished off the second can and then slumped over the table, lips against her arm. "I am nowhere near drunk enough to talk about that." Laxus slid her another one of the cans from the six-pack. He said nothing, but the intention was clear. "Do you have any idea how hard it is for me to actually be that drunk? I'd have to actually drink one of Kana's kegs to be that open about my feelings." She paused. "Well, usually anyway." Laxus still slid the can in front of her and took one of the other cans, leaving one in the plastic that once held together the six-pack. The two just kind of looked at each other like they wanted to say something while downing the alcohol, but for an entire can's worth of alcohol, neither one said a thing. "You want the last one?" Candace asked. Laxus cracked it open and took a sip. He then leaned backwards against the bar. "When I was 10, all I wanted for my birthday was a lacrima by one of my favorite rock bands to add to my music player. And what did I end up with? 2 board games, a baseball bat and a cake that fell on my head when Macau's wife tripped bringing it out of the kitchen." Candace laughed and spun around. "You think you have shitty birthdays? I can one-up that." "Oh, can you now?" Candace's hand contorted as if her muscle memory needed a minute to remember she didn't smoke anymore. Didn't help that her memory involved the act. Back before I joined my first guild, I used to smoke a lot. Can't remember if it was my 18th or my 19th. Either way, I'd just finished getting myself lit up and one of my ex's friends goes and lights the candles with my back turned to the cake. Well, apparently hairspray is really fucking flammable, and even though there was a good 6 inches between me and the cake, it was more than my cigarette that got lit up. Thank God someone had a water bottle. I didn't think my hair would ever grow back correctly, she said, running her fingers through it. Laxus snorted, trying to picture it. Fuck you. My hair is important. Candace exclaimed. The constant chatter woke Makarov up from having dozed off in his office. He cracked the door open a little, curious about the noise, finding Laxus and Candace just chatting and having a very normal conversation from the sound of it. And so I said, oh yeah. Well then you'd better pay up because I'm about to hit a bullseye. She polished off a can of the second 6-pack she'd snuck out of the fridge. Fucking asshole. So did you win? Do fish swim in the ocean? Candace asked. Fair enough, Laxus responded. Man, I remember this one time I went out with the Thunder Legion for dinner. It was the middle of winter, and Bixlow got himself absolutely hammered. Well, on our way back, the idiot thought a lamppost was a cute girl. His smirk grew wider. With predictable results. Candace almost fell out of her chair laughing with the way she was cackling, holding her body and snorting so hard. Makarov smiled. It was a long time since he'd seen Laxus chatting so casually with someone else. Even with the Thunder Legion, he couldn't recall a time when Laxus was this open with his feelings. I think I'll give them some space, Makarov thought, and shut the door. He smiled. I don't think I've ever seen Laxus talk to someone like an equal like that. She may be crude, but, strangely, Candace might be a good influence on him. As the second 6-pack was nearly spent, Candace said to Laxus, Look, Laxus. I get that you're a bit of an advocate for strength, but if you keep going this way, you're just going to end up alone with a cat. And no, not like Happy. Just one of those mangy alley cats that cough up hairballs and look half drowned. And smell so bad people write songs about them. Do you have a point, or are you just lecturing me? My point is, everyone has demons to battle. It's why Kana drinks, it's why Myra's become, as you called her, a housewife, and it's why Urza is. Urza. It was the fastest way to summarize everything that had happened at the Tower of Heaven, Candace felt. So, Laxus, tell me, what are your demons? If I understand you, maybe I can stop you before you go beating up my friends and we don't have more arguments that don't build sexual tension. Laxus groaned. Is everything a sex joke with you? Not everything, Candace remarked. Maybe 60 to 70%. And 10% of the rest is just pure, unfiltered awesomeness. Laxus rolled his eyes. So, are we going to talk? Isn't that what we've been doing since you started sneaking beer out of the fridge? Laxus asked. No, I mean like really talk. You know, like normal people. Laxus was silent. Talk to me. I've slept with you enough to earn that right, I think. I thought you kept things skin deep, Laxus said, confused. I'm making you an exception. You should feel special, Candace retorted. Well, I don't, Laxus remarked. Tough shit. Talk, Candace said. Do it, or I'll sit on your face until you do. Laxus stared at her unamused. Fine. Fine. Look, I really do want to get to know you. My reasons are my own. She turned her head away from him, blushing a little. I don't hate you, okay? I want you to talk to me. It hurt, yesterday, a lot actually. I don't want you to slip through my fingers. I can't explain it in a way that makes me feel comfortable. So, would you please just fucking talk to me like an adult? Please. Laxus sighed deeply. I just know I'm going to regret this. I want only strong people in Fairy Tale. It was probably just a coincidence, but ever since Lysina died, the guild's gone downhill. Now apparently we're letting kids and rich girls that barely know what they're doing into the guild. You're lucky Bambi's not here to hear that, Candace said. Don't talk to me about her right now. She pisses me off. A lot, actually, Laxus remarked. She constantly runs her mouth about being the best, and what has she even accomplished lately? She can't say she causes the most collateral damage. That's Natsu. One of her friends got recommended to S-class before her. So she can't even say she has that going for her. She spends her time with weaklings and then still tries to act like she's tough shit. At least Natsu just doesn't have the common sense to know better. You're actually concerned about her. You're just hiding it, Candace remarked, blinking. What the no? Hell no. I couldn't care less if she ended up getting her dumb ass killed. Laxus shouted. You say that, but I see right through it. You're frustrated because you care. You hear her talk and she doesn't produce the results you think she can. You want better for her than she seems to want for herself, Candace said. How would you know? Because my parents used to treat me the same way. Candace said louder than she intended. I didn't realize it growing up, but I was a dumb kid. I got myself into a lot of trouble and it cost me a lot. She sighed. But I don't think Bambi's doing anything wrong. Laxus didn't say anything for a bit. Neither did Candace. However, she was the one who eventually broke the silence. Strength is relative, she said. Laxus looked at her confused. What? Think about it, Fairy Tale is a blinding white light of a power vacuum across the country. Sure, maybe some of our weaker members seem weak to a guy like you, but are they weak compared to lesser guilds? Sure, maybe Wendy would get her ass kicked by Urza, me, you, Bambi, Myra, or your grandfather in a straight-up fight, but do you think she'd be so pathetic as to poorly represent us against, say, Dullahan Head? Or Twilight Ogre? But we should be better than that. Laxus retorted. That's, Laxus had to admit, he hadn't really thought about it like that. There's nothing wrong with being a small fish in a pond full of sharks as long as those sharks don't eat you, you get me? Candace asked. And if you don't take the time to nurture the minnows, they don't grow into sharks. Everyone was a weakling at some point, Laxus. Nobody's just born with talent and strength. Laxus scratched his head. Suppose you have a point there. Candace pat him condescendingly on the back. Of course I have a point. I'm much smarter than you. Laxus growled, rolling his eyes. Candace laughed. You know, I never realized you care about this guild, Candace said to him. Possibly even more than you give yourself credit for. The hell are you talking about? Laxus asked her. I mean, if you really didn't care, you wouldn't be so observant of the details, like Natsu and Gray's bickering, or Kana's drinking habits. We're a little bit alike in that aspect. We both care about the people here, we just have a funny way of showing it. Difference is, unlike you, I don't walk around with a pole up my ass to hide it. Shut up, Candace, Laxus grumbled. Make me. She returned. Laxus said and did nothing. Yeah, that's what I thought, tough guy, Candace said and proceeded to crack open another can and swallow it down like it was a soda rather than a can of beer. After putting it down, accompanied by a sigh of feeling refreshed, Laxus asked her, so you never did answer me, why do you act the way you do? Or, rather, the sleeping thing. Candace, I'll be honest, you're smart, you're talented, and you're nowhere close to being a weakling. You could have any guy you wanted. So why do you? Candace sighed and went into the kitchen. Instead of getting a six-pack of beer, Laxus saw her come back with a large bottle of hard ale that she proceeded to chug until it was more than half empty. Now, I'm drunk enough, she stated. She sat backwards on the bar stool. When I was young, I made every anti-authority decision I could. My parents forced me to be this mousy little good girl and I wanted more for myself than that. I saw this movie where this girl basically let her hair down and did what she wanted all to just get a guy. And, well, I realized I wanted to be a girl like that. I wanted to have control. So, I said, fuck everything, and became the girl I am today. Okay, follow you so far, Laxus said. Candace sighed deeper. The last guy I fell in love with. I ended up pushing him off a bridge. Tears appeared in her eyes. It was an accident. I didn't mean to, but he thought I was dead and I wasn't, and the paramedics were there. It was a shitty situation and Candace withdrew into the trauma of the flashback, remembering every drop of rain, the very impact of her palm against Cameron's jacket. I never got to say goodbye. She shut her eyes, tearing up, the alcohol compelling more tears than she intended. Laxus awkwardly reached over and even more awkwardly dropped his hand on Candace's shoulder, rocking his palm back and forth across it, almost as if he was massaging it. When Candace looked at him, he wasn't making eye contact. And, although it was too dark for her to see properly, Candace had a suspicion that he was blushing. Candace responded to this by putting the ale down on the table. She then stood up and drove her tongue into Laxus' face, trying to part it past his lips. He let her. What is it about her, that I just can't seem to shake off? Laxus thought, gripping her shoulders. As the moment passed, Candace said barely above a whisper. So, back to your place, right? Laxus nodded. Yeah. By the time they made it to Laxus' house, the crisp night air had sobered the pair up a bit, enough that Candace had no qualms throwing her naked body onto Laxus' bed on her hands and knees, taunting him to come get her. And Laxus had no intention to refuse the bait. Candace felt fortunate Laxus lived in a different district to Bambietta and Fairy Hills, or she knew she would be getting an earful the next morning. However, it was after the climactic high that the mood shifted, especially for Candace. She curled up to Laxus by his right shoulder, threading the fingers of her right hand with his left. I don't think, with him, it's skin deep anymore, she thought, nuzzling her head against him. Laxus was too tired to give the post-coitus afterglow much thought. It was when he woke up a little after dawn that left him surprised. Normally, both because of her hair and her refusal to get attached to anyone, Candace was never around in the morning. This morning though? She was still here. Warm. And she was making pleased noises as she adjusted her position in her sleep. Laxus could do naught else but reach up his right arm, pinned down by Candace's body, and stroke the Quincy's long green hair. And it was that day that Candace Catnip took her first day off ever from Fairy Tale. The day after Candace's day off, it was business as usual with her swaggering into the guild hall like nothing happened the day prior. "Sup, bitches? Miss me?" she asked, in particular to her usual breakfast table. "Where the hell have you been?" Bambietta asked. "Because the last time you disappeared from Fairy Tale, we had Juvia swaggering into the guild hall in such a fashion that Roxanne should have been playing in the background. I mean, I know you can keep up with Kano with drinking binges sometimes, but I didn't know one could knock you out for a whole day." Candace stretched her arms above her head. "I had the best sex I've had in, I don't even know how long," she said. "With who?" Bambietta asked. "Jenny realized." "Oh no, it was with a guy," Candace said. "Anyway, my pockets are empty and I need cash. So, I'd love to stay and chat, but, yeah, I'm gonna be over by the job board." "Latier!" Candace exclaimed and then arched her back like she was going under a limbo beam before walking for the board. Jade looked more concerned than Candace's lifelong friends. "I don't like that look," Bambietta said. "What's on your mind?" "Well, the last time I saw Candace this animated, it was..." "Yeah. It was never," Jade said. "What's your point?" Bambietta asked. "I traveled with her for more days than I care to count. I spent God knows how many nights in the room next to hers with a pillow over my head to drown out her moaning. I can tell you both right now, that she's used the best sex I've ever had comment before, but she was not like this," Jade explained. "Was she ever like this to your knowledge?" Bambietta and Lil Tato both thought about this with pondering fingers upon their cheeks. "She's in love," Lucy stated. Bambietta burst out laughing. Then she looked at Lucy and started laughing even more, slapping her hand on the table repeatedly. Lucy looked highly annoyed, but that didn't stop Bambietta from carrying on. As she calmed down from her little escapade, she looked at Lucy and said, "You can't be serious." Lucy folded her arms, giving Bambietta a very offended-looking puffy face. "Lucy, darling, listen. I know you consider yourself an expert on love because of all those silly romance novels, Bambietta stated, choosing her words carefully, but they're highly sophisticated reading material. Levy and Lucy exclaimed simultaneously. The shock of this was enough to frazzle a strand of Bambietta's hair. My point, Bambietta said, getting back on track, is that while that makes sense for, well, basically everyone else in this guild hall, there is no way, not in 1,000 years, that Bambietta shut herself up when Laxus strolled into the guild hall. Always on guard, she immediately steeled her gaze and followed his movements, as though trying to give him the middle finger with her mind. Following his movements, she watched Laxus go over to Candace and stop at the job board. Your hair looks nice, he told her. Bambietta watched one of her best friends blush heavily. What? Bambietta thought. Oh, you noticed. Candace said, twirling the end of one lock with only her index finger. You, never said anything before. Laxus shoved his hands in his pockets. It just looks especially nice today. What are you? The Stella Inquisition. He then marched upstairs. Oh. My. God. Bambietta could not believe what she was hearing nor seeing. She marched right up to Candace and grabbed her shoulder. You. Me. Outside. Right now, she said in a very low pitch. Huh. Candace was not given the chance to give consent as Bambietta dragged her outside by her shoulder, almost crushing it. She then pushed her out towards the lake. What the fuck, Candace? Bambietta asked, swinging her arms down in exasperation. Okay, a lot has happened in the past few days for me, so whatever this is about, you're going to have to be more specific, Candace said without a hint of sass. Unusual for her, though Bambietta failed to notice at that moment. You know damn well what this is about. Do I need to remind you that that asshole beat me black and blue and I would have been the one taking the day off yesterday if not for Wendy? Also, I'm pretty sure if I didn't step in, he would have killed Gajeel. So there's that too. Look, I know how it looks, Candace said, but, give me a chance to explain. Candace, the first time you slept with him, it wasn't right off a freaking bloody fight that left me needing Wendy. And I'm pretty sure you were ranting yourself that same day about how much of an ass he was. I know your standards are low, but I didn't think they were so low you couldn't limbo under them. I had a moment with him. We really connected 2 nights ago. Why did you even give him the time of day? He's an asshole. The guy only cares about himself. No, he doesn't. He cares about everyone in this guild. More than you and most of the others give him credit for. Oh, spare me, Candy. The guy has a huge dick. That's the only reason you keep chasing after him like an abused housewife. Go fuck yourself, Bambi. You don't hear me telling you how to run your love life. At least I have a love life. You have a one-night stand life. It's complicated, okay? Candace exasperated. That's not an excuse. You saw what he did to me. Bambietta exclaimed. He'll do it again. That wasn't a standard fairy tale guild brawl. I could have had to go see poor Lyosico without Wendy's immediate assistance. I goddamn fucking know that. Candace shouted so loud Bambietta temporarily lost the ability to form words. Damn it. I know. I know what he did and I know what I did. If I said I'm sorry, it wouldn't mean anything. Candace pulled down on her hat. Look. I was having a good morning, okay? Can we just forget about this? No. No, we really can't, Bambietta said. I'm really pissed at you. Then how's this then? Candace asked as she gave Bambietta a stern look, meeting her gaze. If he hurts you like that again, I'll beat the shit out of him myself and I'll never sleep with him again. I don't care how good he is in bed. Bambietta narrowed her eyes before closing them and taking a deep breath. This whole situation was fucked. Darn it, Candy. All right. Fine. I'll take it. Candace sighed. Right. So, we're cool. She offered Bambietta a fist bump. The shorter Quincy turned away with a huff, ignoring the offered fist. I'm gonna need time to pass before I've actually forgiven you, but for the time being, I don't want to scream in uncontrolled rage, Bambietta remarked. Candace ran her hand under Bambietta's hat and patted her on the head. I'll take it. Later, bestie. She then ran inside. Can't stand her. Can't stand not having her around, Bambietta thought, sighing. Inside, Bambietta sat back down at breakfast and Candace eventually joined the group. The table carried on with little words exchanged between bites of pancakes and eggs. However, things got weird again when Laxus came by, standing behind Candace, which put him in awfully close proximity to Bambietta. Bambietta, for her part, decided to ignore Laxus out of respect for Candace. If I ignore him, maybe he won't say anything to me. Haven't you caused enough damage? What do you want? Lucy asked him, getting snappy. Laxus ignored Lucy and looked at Candace. Hey. What? Am I so beautiful you can't talk straight this morning? I'm wearing extra perfume, you know. Bambietta stewed, counting to 10. No. I mean, you do look, ugh. Never mind. He then stormed off towards the bar, Candace laughing as she cut through her pancakes. You are impossible, Jade remarked. Candace merely flipped her off wordlessly. This is news to you, how? Bambietta asked her. Candace continued to eat and everyone sans Levy was no longer caring about the situation. Instead, the bookworm looked over to where Laxus seemed to be having an intense chat with Myra Jane, but she couldn't make out what they were saying. It looked like they were having a very passive disagreement about something, but whatever was going on, Myra was smiling. Laxus looked disgruntled at worst, defensive more than anything. Huh. That's not something you see every day. She then noticed Laxus march up the stairs to the second floor S-Class exclusive job board. She could still see his spiky hair up over the half wall. At the same time, she could see Myra Jane doing something with the cash register, a smile still on her face. Did he pay for something? Before Levy could get up from the table, Myra started skipping towards her table with her friends. Levy pretended to focus on her breakfast like she wasn't just spying on her and Laxus for the past couple minutes. Humming, Myra placed what appeared to be a receipt onto Candace's spot at the table, making Levy even more curious. What's that for? Bambietta asked, peering over to look at what was written in the tiny text on the paper. Candace didn't answer her. Instead, her eyes widened briefly before she stuffed the receipt into her pocket and stormed up the stairs to talk to Laxus, only to find Laxus coming right down the stairs at that exact moment. Move, or I'll make you move, he told her. Candace moved, or rather pivoted to latch onto Laxus' arm. Oh, I was thinking less, leaving you alone, and more, you and me leaving alone. Gotta be a pretty fun job, yeah. TCH, whatever, Laxus said, seemingly unwilling to either force Candace off or talk her into leaving him alone. Either he recognized the futility in it, or just didn't want to waste the energy in accomplishing it. Regardless of the reason, the result was the same. Bambietta had noticed what was going on now and she was staring at the pair in complete confusion. Candace was now humming and skipping similar to how Myra Jane had been doing so when she passed by the table mere moments ago. And then, both lightning users left the guild hall. Bambietta took a deep breath. She pinched the bridge of her nose. Lil, I'm going to have to consult your counsel because you're smarter than me. So, I'm going to have to ask you to kindly explain. She then sharply gestured with both her hands at the open door. The fuck? I think she likes him, Lil Tato remarked. No shit, Bambietta remarked. She sleeps with him often enough. I mean actually likes him. Like Levy and Lucy were saying, Lil Tato explained. Bambietta nodded. She then promptly poked her head beneath the table's edge. Do I want to know what you're doing? Lucy asked. Looking for a wormhole to a parallel dimension I might have sat on when I sat down, Bambietta remarked from under the table. Why? Lucy asked. Because ow. Bambietta slammed her head against the bottom of the table before surfacing, rubbing her head as she shouted. Because nothing about this makes any sense. It was only now that Wendy was showing up, Carla in her arms, along with Rukia. Awfully early in the morning for you to be yelling so loud, isn't it? Carla asked her. Bambietta clung to Rukia, crying the way any self-respecting drama queen would. Kill me. Rukia looked at the others in utter bafflement. Dare I even ask? Juvia, who was nearby, answered for her. It's so marvelous, Rukia. Candace finally found her own true love. Juvia's heart and eyes were practically singing for her friend. What? Rukia asked. Better stick to Dekoff this morning then, Jade remarked. You're never going to believe this. En route back from the job they took together, Laxus and Candace stopped into a general gift store of some kind. Candace's excuse was I've never been through this area. Usually just kinda skate on Ether Nano everywhere like I'm speedrunning a game. Wanna pick something up for my friends before we head back, we got paid enough for it. So, Laxus decided maybe he'd get a gift for each member of the Thunder Legion. However, while browsing some of the paintings on display, his head turned to gaze at the back of Candace's head. The Quincy was currently flipping through the spines of several novels on a shelf. Strength is relative. If you didn't care, you wouldn't be so observant of the details. Her words still reached him even now. He'd tried for the past 2 days to ignore it, but they were bothering him. That whole night had been bothering him. It was the alcohol. He kept telling himself. And yet, he couldn't explain his behavior this morning or the morning prior. He didn't know why he'd complimented her. He didn't know why he felt happy that she hadn't disappeared the morning prior. And he definitely didn't know why he bothered to pay for the beer and ale she stole. And all these thoughts and actions, these irrationalities, were because this annoying, sex-crazed, haughty woman insisted on inserting herself into his life when he didn't ask for it. He groaned. And despite the fact that she just kind of forced her way in, I can't bring myself to force her out. Just, look at her. Standing there in those tiny shorts, sticking out her butt. It's just asking for someone to swat it. Not to mention her chest. You'd think she got the wrong sized top on purpose just so she could show off. I bet she likes all the attention. Stupid, freaking. Laxus had barely realized it when he'd crossed the room and tapped Candace on the shoulder. Hey. He basically barked at her. Huh. Candace turned around, only to find Laxus's lips slamming into hers, taking her completely off guard. So off guard, in fact, that she dropped the book she was holding. He pulled away pretty quickly, but the almost literal shock of it all left her almost speechless. She giggled, blushing a little, kind of turned on. And, heh, what was that for, exactly? Dunno, Laxus said. Just, felt like it. Oh, you felt like it, huh? She marched straight into him, pushing her breasts into him. Well, let me tell you what I feel like, she said, running a hand up his chest. The shopkeeper angrily cleared his throat. Oh, cram it, you prude. We're paying customers, Candace said and turned around to put the book back on the shelf and continue browsing. She was only half surprised when Laxus smacked her butt. She tensed up. Her face was in the shelf so he couldn't see her licking her lips. You know, on second thought, maybe I'll save the gifts for tomorrow. She had the cashier ring both of them up, though she still had more things to look at. The two couldn't get back to Laxus's room fast enough to release the tension. Candace panted, laying on Laxus' bed, head on his arm, one of her arms over her chest. Oh fuck. That was amazing. Where'd all this come from? You're never this aggressive. Laxus turned over away from Candace, prompting her to sit up. What? I say something dumb. Not this time. I'd like it if there was more of this. I know you don't do the whole exclusive thing, but... Laxus couldn't help but blush. I just keep thinking how much I like having you around. Ecstatic, Candace hugged him from behind and purred into his ear. Well, I ain't taking a second day off from work, but I'll tell you one thing, maybe next time I'll just drop by unannounced. Yeah, he said, turning back onto his back as he caressed her head. You do that. Candace closed her eyes and hummed contentedly, lying on top of Laxus. His hand naturally found its way onto her back. Eventually, Candace half opened her eyes, her smile drooping a bit. Hey, Laxus. Yeah. Don't hurt my friends again, okay? I'll never forgive you if you do, Candace said. Never. Never, she stressed. I promised Bambi. And, she's my best friend. I already betrayed her confidence once. I'd never forgive myself if I did it again. Laxus lay there in silence for a few tense moments. Candace almost started to worry before. Okay. Okay. I said okay. I won't do it. I'm not gonna hurt your friends again, he told her. Candace cuddled up to Laxus a little more, the right half of her chest pressing into his. She sighed. I knew you'd understand. She stroked his cheek as exhaustion took hold of her. You're not nearly as much of a jerk, as people say. She then let herself drift asleep. Laxus took a deep breath. Then he hugged Candace closer. He may not have understood exactly how he felt about her, but he did know he didn't want to upset her. Thank you, Candy, he thought, holding one of her hands. Thank you for seeing me for who I am. Emberella hadn't expected today to have been anything of particular note. It was supposed to have simply been one of the few days she needed to wait till the harvest festival arrived. After all, if she was to prepare her spell to properly control and manipulate all of Fairy Tale, then she may as well have waited a few more days for as many of its members to arrive at the guild as possible. Yet, as she had woken up in the early hours of the morning in the apartment complex she had rented out, Laxus had suddenly opened the door on her before he made a bold declaration to her. Excuse me, what did you just say? Emberella said with incredulity. I said I'm calling it off, we're not doing the Battle of Fairy Tale anymore, Laxus repeated. So go ahead and call off the deal with that Los No Chase Guild and all the others you got under your thumb. You can't be serious, Emberella responded as she tried to maintain her composure. Laxus, we've been planning this for months. I thought you and I agreed that your grandfather was no longer fit to be guild master. You should be the one to. Oh, I'm not disagreeing with any of that. I'm still going to replace the old man someday, Laxus interrupted her. But not like that. I've come to realize the whole thing was a mistake. So, out of respect for our partnership thus far, I'm going to give you 24 hours to get the hell out of town before I turn you over to the Magic Council. It's more than you deserve. Let's be reasonable here, Laxus, Emberella responded fearfully. This was exactly what she had feared this entire time. Up until now, her control had only been slight, enough to make the grandson of Makarov much more open to suggestions that he otherwise would have outright rejected, such as the use of dark guilds to bolster up their ranks. She hadn't pushed more out of fear that he would take notice and rebel against her. And now that very same fear was playing out right before her eyes. If I was being reasonable, I'd have already turned you in, Laxus told her before he turned around. So, if I see you around by tomorrow, I'll be sure to fry you to a crisp before I call the Rune Knights. Emberella grit her teeth as she glared. You dare to threaten me, Laxus? She spat out under her breath. I think you'll come to regret that decision. However, despite her own words, she knew things had gone from bad to worse. While she was a powerful mage in her own right, enough so that she was certain Makarov would have nominated her for S-Class had she decided to flaunt her true power, she knew that a clash with Laxus would no doubt result in her own defeat. It appears then that I'll have no other choice than to push my luck. Just as Laxus went to reach for the door handle did the lightning mage suddenly grab his head as he groaned out in pain before the groan transformed into a loud scream as an excruciating pain shot through his skull. He fell to one knee a mess as Emberella slowly waltzed over to him, the S-Class mage panting as he slowly turned to face her. You. What did you? Before he could even finish speaking, however, did he end up falling to his side, the pain seeming to intensify to levels he never thought possible. I didn't want to do this, you know. Mental manipulation magic requires a bit more of a subtle touch. The slightest misstep will either reveal your hand to your target too early or shatter the target's mind to the point they'll become next to useless. Up until now, I've restrained myself to keeping only a slight hold on your mind. Emberella told Laxus with a sneer. But, fortunately for me, it seems that all the time I've spent inside of your head has allowed me to opt for a more forward approach, we'll say. How? How long? Laxus barely managed to get out as he writhed in pain on the floor. Emberella's smile only increased further as she glanced down at him. How long? Why, Laxus, dear. I've had my hold on you since the very beginning. Realizing the situation for what it was, Laxus tried to fire off a bolt of lightning at Emberella, but her hold on his mind was simply too great. His body simply wouldn't obey. His face contorted with anger, fear, and sadness as he felt his consciousness slowly begin to slip. Even the pain began to recede until the young man felt nothing, nothing at all. He could not even tell if his last words had been spoken or not. Candace. I'm sorry. With that, the world went dark for Laxus as Emberella sat down on her bed before she let out a sigh of relief. That was too close. She admitted to herself as she looked down at the unconscious mage. But I suppose that's what will happen when one has to increase their control of someone's mind to such an extent. Fortunately for her, no more effort seemed to be required. After all, the Battle of Fairy Tale was his idea to begin with. All she had to do now was simply implant mental suggestions to reignite his desire to follow along with the plan. He might lose a few days' worth of memory thanks to the mental shock, but that was a small price to pay. However, something had caught her attention during the last throes of his defiance. A name, one that had already given her trouble in the past, thanks to her friendship with her daughter. Candace Catnip. You and your fellow Quincy's have been a thorn in the Balam Alliance's side for far too long. But I think I'll have the perfect way to deal with you, along with those other new mysterious members. Emberella glanced down at the unconscious Laxus with a predatory gleam. All thanks to you. Chapter 79, Harvest Hardships. If Momo Hinamori was to be entirely honest with herself, Fairy Tale was nothing like she had expected. In the 2 years she had spent studying at Oaktown's Magic University, she had heard much about them. From the overwhelming might of their mightiest of mages to tales of heroics and fighting against overwhelming odds, it was safe to say that the rest of Fiori held them in high regard. Even when Phantom Lord had initiated its attack and with word about its supposed strength having faded over the years, Fairy Tale had still managed to emerge victorious. It was due to the murmurs she had heard over the last 2 years that she thought that the majority of its guild must have been filled with highly professional individuals, with mages wise beyond their years, and filled with the most powerful mages she had ever encountered. Any and all hopes she once had of the former two had been almost completely destroyed within her first day at the guild. It was a chaotic mess that, frankly, made Squad 11 seem fairly tame by comparison. After seeing such wanton chaos, she began to wonder if becoming a member had been the right choice. Granted, as soon as the guild brawl had come to an end, the members of Fairy Tale quickly got together to promptly clean up the mess they had made, and in less than an hour, the guild hall was almost good as new, and all grudges created during the brawl seemed to have subsided but after the relatively recent actions of Laxus Triar. She'd be lying if she said she wasn't the least bit concerned. That wasn't to say that she felt the guild was full of delinquents, far from it. Levy seemed like a kind-hearted soul who possessed a love of literature greater than even her own. Lucy seemed to have been the most sane individual of the entire guild, and just like them, also held an appreciation for the written word. But it wasn't just fellow book lovers that she knew were decent folk. Master Makarov for instance was much more personable and friendly than head Captain Yamamoto ever was, and Natsu reminded her of Renji to an extent. He wasn't as brash, and he seemed a bit dimmer, but from the few interactions she had with him, Momo could tell he was a well-meaning enough person, albeit inclined to fight others more often than he should. Greyful Buster was another person she felt she could stand side by side during a heated battle, even if he couldn't keep his clothes on for more than 20 minutes. Still, odd habits aside, she had no reason to bear him ill will. Then there was Urza Scarlet, who, quite frankly, Momo felt would have felt right at home running a division in the 13 court guard squads. She was commanding, her aura and demeanor alone demanding respect, and she had power and beauty to match. But despite how intimidating she could be at times, Momo also had seen her kinder and softer side, the redhead often taking on the role of an elder sister within the guild. Even if she came off a bit more harsh than she needed to, Momo could tell she did indeed care. Even the Quincy's, sworn enemy of the Soul Reapers alongside Hollows and Aaron Carr, had been fairly amicable to her. To simply rush to conclusions based off of her first day wouldn't have been fair. At least, not to them. Still, she wanted to see if perhaps it was possible for her to add some more culture of sorts to the guild. Just a little something she'd like to bring back from her home to see just how many like-minded individuals she could find here in Fairy Tale. Her plan would be as simple as it would be effective. A book club. The following morning, she had woken up bright and early, about 6:30 a.m. to be precise. The early hours didn't bother her in the slightest, the Reggae's original having grown quite accustomed to them during her time as lieutenant of Squad 5. Arriving at the guild just as Makarov had opened it, she had quickly gotten to work, preparing several cups of tea, as well as the occasional coffee, for anyone who wished to participate. She had placed a poster about it next to the job board towards the end of the day, so she was certain at least quite a few people had seen it. Now the question was simply thus: who would even care to show up? As she had hoped, Levy and Lucy had made their way over to the library, each of them shooting her a small smile as they approached. Momo couldn't help but smile in return as she gave them a small wave back. At least 2 people had decided to come, even if they were the ones she had anticipated the most. The pair swiftly took their seats, Momo handing them each a small cup of tea as they did. "I'm really glad you guys decided you could take some time to come to my little get-together. I wasn't sure if you two would be too busy with a job request to come." "Oh, no worries at all. I wouldn't miss this for the world," Levy replied with excitement. "Honestly, I've been wanting to talk to someone else about some of the new novels I've been reading for some time." She then looked over towards Lucy. "It's always so fun to get another new perspective, don't you think, Lou?" "Yeah, totally," Lucy agreed. "Besides, it'll be a great experience for me to properly learn what might work for my own novel and what kind of things I should try to avoid." She then took a sip of her tea, her eyes lighting up. "Oh wow, this is really good. Where did you get this?" "Oh, that. It's a special blend I learned about back home, so I made it myself," Momo admitted, the Soul Reaper looking away with a light blush. "Yeah, I gotta agree, this is really good," Levy added after she took a sip from her own cup. "You'll have to teach me how to make it sometime." Momo smiled back. "I'd love to. Though for now, I think it's best we dash. Sorry I'm late." The trio quickly turned their heads as Bambietta quickly sat herself down on one of the spare tables, the Quincy panting slightly. "Sorry about that. It took me forever to find what I was looking for." She lifted up a book of her own then, the cover featuring a blonde knight on horseback attempting to slay a dragon. "But I wanted to bring something special for this." I never took her for a reader, Momo couldn't help but think. "Still, the more the merrier." "Honestly, you're almost hopeless," Rukia muttered as she sat down next to Bambietta, a book kept tucked under her arms. "I told you last night to put it in a place you could easily find." "Well, excuse me, princess," Bambietta replied with a roll of her eyes. "Point is, we made it on time." Rukia was about to interject, but before she could, a gruff voice interrupted her. "Hey, this is the place for the book club, right? We want in." The 4 women turned their heads, surprising the lot of them as the voice belonged to none other than Gajeel, Totomaru, and Juvia standing right beside him. Bambietta couldn't help but let her jaw drop. "Okay, Juvia and Totomaru I could see, but Gajeel? Man, I guess you really can't judge a book by its cover after all." While taken aback by Gajeel's request, Momo shot him a smile regardless. "Of course, we'd be more than happy to let you all join in." The 3 former members of Phantom Lord promptly took their seats, Gajeel bringing out his book before he noticed Bambietta's stare. "What? Didn't think I could read or something?" Bambietta quickly shook her head. No, I'm just surprised is all. The whole reading thing just doesn't really seem like, well, you." Gajeel snorted at her response. "You don't know me." "Not really anyways." The Iron Dragon Slayer grumbled. "That's entirely fair," Bambietta admitted. For as much as she had hated him for what he did to Levy, the Quincy had to admit that there was very little she actually knew about him. Even then, he seemed a fair bit different from the person she had nearly killed. Besides, Levi didn't seem the least bit bothered by him being here, so why push the matter any further? They were trying to start fresh after all. All right, I think we've gotten more than enough people together to properly begin Fairy Tale's first ever book club. Momo spoke excitedly before she looked over at Lucy. So, seeing how today's subject is our favorite stories, how's about you give us a brief synopsis of what you brought today? Lucy, we'll start with you. Lucy couldn't help but look a bit bashful, surprised that she was the first one to be asked about her book. Oh, well, mine's all about a female mage trying to make a name for herself out in the world. She came from a very poor family, and where she's lived, it's usually only the nobility that manage to become the best of the best. She wants to prove that none of that really matters, and she goes through all sorts of trials and tribulations. Oh, I think I know that one. Levi spoke with enthusiasm. Isn't that one of Zequamelon's first stories? Yeah, that's right. Momo added. I remember that being among some of the first books I read when I came to Fiore. I think it's called Harriet Cobbler. I thought it was okay, Totomaru spoke up. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's not bad or anything, but I felt like it could have picked up the pace in a few parts. Well, it was one of his earlier works, Lucy admitted. I know it's not exactly perfect, but it's the story that I found myself coming back to the most. She took a quick sip of her tea before glancing back at Totomaru. What about you? Oh, it's nothing special really, Totomaru admitted. It's just about a wandering swordsman trying to find a new purpose in life after his lord died in battle. Simple, I know, but it really speaks to me for some reason. Gee, I wonder why, Bambietta thought, looking at his topknot, kimono, and katana. Mine's a romance novel, Juvia spoke with stars in her eyes. I used to read it all the time before I joined the guild. Juvia looked down at her lap then, as a small smile creased her face. It helped me through some hard times back in the day. Momo nodded in agreement. Sometimes, the greatest thing you can do for yourself is find a healthy escape from all your problems. Sometimes, that can make all the difference, even if it's only for a little while. I know more people use movies these days, and while I've certainly found them entertaining, there's something about the written word that I personally find more engaging. Levi found herself nodding in turn. That's probably because, with a novel, you have to use your imagination to fill in all the gaps. Sure, the words give you a vague idea of what a place or person looks like, but how you imagine them will always be a little bit different from someone else. The same can be said for the voices and sounds. With the movies it's just on the screen as plain as day. I mean, personally speaking, I think that's why I prefer the movies, Bambietta admitted. Some books go way overboard with detail, and I'm left more confused than with a clear picture. Still, I've gotten some good times with some books. Hell, back at home, some of my favorite movies got a continuation in book format, and that's added some of my favorite stuff to the lore. I've never thought about a book continuing where a movie leaves off. I suppose I'll have to give it a read sometime. Momo then turned over to Gajeel, her curiosity of wanting to know what he read influencing her next choice. And what about you, Gajeel? What did you decide to bring? Gajeel smirked as he lifted up his book. It was a mostly black cover with a white dress covered in small splatters of blood adorning it along with a bloody knife stabbing where a supposed victim's heart would be. Mine's a mystery novel, Jihi. Don't know if I should be even more surprised or not at all given that subject, Bambietta couldn't help but think to herself. No way, that's exactly what I brought. Levi exclaimed as she showed her own copy. I love this story. Every time you think you know who the killer is, the story just keeps on throwing you more and more curveballs. That, and when some of the cast start dropping like flies. Yeah, it really keeps you on wit's end, Gajeel admitted. I gotta admit, I was second-guessing myself the entire time. Same here. I didn't figure out who it was until chapter 21, Levi replied. Even then I still wasn't sure. Seriously? I didn't know till Matthew revealed the killer's identity in the second-to-last chapter, Gajeel said, the Iron Dragon Slayer resting his head on his left hand. You're a pretty smart cookie if you figured it out that fast. Yeah, well. Let's just say it wasn't my first mystery novel, Levy said with a slight smirk. Okay, I'm sorry. What? Bambietta yelled internally as she looked back at the Dragon Slayer and Levy. Are they actually fucking bonding? Momo watched on with silent satisfaction as Gajeel and Levy continued their banter. This is going far better than I hoped. I wasn't expecting so many people to show up today. And if it helps those two work out what happened in the past, then I'd say we're definitely on the right track. It wasn't just them either, as Lucy soon noticed the book that Rukia had brought along, the pair quickly breaking off into their own discussion. Momo wasn't one for indulging herself with praise. In fact, she'd much rather keep herself fairly humble about her skills and talent. She was more than aware that, in the grand scheme of things, there was always someone better. But right now, watching all of this unfold, she couldn't help but pat herself on the back for once. Ah, there you are. I was looking for you. Surprising everyone in attendance, the 8 mages turned their heads behind them to see Urza Scarlet make her approach. You'll have to forgive me for running a bit late, but I had to stop by to get something important. Momo waved her hand. Oh, it's not a problem at all. Honestly, the more people to join, the better. But if you mind me asking, what was it that took up your time? Urza shot the newest member of Fairy Tale a small smile as a bright light appeared in both of her hands before 2 boxes were left resting on her palms. She sat both of them down. One in front of Momo, and the other for Gajeel. The heck is this? Gajeel asked as he looked over the box with curiosity. Momo reached out with her hand, and with a small mutter under her breath, she cast a spell on the box, the container neatly unfolding itself and revealing the contents within, electing a surprise from the Soul Reaper. A cake. Her eyes widened as she looked at the dessert, the pink and white frosting making the pastry look absolutely delectable. Urza nodded her head. I have a tradition of my own when it comes to properly welcoming new members to the guild. When we first met aboard the ride home, I felt it was best if I saved the occasion for when things had settled down. But now that it looks like you two have had a chance to settle in, I felt like today was the best time. She still wasn't exactly happy that Gajeel had joined the guild, if she were to be entirely honest, but his actions the day prior had certainly raised her level of respect for the Dragon Slayer considerably. Momo smiled before she looked back at Urza. That was very kind of you, Miss Scarlet. I'm sure it's quite delicious. I'll have to try a bite when I get back to Fairy Hills. That said, could I interest you in joining us today? I'll understand if you can't, I imagine you're quite busy. Urza shook her head. Not at all. I've actually been taking it a bit easy since we've returned. I'd rather not take anything too intense until I've managed to fully settle back in. That, and I was planning on partaking in this little get-together anyway. Urza sat down in one of the few remaining spare chairs in the library before she summoned a black book in her left hand. This one is a favorite of mine that I tend to read whenever I'm on a long voyage. I find it helps pass the time quite considerably. Everyone began to lean forward slightly, curiosity getting the better of them. Just what kind of book was it that Urza loved so much? However, the instant Bambietta and the rest saw the cover, well, they were surprised to say the least. No way. No fucking way. Bambietta thought as her jaw dropped. It's fucking smut? It wasn't just any kind of smut either, given the ropes and whip on display for the cover. I would have expected something like this from Candy or me, but not you. Levy sighed as she slouched back into her chair. I should have known, the bookworm muttered. Almost every time Urza had asked to borrow a book from her personal collection, it had always been on the more risque side of things. Juvia blushed heavily, while Rukia simply stared dumbfounded. Gajeel was fighting the urge to laugh, and Totomaru. Well, the slight nosebleed coming from his right nostril was all Bambietta needed to see to figure out what was going through his mind. Lucy also blushed, but she soon found she was the only one who found it in herself to speak up. Urza, that's a very racy kind of book you brought in. I don't know if that's the best idea. Urza looked back at Lucy, eyebrow raised. Oh? I wasn't under the impression that there was some sort of rule on what books I was allowed to bring. She clenched her fists then as her head hung low. No doubt it was written clearly on the poster she put up and I foolishly missed it. Bambietta, strike me in penance. no thanks, Bambietta muttered, especially uncomfortable with punishing Urza in any way upon seeing that book or at all for that matter. But Oh, there's no need to worry at all, Momo said before she turned to look at Lucy. I understand that the subject material may be a bit more explicit in nature than what most of us were expecting to talk about today, but today's get-together is all about discussing our favorite books. I never had any intention to limit discussion on the kind of books that we enjoy. It's only fair that she should be allowed to share it. That and, well. Momo slowly twiddled her thumbs as she blushed. I, also, rather enjoyed that novel. Bambietta almost felt herself fall over as she started at Momo. Excuse me, wait. Momo quickly composed herself. Well, now that we got that settled, I think it's time that we carried on where we left off. Lucy, let's start with your story. The remaining time the group had spent together had been a relatively calm one, with everyone having ample time to talk about just what it was that they loved so much about the books they brought. It was fun, some of the most fun the reggae had in Earthland so far. Perhaps there was a place for her in fairy tale after all. Yo Myra, I'll have another. Macau called out to the white-haired beauty as she served a large keg of beer to Kana from the other side of the guild hall. Sure thing, one more poor man's requip coming right up. Myra Jane answered in a chipper tone along with a huge smile as she just finished serving her current trays of drinks. I'll be right there in a jiffy. While many of her fellow guildmates enjoyed watching Myra Jane make her way towards the bar, there was one set of dark green eyes that was doing it for another reason entirely. Myra Jane Strauss intrigued Ulquiorra Cipher, more so than anyone else currently present in the guild. While anyone who knew Ulquiorra even the slightest bit would have been confused as to why, his reasoning was straightforward. The woman possesses power far greater than that of most people in the guild. In fact, it's about on par with Grimjo's resurrection. Yet, all she ever does is simply serve food and beverage like a common waitress. Surely she would make much more money working S-class missions. It appeared that it was rather obvious that he was staring as Levy grasped onto his right arm. Something about Myra got your attention. Levy asked the Aaron-car before she smiled. I mean, she is pretty cute, but, knowing you, you're probably thinking about something else entirely right now, aren't you? The former Espada looked down at his friend. I simply find it curious that someone with her level of power would demean herself for this type of work rather than take on higher-paying jobs. Levy cringed a bit upon hearing his reasoning. Oh, that's not really up for me to say. It's kinda personal, she said. The most I can say is that, after she lost someone, she's never really been the same. I see. In that case, I suppose that I'll speak with her right away. Rising out of his chair, she strode over to Myra Jane, both of his hands remaining in his pockets the entire time. No, wait, that's not the best idea, but before she could finish, he was already just a few feet away from Myra Jane thanks to Sonito. Oh, I do hope his social ineptitude doesn't hurt Myra's feelings. Levy feared as she sat back down. There was nothing she could do now. By the time she'd run over there he'd no doubt already have asked his question anyway. Just as Myra Jane sat down the poor man's requip at Macau's table did Ulquiorra speak up. Myra Jane Strauss, I would like to have a word with you. Sure thing. Myra Jane replied with a smile as she picked up her tray. Oh, by the way, I heard about your little skirmish with Laxus the other night. I don't know many people who could come out of a fight with him as unscathed as you were. He was much stronger than anticipated, Ulquiorra told her. In truth, without the use of my resurrection, I'm positive that he would have defeated me. Well, it's still impressive regardless, Myra Jane said as she sat down. So, what did you want to talk about? I wish to know why you waste your time and talent serving others when you possess such great power, he asked bluntly. Mirajana's eyes widened, and her hands shook slightly underneath the table before her cheerful demeanor returned. Why? Don't you think you deserve to be served by me? She answered with a slight wink, trying to change the current subject with a bit of seduction. She was used to men turning into putty in her hands after all. I can get you something really special if you want it. Ulquiorra, however, didn't catch on. I fail to see how you serving me food and beverage answers my question. Myra Jane blinked in surprise. Wow, that's never happened before. Even Natsu would have at least blushed. The former S-class mage thought. Well, she had better give him an answer of some kind. I do it because it's fun, she finally answered. It's fun. The Arrancar repeated, confused. I don't understand. Myra Jane smiled as she looked at the rest of the guild hall. Everyone here works really hard on their jobs, you know? And when they get back, they come here trying to find an escape from the danger of guild mission or anything else going on in their lives. Every time I manage to get one of them to smile, it brings me joy. I see. Ulquiera pondered her response. So, you receive positive stimuli whenever you make your guildmates happy. That does make a degree of sense. Well, I'm glad I could help explain. Myra Jane said. However, what I fail to understand is how this benefits you financially. Would you and your brother not be more financially stable with you taking official mage work? Taken aback by his next question, Myra Jane quickly gathered her thoughts to respond. I get decently paid to wait the tables by Master, and Elfman does a good enough job with his work. Not to mention all the tips. Luckily, our mortgage isn't super expensive. Plus, I have lots of savings from when I used to take some of the tougher missions. That does make logical sense, Ulquiera replied. I suppose Levy's suggestion that it was due to the passing of someone close to you was inaccurate. The color seemed to drain from Miragina's face, her joy quickly giving away to sadness as she looked down at her lap. Levy buried her head in her hands, groaning. Why did you have to say it like that? Even as emotionally stunted and new to being human as he was, Ulquiera realized he had crossed a line of some sort. A feeling of some kind ran through his body, before he spoke up. My apologies. It was not my intention to bring you any unnecessary misery. What did you say to my sister, huh? Ulquiera heard someone cry out before he was lifted up by the collar of his shirt by none other than Elfman. I don't care if you are man enough to give Laxus a good fight, no one makes my sister sad and gets away with it. Ulquiera stared down at Elfman, not the least but intimidated, but his arms lay still at his side. The big oaf didn't have the power to hurt him if he tried, and even if he had. Well, the Arrancar supposed it would be a fitting punishment for his mistake. Levy got out of her chair and was just about to run over, when Myra Jane suddenly placed a hand on Elfman's arm before she looked at her brother. It's all right, Elfman. He didn't mean to. He's just different is all. But Myra, that doesn't excuse, Elfman began to say, the large man not willing to let the Arrancar off so easily, that was, until Myra Jane gave him a pleading look. Elfman, please. Do it for me. All right. Reluctantly, the Elfman released his hold on the Arrancar, the Ulquiera landing on his feet with no effort. You got lucky this time, pal, but if you ever make her sad again, I will beat you to a pulp, you hear me? Elfman yelled into Ulquiera's face. Understood, Ulquiera responded plainly. With an angry huff, Elfman turned around before he stomped away, determined to pick up a job request to blow off some steam. Are you all right? Ulquiera heard Myra Jane ask as she moved in front of him. I'm sorry about my brother. He means well, he really does, but sometimes he gets carried away. I hope you don't hold it against him. He's a really sweet guy once you get to know him. I take no offense to his actions, Ulquiera clarified. It's beyond evident that I broke a social norm of some kind. For that I apologize. Never in his life had he ever given an apology. There had never been a need. Yet here he was, doing just that. But most bizarrely of all was that he didn't mind it, that small nagging feeling in his stomach receding slightly as a result. I don't understand, why did you intervene? Did my words not hurt you? Ulquiera asked. Levy's told me a lot about you. How you're different from the rest of us, and I don't mean how you're not human, Myra Jane said as she sat down again. I know that you're just trying to find out more about what it means to be human. This is all very new to you, so I guess mistakes are to be expected. The Arrancar nodded. Nevertheless, I doubt that most people would be as understanding as you are. Myra Jane shook her head with a smile. No, probably not. But I've gone through so much over the years that this sort of thing doesn't really bother me anymore. At least, not by comparison. Not ever since I lost my sister. Seeing how Myra Jane was willing to open up more about her past, the Aaron Carr decided it was best if he sat down as well, the pale man staring at Myra Jane from across the table before she continued. Long before you, Bambi, and her friends joined the guild, I was considered one of fairy tale's most powerful wizards. Back then, I was more like Candace than the way I am now, honestly. That took Ulquiorra for a loop, the Aaron Carr having been around the green-haired Quincy long enough to know that the two were almost polar opposites. That's quite the drastic change on your part. Myra Jane nodded her head. Yeah. I was impulsive, brash, rude, and all sorts of other things. Honestly, I practically thought I was invincible back then. But then. As her voice trailed off, Ulquiorra took a guess as to what happened. You ran into a foe too powerful to defeat. Myra Jane nodded her head. Yes. It was an emergency request S-class mission. I thought that I could show off to my siblings if I brought them along, but the beast was too powerful and it completely overwhelmed me. Elfman, he tried to take over it with his magic, and it almost worked, but the beast was too powerful and he lost his mind. Ulquiorra narrowed his eyes, the recalled experience reminding him of his clash with Ichigo Kurosaki with his devilish hollowification that forced him into this world in the first place. Myra Jane clutched at her dress as she shivered slightly. I tried to call out to him, to see if I could perhaps snap him out of it, but there was nothing that I could do. The beast had completely taken over, and then she tried to reason with him before he. Tears began to form in her eyes before she looked away. She needn't say more, the outcome quite obvious. Still, seeing the normally chipper Myra Jane crying like this. The uncomfortable feeling from before once more raised its ugly head. I'm sorry for asking you to recall such bitter memories, Ulquiorra said with some hesitation, not sure if what words to use, or why he was using them at all in the first place. The fact that he had just apologized for the second time, and to the same person no less, was not lost on him. No, it's fine, Myra Jane said as she wiped her tears. I know that I'll need to get over this someday. But for now, this is how I cope, I suppose. Does that answer your question? Ulquiorra nodded. Indeed it does. Your experience has been most informative. Well, I'm glad that I could help, Myra Jane answered. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to get back to work. As Myra Jane left her seat and went to the bar to serve more drinks, Ulquiorra raised his hand to his chin, thinking. She had given him much to think about, more than she could ever know. It seems that the heart isn't just a source of strength, Ulquiorra thought as he looked back at Myra Jane. It can also be a weakness as well. Regardless of the matter, one thing was clear. He would be keeping a very close eye on Myra Jane Strauss. Hey Lil, you got any idea why the master decided to hold an immediate fairy tale get-together? Bambietta asked just before she promptly sat down at one of the dinner tables located throughout the guild hall, Wendy and Carla following her example. First time he's ever had one since I've joined. Lil Tato shrugged. No idea. When I asked Urza she didn't seem to know either. All I know was that he specifically asked for her to come to his office. Do you think something bad's happened? Wendy asked, the blue-haired mage fearing the worst. It sounds kinda serious. I wouldn't worry too much about it, Wendy. Lucy spoke up, the blonde heading over to the table the instant she saw where her girlfriend was sitting. I think it's probably him just wanting to go over the plans for this year's Harvest Festival. The Harvest Festival? Bambietta asked. What's that? Lucy looked astonished. You mean you don't know? From what I read in Sorcerer's Weekly, every October 15th, the guild throws a massive parade to celebrate the coming harvest season. Supposedly everyone gets involved. Bambietta smirked. Huh. Well, that sounds like fun. Count me in. Do they do anything else for this, or are we all just building our own floats? If they were. Well, the possibilities she thought of were endless. Godzilla-themed float, here I come. Well, there's also the Miss Fairy Tale contest. Kana spoke from a nearby table, Candace and Jade having joined her company. Every year the female mages show off their beauty and their magic to win the grand prize. Miss Fairy Tale, huh? Oh, I like the sound of that. Candace said with a grin. So, what's this grand prize, exactly? Jade asked, knowing that a lewd comment and an appropriate angry response from Bambietta would inevitably follow. Oh, about 500,000 jewel. Kana spoke. 500,000 jewel. Bambietta shouted. Okay, consider me in. She smirked as she looked at the stage. It'll be just like old times back at Silbrin. PFT, those contests were rigged. Candace spat. I always got third place for fuck's sake. Bambietta quickly pointed her index finger at Candace. Okay, first off, language. Second of all, that's because you always went up against me and Meanie. Meanie's stacked like that Soul Reaper from Squad 10, and I'm, well, me. The hell does that have to do with anything? Candace demanded before she moved her hands throughout her body. I've got all of this. Yes, and the personality of a cactus with a no fucks given attitude. Lil Tato replied. All that vulgar swearing you did in the contest didn't exactly do you any favors. Not to mention the fact that you're practically always flaunting what you've got. You leave no mystery up to any of it. Bambietta added. Look what I'm wearing. I hide all of my goods well enough, but I sure as hell still flaunt them enough for a tease. My thighs are all the skin I need to show to get the stares I got. You have to rely on looking like a stripper. What do you mean by flaunt what you got? Wendy asked innocently. Phew, that's right, she's right here. Bambietta cursed. Stupid Candy getting me all riled up. That's for adults only. Momo said as she walked over to them. Bambietta just got a little caught up in the moment is all. I'm sure she'll tell you when you're older. Momo, I fucking owe you one. Bambietta thought as she let out a sigh of relief before she quickly regained her composure. Hardly matters anyway. If me and Lucy both enter then we're pretty much guaranteed second place. All we really got to worry about is Urza. Wow, we're right here. Jade answered deadpanned. Yeah, I ain't let you just waltz over me. I'll fucking win this whole thing, just you wait and see. Candace yelled back. Besides, you still got me to deal with. Kana spoke up. I won second place last year, and I don't plan on going easy on any of you. I mean, I might as well join in as well. Momo added tepidly. It could be fun. Ha, as if any of you have the right to win the title of Miss Fairy Tale. I'm afraid that the only one qualified is yours truly. Bambietta widened her eyes at the sound of a feminine voice she didn't recognize, before quickly taking note of Kana's irate expression as she rolled her eyes. The woman in question was one she had never seen before. She had light brown hair done up in a sideway ponytail and brown eyes with glasses worn over them and wore a short green dress and black stockings. Given her sneer, Bambietta couldn't shake the feeling of condescension. She wasn't unattractive by any means, no doubt either she or Candace would have asked this woman for a one-night stand if they were still back in the Van den Rijk, but for her to speak so confidently in her ability to win the contest felt unwarranted. But what really caught Bambietta's attention was how powerful she was. She wasn't anywhere near Urza's level at her best, but she was by no means weak either. From what she could sense, this newcomer had power greater than Juvia's and only a smidge lower than Gray's. Who the hell is this? Bambietta thought before Kana spoke up. Yeah, we get it Evergreen, you're the real queen of the fairies and the hottest thing since sliced bread and blah 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 blah. Kana mocked her right hand moving as if it were speaking. You going to add any new material or can I just mute everything about to come out of your mouth? Humph, I shouldn't be surprised that someone of your ability would be so uncouth. Evergreen scoffed. Then again, I shouldn't expect much from the mere rabble of the guild. Especially a drunkard like you. Bambietta got up from her seat then, fists clenched. Okay Everline, or whatever the hell your real name is, no one talks like that to my friends and gets away with it. Just who the hell do you think you are anyway? But before Bambietta could even take a step forward, she felt a hand on her shoulder. Taking a quick glance behind her, Bambietta saw Candace giving her a stern expression, a very rare sight for Bambietta. "Candy, what gives? Look Bambi, I'd like nothing more than to beat this condescending bitch black and blue myself with that attitude of hers, but trust me when I say it's a bad idea. She's part of Laxus's team." Normally Candace would have relished in the idea of taking someone like this down a peg or two, but after she and Laxus had just patched things up. "Oh, so you must be the one that Laxus talked so highly of." Evergreen spoke as two other mages began to approach the table. Like Evergreen, their powers were far and above that of the average members of the guild. "Oh boys, I think I finally found her." Two men made their way forward. One of them was very tall, wearing a knight-like metal visor which obscured his eyes and nose, dark cloth with vertical white lines, and a blue waistguard with large black X's on it. From what she could sense, his power was around that of Gray's, possibly even higher. The last one was the one that truly caught Bambietta's attention though. He had long green hair and green eyes, with two lightning bolt-shaped strands jutting out from the top, while his bang covered his left eye. He carried a sword at his right hip and wore a long red coat. Compared to the other three, this one was by far the most powerful. The level of strength Bambietta could sense from eclipsing that of natives, Greys, and even Urza in her hard cruise armor. Most concerning of all, however, was the fact that she could sense that there was even more to this power. "No doubt about it, that has to be freed," Bambietta thought, the Quincy quickly recalling her conversation with Myra Jane and Urza the day prior. "Good work, Ever. And based on your manner of dress, you must be Candace Catnip," Freed surmised. "Yeah, that's my name, what about it?" Candace asked as she rested her right hand on her hip. "You got a message for me from Laxus or something?" "Not exactly." Freed looked down his nose at her. "We are the Thunder Legion, and we simply wanted to make it clear that you would do well to stay away from Laxus from now on. He's a great man, and he doesn't need someone like you holding him back." To be honest, Freed didn't know what it was that Laxus saw in this woman, but as far as he was concerned, she didn't belong anywhere near him. Evergreen hummed, peering out from behind her fan. "Especially someone so gaudy. I mean, look at that hair. It practically screams, I need attention." She snapped her fan shut, smirking. "Tell me, when you begged to be Laxus's plaything, were you standing, or did you cut out the middleman and simply get down on your knees?" "Excuse you." Candace spoke with fury as electricity formed in her hand. "You've got some balls talking to me like that. I'll have you know Laxus and I are dash." "Candy, no. Not in the guild hall." Bambietta spoke up as she quickly placed her hand on Candace's own before she narrowed her eyes at Freed. "So, you're the one that Urza told me to watch out for during the S-class trial, huh? Can't say I'm exactly thrilled to meet you with that attitude of yours." Freed merely glanced in Bambietta's direction. "You are going to be taking the S-class promotion trial? You haven't even been here for a year, you're nothing more than a mess from what Laxus says, and Makarov thinks you're fit to be S-class." Laxus was right, fairy tales standards really have been slipping. His as of yet silent companion leaned over sideways at what would appear to be an uncomfortable angle for anyone else, shoving his face right in front of Bambietta's with a wide grin. "That may be true, but she's a real cutie by my standards." Bambietta ignored the compliment before she took a step forward. "Tell me something, buddy. I know you've been out of the guild for some time, so I gotta know, have you fought a wizard saint?" She quickly pointed a finger at herself. "Because I have. 2 of them in fact. I think the fact that I'm standing here right now proves that I got what it takes. Hill, I didn't just survive, I hurt those mother fudgers. So go on, say I'm not worthy enough for S-class." Bambietta stood right in front of Freed then, her eyes narrowing. "I dare you." Freed tilted his head, impassively staring at Bambietta. "Oh? Well, that's quite impressive. You must be very proud of yourself. Not just anyone can say that they have made themselves a nuisance to a wizard saint and survived by the skin of their teeth. I'm sure you weren't working alongside vastly more powerful comrades who carried the bulk of the responsibility in the fight and enabled you to survive like a cockroach on the fringes of an Etherian blast. In fact, I bet Urza Scarlet had nothing to do with your survival whatsoever, or with your being able to land a hit on such a foe as a wizard saint. Maybe you're so powerful that it would take more than 3 strikes of Laxus's lightning to strike you down like the garbage you are. Fried's gaze was unwavering. Or maybe you really are all bluster, given the fact that you still haven't noticed what I've been doing this whole time. The hell are you talking about? Just then, her hat began to fly off of her head and slowly took off before promptly landing on Lucy's lap. Bambietta glared at the green-haired man. Ha! Ha, very funny. Well, let's see how you like it when I take a shot at you. Fried scoffed at her words. You honestly think that you can threaten me? Please, you're 10 years too young to dash. However, just as Fried was about to yammer on about his superiority, did the buttons on his jacket suddenly combust, the green-haired mage's eyes widening as he took note of Bambietta's grin. That was her. I see, she must have done it about the same time I placed a rune on her hat. His eyes narrowing with his jacket fully opened, he reached for his sword. I see, so you're not just all talk after all. However, on the pride of the Thunder Legion, I refuse to allow this humiliation to stand. Oh really? Then let's take this outside and have some fun. I've been dying to see what you can really do after all the hype I've heard about you. Bambietta said with a grin as she formed her sword in her right hand. Why wait till the S-class trial, I say we dash. Please, no, that's enough quarreling for today. Momo said before she grabbed Bambietta by the shoulders and pulled her back. I'm certain that we can resolve all of this peacefully. Bixlow whistled as he sauntered over to the 2 brunettes, prompting Evergreen to roll her eyes. Whoa. When did all these cute newbies show up? We should come back to the guild more often, these are some real babes. The man stopped in front of Momo, the height difference staggeringly obvious as he leaned over and leered down at her. Especially you. Bixlow then straightened himself before swaying from side to side, tapping his chin. In fact. Say, short stack, you sure that kimono's the right fit for you? Seems a little loose. He then grinned as the Shinigami's obi began to come undone by no visible force. Letting out a shriek of embarrassment, Momo quickly grasped onto the belt and held it tight, her superhuman reflexes allowing her to grasp onto the cloth just in time. Why you creep, that was entirely uncalled for. Oh come on, showing a little skin isn't the worst thing in the world. Bixlow said as he stuck out his tongue. How's about you put that thing back into your mouth before you end up biting it? Lil Tato said before she walked in between the 2 trios. You guys are supposed to be some of Fairy Tail's best, yet all I'm seeing is a bunch of condescending pricks. She almost wanted to throw in an extra insult at Laxus, but she held her tongue. That would probably only make things worse. Evergreen looked down. And just who are you supposed to be? No, wait, let me guess. You're Urza's little pet, aren't you? Lil Tato looked up at Evergreen then, her eyes narrowing. Excuse you? She asked, her voice having a slight undertone of fury. Oh, please forgive me, you must not have heard me from down there. I suppose your hearing is as stunted as the rest of you. Evergreen leaned down with a sneer. I said, you must be Urza's little pet. Makes sense given the fact that you look about as well fed as a stray. What's wrong, does your master not feed you? An eerie clam overtook the group as Lil Tato clenched her fists and narrowed her eyes, filled with vitriol. The air around them seemed to drop in temperature, as her riotsu began to rise and she took a single step forward. What did you just say? She almost whispered. Oh fuck. Bambietta swore, her concern overshadowing her desire to censor herself around Wendy. It was very, very rare for Bambietta to ever see Lil Tato so angry, at least over mere words. However, Evergreen had stepped on a metaphorical landmine, one that not even Candace Catnip had ever dared to use. Because whenever the button of her past was pressed back home, people died. Lil, you need to calm down. Bambietta muttered. She's not worth it, she's just trying to rile you up so you'll dash. I don't give a damn. Lil Tato spat as she took another step forward, her teeth quickly changing into their more sharp counterparts as a result of her shrift. No one, fucking no one talks about me or Urza like that. Candace for her part simply gulped. She had heard tales of Lil Tato tranquil fury, but she had never seen it. Frankly, she never dared cross a certain threshold when it came to trading insults with her small friend, especially after Bambietta had given her such a dire warning. Now she saw exactly what Bambietta was talking about, and it scared her. "Oh, does the little stray think she can actually take me?" Evergreen asked with a wave of her hand. "Well, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to humor you a little." "Oh, I'll do more than just humor you," Lil Otto said as her mouth extended. "By the time I'm through with you, you'll be in a hospital without your arms and dash." "What's going on here?" As everyone turned around, Urza Scarlet promptly marched her way forward, an irate expression adorning her face. Lil Otto quickly snapped out of her anger and began to apologize. "Urza, I didn't mean, what I should have said was dash." But before the petite blonde could finish her stumbling sentence, Urza placed an armored hand over her lips and glared at Evergreen. "Evergreen, what's the meaning of all this?" Urza demanded. "You've all been gone from the guild hall for over 9 months and the first thing you do is antagonize our newest members." Evergreen simply tilted her head back and snickered. "What's wrong, Urza? Upset that I made your new pet uncomfortable?" "Well, it's her own fault for putting her nose where it doesn't bell dash." "Evergreen," Urza muttered with barely concealed rage. "I heard every word you said to her. Now, I've been willing to put your petty comments towards myself aside since I've always seen them as little else. However, I have considerably less tolerance when you insult the other members of the guild. As a matter of fact, I've considered going to Master Makarov over your continued behavior. But, if you dare make one of the people that I cherish most in this guild any more uncomfortable." Urza's eyes then narrowed, the normal warmth that could be found within them having been entirely replaced with fury. "I swear that you'll regret it with every fiber of your being." Evergreen flinched back for a few seconds, but whatever fear she had quickly subsided before she leaned forward. "Oh please, you're just big talk and nothing else. Mifone made a terrible choice when she chose to hand the title down to you instead of me." Urza merely turned her attention back over to Fried. "I think it would be best if you took your team and sat elsewhere. Master Makarov will be giving an important announcement very soon, and it would be very unwise for it to be delayed any further." Had it been anyone else to give him such a thinly veiled threat, Fried wouldn't have considered heeding their word for even a second. However, Urza possessed a level of strength that even he found commendable. She was one of the very few in the guild outside of Laxus that had earned his respect to at least some degree. To challenge her might was a task that even he wasn't entirely sure of. "You make a valid point, Urza. Evergreen, Bixlow, we're leaving. There's someone Laxus wanted to meet after the meeting anyways. I suggest we find her post-haste." Bixlow simply stuck out his tongue one last time before he followed after Fried, Evergreen quickly following after a snobbish huff and giving both Lil Otto and Urza one last mouth. Now free of Urza's hand, Lil Otto began to fidget her hands. Urza, about what I said dash. Don't worry about it." Urza responded without a moment's hesitation. "I know how sensitive you are about your past. Next time just, let me handle it, okay?" She smiled as she spoke the last sentence, her smile quickly prompting one from Lil Otto who nodded her head in agreement. "So, that was the Thunder Legion, huh?" Candace muttered. "What a bunch of fucking assholes." She couldn't believe that this was the team Laxus thought of so highly. Granted, Laxus himself was far from a Boy Scout, but their flagrant disrespect to her was a surprise, given what they had been through. "You could say that again." Bambietta agreed before her eyes bore into Fried's back. "Oh, I swear if I run into that guy during the S-class trial, I'll give him a beating he won't soon forget. I'll promise you that much right now." Just as things had begun to wind down, Makarov made his way up the stage before he spoke. "All right, listen up everyone, and I've got some very important news to share with all of you." However, it appeared that his words fell upon deaf ears. He tried to clear his throat before he tried again. "All right, calm down, calm down. I have some very serious news that you all need to hear." Once again, however, his voice seemed to fall upon deaf ears. He was about to try one more time before someone beat him to the punch. "All of you will cease this prattling this instant. The master has an important message." With Urza's commanding voice booming throughout the guild hall, all of the noise came to an abrupt halt. Clearing his throat once more, Makarov spoke up. Thank you Urza. Anyways, listen up everyone. I have some very important news that you all need to be aware of for this year's harvest festival. I've just received word from Princess Hiswai that the new Emperor of Bosco is coming to Crocus to reopen negotiations and trade between our two nations. However, on his way there he plans to spend a few days in our fair town to enjoy the festival and to experience our culture with his own eyes. He and I have even exchanged a few letters. This is very important for our kingdom, so I don't want any of you to screw this up. That means whenever he visits there is to be no guild brawls, no food fights and absolutely no harm to come to him or any of his entourage or personal property. Is that clear? He then gave Natsu a tense gaze. That goes double for you, Natsu. Natsu looked like he was about to rebuttal Makarov for singling him out, but a quick glare from Urza and the Dragon Slayer realized that he preferred living and meekly nodded in agreement. Bosco? Say, isn't that the country right next to ours? Bambietta asked Lucy. Lucy nodded. Yeah, it is. A while back it used to be a really nice place, and it was considered one of Fiore's strongest allies. But about 13 years ago their king went totally crazy. He started to implement all sorts of laws that gave mages the rights to do whatever they wanted to people without magic. He even went so far as to legalize slavery of non-mages. Bambietta raised an eyebrow. Whoa, seriously? Not gonna lie, that's really messed up. It gets worse. Kana added. At one point he wanted to invade Fiore to take over the kingdom about 4 years ago, but luckily for us, God Serena stepped on and single-handedly held them back. God Serena? Who's that? Candace asked, eyebrows raised. That would be the strongest member of the Wizard Saints. Lil Tato answered. He's the real deal guys. I've heard that the only person to give him a real hard fight was Hatchwalth and Anohana. They're ranked second and third among Wizard Saints respectively. Bambietta's face went pale. Oh god, Anohana is here. Bambietta spoke with fear, her reputation as the first Kenpeki having been one that was well known to the Vandenreich. There was a reason that no Sternritter had dared to attack the 4th Division after all. The mere possibility that it could unleash her old self was one the higher-ups had decided to avoid while they still had Yamamoto to contend with. The Quincy was about to ask more before she ended up blinking a few times as she replayed the last words Lil Toto spoke in her mind. Wait a minute, you're saying he's stronger than the both of them? She knew that the mages in Earthland could be powerful but she never considered it could be to such an extent. Here I thought Hash Brown was going to be number 1. Who the hell is this guy? Lil Tato nodded. Yeah, granted we don't know if they have access to their full power but even so. I think it's better we focus on the situation at hand here. You're saying that there's a new emperor? When did this happen? Rukia asked. Oh, that happened the day you guys left on vacation. Kana answered before she took a sip from her massive barrel of alcohol. Candace whistled in approval. He did that in just one day? Man, that's kinda badass. I guess we really oughta be on our best behavior after all, huh? I'm more confused why he's deciding to come over here so soon. Momo spoke up. If he's only been in charge for little over a week, then is it really a good idea for him to just leave his kingdom so suddenly? Well, Bosco was under a pretty harsh trade embargo and sanctions after their attempt at invasion. Their economy's been in a pretty rough spot ever since. Lucy said. Odds are the Emperor probably thinks that getting that all resolved should take top priority. But even when you take that into account, it doesn't make much sense. Jade added. I mean, why come to Magnolia in the first place? If he's really trying to get the trade embargo resolved then he should just get to Crocus as soon as possible. Why even bother coming here? Bambietta groaned in annoyance. Look, who cares why he's coming here aside from the festival? The man probably just wants a break after pulling off his revolution. Frankly, I'm glad he's stopping by. The Quincy then smirked. With what I have in mind, I'll be swimming in cash. Lil Tato rolled her eyes. Seriously Bambi? This isn't time for a scam. Bambietta shook her head. Oh, this ain't no scam Lil, this is honest to good money right here with what I'm coming up with. All right, I'll bite. What's the plan? Candace asked as she leaned over the table and smirked. Because of it involves seduction, I could easily dash. No, 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 and no. Bambietta interrupted with a shake of her head with each word. First of all, I have better standards than that. Second of all, I ain't telling you crap. This is my plan to get rich quick, and I ain't letting no one steal it. She then looks back at Lucy and smirked. Well, there's at least someone I'll fill in later tonight. Lucy's shoulders slumped slightly. Oh please, please tell me this is better than one of Natsu's ideas. She had been on plenty of missions with the Dragon Slayer during her time in the guild, and while she certainly enjoyed most of them, on the few occasions he came up with a plan they had less than desirable outcomes. Anyways, I'm going to head home to practice for Miss Fairy Tale for the next few days, so you and Wendy might need to go on a few missions without me. Bambietta said as she got up from her seat. It's been a long time since I've done this, so I gotta get myself up to snuff. Lil Otto raised an eyebrow. Oh, so you're going to be doing that during the contest, huh? Been a while since I've seen you do that. Bambi, what's she talking about? Lucy asked with curiosity. Yeah, what gives? Last I checked, the only real talent you had was blowing shit up and wrecking shit. Candace added. Come on, out with it. Bambietta simply winked and wagged her index finger. No can do, Candy, that's a secret. Just as she was about to leave, however, she felt something tug on her shirt. Turning around, she saw none other than Wendy giving her a curious glance. Can you tell me what it is, Bambi? Bambietta smiled before she leaned into Wendy's ears. All right, I'll at least fill you in, Wendy. Just promise that you keep it between us. After giving the small dragon slayer the answer in a hushed whisper, Bambietta proceeded to head out of the guild once more. Well, child, what did she say? Carla asked as she wagged her tail. Yeah, come on, out with it, Squirt. Candace spoke up. Rather than give them the answer, however, Wendy quickly turned around to face them, her eyes closed before she placed an index finger over her lips. Sorry guys. That's a secret. Something was very wrong. That was the conclusion that one Freed Justin had come to when he had met up with Laxus's latest ally. Initially she had taken on the appearance of a blonde woman with short hair with green eyes, wearing a pair of glasses and a white and black dress. However, this visage had been nothing more than to disguise the woman underneath. Emberella. He knew of her true identity well enough, the woman having come out of nowhere to become one of Chicken Fang's most powerful mages seemingly overnight. According to word of mouth, her power was comparable to that of Fairy Tale's own S-Class. While he highly doubted the legitimacy of those rumors, it did make it abundantly clear that she was no mere mage. So why was it then that her every word filled him with distrust? The plan she had conducted hadn't helped matters either. The plan was already a choice that he had some, albeit minor, doubts about, but Laxus's conviction and determination had swayed his thoughts on the matter. The guild had fallen in grace from its golden days, and change needed to come, one way or another. A part of him felt guilty, betraying Master Makarov's trust like this, but it was for the betterment of the entire guild. But Laxus had told him only a day ago over a communication lacrima that he had abandoned his plans for the Battle of Fairy Tale, yet now, as soon as they had returned, Laxus had seemed to have changed his mind and washed his hands of Candace, the woman he had spoken of fondly during their brief chat. It wasn't like Laxus to be so wishy-washy about something. Almost always when he had a plan, the S-Class mage would stick to it. To change his approach so quickly, it didn't sit well with Freed. But even more so than that, what truly had him on edge was the changes to the plan. Emberella's inclusions to the Battle of Fairy Tale had taken what was already a fairly extreme plan of action and somehow managed to make it even more viscous in nature. From what she had just told them, about 5 dark guilds or so were being brought in to assist their takeover. This was starting to feel less and less like they were doing the guild a favor and more like they themselves were becoming criminals. But the worst part about it all, at least from his perspective, was how she clung to Laxus like some harlot as she told them all of their new and improved plans. He didn't like it, not one bit, and he could easily tell that both Evergreen and Bixlow were also rather put off to the current situation. Still, Laxus had insisted that they followed along with her plan, and so, reluctantly, the three had agreed to the proposed changes. Once everything had been agreed upon, Umbrella planted a kiss on his cheek before she changed back into her other identity before she made her way out. Evergreen and Bixlow shot him some worried glances before he gave them a stern glance and nodded. The two promptly left the room, the silent message he sent them clear as day. "I will handle it." Now it was just the two of them, Laxus looking outside of the window of his room as his eyes no doubt held the fairy tale guild in its gaze. After about 20 seconds or so, the S-class mage spoke up. "You got something to say, Freed? You're not the type to lollygag when you've got work to do." "I simply have some concerns that I felt should be brought to your attention." "I have no doubt that Evergreen and Bixlow feel the same way," Freed answered. Laxus turned around, frowning at his worst. "Oh? Don't tell me you're chickening out on me now, Freed. I thought that you agreed that this place would be better off with me in charge. And I still do. Nothing has changed in that regard, I promise you." Freed promptly responded. "It's just that Umbrella's ideas are quite radical in nature. It was one thing when it was just the three of us, but bringing in dark guilds? It feels like we're dangerously close to crossing a line here." Laxus slammed his foot down. "I was right, you're being a total pansy. Look, if we want to really succeed then we should be willing to use any means necessary to achieve victory. Besides, we'll just toss them all into jail once we've taken over." Laxus was smirking then, and while it was far out of character for him to have done so with such a statement, something about his eyes seemed off. What exactly, Freed couldn't place, but it felt manic. The leader of the Thunder Legion continued. "Even so, I believe that there are some boundaries that we shouldn't cross. If the Magic Council hears about any of this, then that one guy's cutting off all the communication lacrima in town. As long as you keep your runes up, then everything should be fine." Laxus insisted. "If we play our cards right, everyone else will just think it's part of the festival." He slowly trod over to Freed before he glared at him. "That is, as long as you do your job right." "Got it." He placed a tight grip on Freed's shoulder, Freed flinching from the surprising rough contact. "But what of the Emperor of Bosco, Laxus?" Freed demanded. "If he were to see or put together anything of what's happening, it would be a disaster. Then you'll just have to make sure that he doesn't report it to anyone now, won't you?" Laxus growled as his grip tightened. "Laxus, you're not understanding the gravity of the situation here," Freed insisted. "If he suspects anything then we're in trouble. We can't detain him, the king's expecting to see him a few days after the festival is over, and if King Fiore finds out then I said don't worry about it," Laxus shouted before he shoved Freed back, interrupting the fearful rant his subordinate was no doubt about to unleash. Freed found himself stunned at Laxus's outburst as he scowled. "We've waited too long as it is. As far as I'm concerned it's now or never. This is one of the few times we'll have the entire guild here. How else are we supposed to really know who's truly strong enough to be in my guild?" Laxus slowly moved over to Freed before he passed him before he muttered. "Don't you forget. I'm the best damn wizard there ever was. Whatever problems come, I'll handle it. You just need to do your damn job and keep things under control. Got it?" There was a slight undertone of anger in his voice, a first for when Laxus had spoken to him. Had he spoken out of turn? Yes, he must have. His purpose as the leader of the Thunder Legion was to fulfill Laxus's will, not to question it. "Yes. You have my most sincere apologies, Laxus," Freed admitted. "Good. Then get those runes of yours ready. I can't do this without you." The door closed, leaving Freed alone with his thoughts. "Yes, that's right. Laxus. Laxus needs me right now. I can't afford to have any doubts. Not now." Yet, even as he left the room, he couldn't fully shake this feeling of doubt. "Are you really sure about this, Jade? The Harvest Festival is going to start in a few days. I'd hate for you to miss it. I told you Candy, I should be back with a few hours to spare when my job's all done. I'll be fine." It was sort of surreal, Candace seeing her off like this. In the past, whenever she had decided to go off on missions on her own, her close friend would have simply waved her hand goodbye and muttered some sort of sarcastic remark like, "Don't croak on me, I need the rent." Or, "Alright, I'll get some new eye candy in the meanwhile." But ever since the Tower of Heaven, Candace had been much more considerate than she used to be. In the past she had constantly chosen the types of job requests they would go on with no regard for Jade's choice in the matter, with similar results when it came to restaurants, concerts, and other sports of frivolous activities. But now it seemed that the Quincy had gone in an almost completely different direction, with Candace constantly inquiring about what she wanted. It was strange. I guess Lil's death back then really shook her up, even if it was temporary. Jade thought as the pair walked over to her train. "I'm kinda surprised that you felt the need to see me off, to be honest." Candace sighed as her right hand rested on her hip. "Yeah, well, I just felt the need to see you before you left." Candace looked away for a moment before she muttered, "Just wish you'd stay a little while longer is all." Now she knew there was something going on with her close friend, and she had a sneaking suspicion as to why. Is it because of Laxus? Candace didn't say anything for about 10 seconds before she spoke up. "Something's off about him, Jade, and I have no idea why. He's always been a bit of a prick, but never like this. Sure, we've gotten into some shouting matches in the past, but those were more playful foreplay than anything else. This was the first time it was real, and she looked away. I thought maybe this time I could have had something more." Jade couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "Candy, with all due respect, why him? He's a total asshole and you can do so much better than him, so why is this the guy you've fallen for?" Candace sighed again before she spoke. "My ex-fiancé was kinda like him. The one I pushed off the bridge. I told you that story, right? Anyway, Cameron had a real attitude problem with authority when his football career came crashing down around him. Guy never did get drafted into the NFL like he always wanted. Anyway, the point is, behind every jackass like Laxus and Cameron, there's usually a good person buried in there somewhere. What can I say? I'm a sucker for big dick energy edgelords. Besides, you've heard that baritone he has for a voice. I like my men as men. Strong, sturdy, and able to stand up to my nonsense without going overboard. I've met all Jade, creepers and genuine pieces of shit and all that jazz. Plus, I've got word from Makarov. He told me once that he wasn't always like this." The Quincy tilted her head upwards before she closed her eyes. Anyone that used to be a genuinely good person when they were small probably is still that person buried deep at their core. Sometimes, growing up sucks and lashing out as you cop, I would know, it's how I am, was. If you could believe it, I used to be as doe-eyed and innocent as Wendy. A little Virgin Mary church girl with love in her heart and nary a bad thing to say about anyone. But, experiences change people. Rebellion changes people. And, well, I guess what I'm saying is, I can see past Laxus' bad behavior, because I was just like him when I was his age." Candace smirked. "Besides, he and I had a long chat after what happened, and he swore he'd chill out. I don't care what those thunder dickwads say, he and I are tight. They probably just wanted to show off in front of me, but I'm sure Laxus will put them in their place soon enough." Jade leaned back against some railing as she took in Candace's words. "I guess you have a point," Jade admitted. "I mean, you're not exactly Miss Sunshine with that personality of yours. But despite how well, I'll be frank, obnoxious you can be, I know that you've got a heart of gold. I just think you can do better." Candace let out a mirthful chuckle. "Yeah, maybe I do, but I want to make it work. After seeing what Bambi and Lucy have, I'm starting to think that maybe settling down with him might not be so bad." She gave Jade a sly wink then. "I mean, as long as I have you, it'll all work out." Jade had to resist a powerful urge to grimace as she clenched at her right arm. "I wasn't just talking about him, Candy," Jade bemoaned internally. "You deserve better than me." No matter how hard she had tried to deny it, the simple fact of the matter was that she was selling out all of her friends. Also, her dear mothers would shower her with praise. For the past 2 months, Jade had sworn that it was all for Emberella, to repay a debt of gratitude for taking her off the streets. But now she was faced with the cold hard facts. She wasn't doing it out of some sense of loyalty, at least not purely. No, she was being selfish. Also she could get her happily ever after. But, wasn't fairy tale just that? At first she merely saw it as a means to an end, a place to temporarily call home until she finally reunited with Emberella, but now? She had friends, and not just Candace. Bambietta, Lil Tato, Natsu, and so many more. She had slowly come to care for all of them. Yes, they were a chaotic bunch of goofballs, but was that really so bad? No. No, it wasn't. And now, after a few more days, her friends would cease to exist. At least as she knew them. I'm really not that good of a friend, Candy. Jade finally answered. It was only due to her many years of performing various roles to kill her targets that allowed her to keep a mostly straight face. Still, something must have been off given the look of bewilderment that Candace was giving her. A twitch of her arm, her eyes looking downward, it could have been anything that alerted her friend that something was up. Without warning, Candace grabbed one of Jade's hands before she looked into Jade's eyes. Oh come on, what's this? You're supposed to be the one cheering me up, not vice versa. Remember what I told you back at Arcane Resort? You're the best damn thing to have happened to me since I got here. I meant it then and I meant it now. Oh, I remember, all right, that's the problem. Jade was distressed internally. Once more did the desire to spill the beans and reveal everything about Emberella's terrible plan nearly escape her lips. Oh, how desperately she wished she had the gall to just tell Candace everything. And yet, she couldn't. The words never escaped her lips. Was it the selfish desire to keep Emberella's affection stopping her once more? Perhaps it was fear that Candace would reject her once she found out the truth? Perhaps it was something else entirely. I know. Jade finally spoke up. But, maybe you'd be better off without me. Bullshit. Without you, I'd have spent all of the jewel in my wallet in the first month I found myself in Fiore. Candace said before she smiled. You keep me focused. That's something that the others have always had a hard time doing back in the Wandenreich. Sure, I know I tend to groan and roll my eyes every time you're a buzzkill, but that's usually because I know you're right. She then slowly lifted Jade's head up with one finger as her train slowly began to pull up behind her. So don't doubt yourself, Arlight. Because no matter what anyone else says about you, you'll always matter to me. Candy, I. Jade stammered as soon as the train finally stopped behind the railing. Damn it all, why does it have to be like this? Jade swore before the doors to the train began to open. This could very well be the last time she saw Candace. At least as herself. Thus, before she knew what she was even doing, she lurched forward and embraced Candace in a tight hug. The former stern Ritter found herself completely taken off guard by her best friend's current course of action, simply standing there dumbfounded. Jade stepped back then, as she slowly made her way past the train's doors, the former thief frowning as she looked down at her feet. She whispered something, and just as Candace reached out to her, the doors closed, and the train promptly began to leave the station. The former stern Ritter started there confused. For just a moment, she could have sworn she heard Jade utter two simple words. I'm sorry. Man, it's so good to be home. Lucy said as she made her way into her apartment. The day had been a bit more chaotic than she had expected, with how the Thunder Legion acted and the following news that royalty would be paying them a visit. That wasn't even taking into account the mission that she and Natsu had just finished. It was supposed to be easy, simply obtaining a few giant condor eggs, a very valuable delicacy that chefs paid a fine fee to use in their own restaurants. But the two had made one, tiny error. They hadn't taken giant condor eggs, they took a griffin's egg. A monster usually reserved for S-class missions. The creature had been very protective and very powerful, with Lucy having to use Sagittarius to support Natsu at a distance to properly fend the creature off. They never did obtain the egg, the creature managing to swoop in and snatch it from them before taking off, but the feathers they had managed to scrounge up from the battle proved to be just as valuable for fashion. But despite the increase in money she has earned, Lucy had been hoping for something a bit more easy after the Tower of Heaven. Frankly, she'd rather not go through something like that ever again. They had come way too close to losing a dear friend more than she liked. She sighed as she made her way up the stairs. Well, at least it's all over. However, just as she began to make her way upwards, her ears perked up as an unexpected sound hit her ears. It was an upbeat melody, accompanied by a feminine, soft yet somehow still intense voice. As she continued to ascend the stairs, Lucy's eyes slowly began to widen as she began to hear the voice more and more clearly. This voice is Bambi's? Her question was almost immediately answered as she reached her room, the singing louder and much more clear than it had before. Wanting to finally find out just what was exactly going on, Lucy carefully opened the door, her eyes falling upon her girlfriend. All she could currently see at the moment was her back, her head moving yep and through as she danced in the room with subtle movements of her hips and arms. Just as she was about to sing another verse, the Quincy turned around, her eyes closed, and was about to sing until Lucy spoke up. Bambi. Instantly, Bambietta's eyes shot open, the Quincy taking a step back before she stammered. Lucy, it's not what you think, really I mean. The Quincy promptly stopped her stammering before she let out an annoyed groan and sat down on the couch. Oh. Who am I kidding? You saw plenty of it. Lucy blinked. She hadn't an inkling why she was responding like this. Still, she wanted to support her. Was that what you had planned for Miss Fairy Tale? Lucy asked as she stood in front of Bambietta. The Quincy merely groaned again. Yes, that was the plan. Ugh, I know, I was terrible. Damn it, I'm way out of practice. Lucy blinked once more, confused by her girlfriend's choice of words. That was terrible. Bambietta held her head up with her left hand as she knelt over. Of course it was. I was slightly off pace with the song and my pitch was too high. Lucy looked down at Bambietta for just a few seconds before she placed her right hand on one of the Quincy's shoulder. You really think so? I wasn't able to get the best impression of what you were singing, but what I heard downstairs seemed pretty good to me. That's because you were downstairs. Bambietta replied, irritability. Damn it all, I should have known picking this back up was a bad idea. Hey, it's all right. Lucy said as she sat down next to Bambietta, both of her hands covering one of Bambietta's. I think you're probably being a little hard on yourself. When she didn't respond, Lucy decided to press onward. If you mind me asking, why did you stop? Bambietta shot Lucy a sideways glance. Because my old guild was preparing for a special mission and our guild master wanted us in top shape. Our training intensified to tenfold and I lost a few hours of the spare time I used to have. Singing, it was something my mom and I used to do back when I lived with my old man, but after I found my guild, it was just something that I did when I was by myself to pass the time. But after we got our orders to train harder I just kinda stopped. I see. Lucy spoke as she nodded with understanding. Well, for what it's worth, I think you did a lot better than you're giving yourself credit for. Bambietta shook her head. No, I'm not. I was terrible. If you really think so, then how about you try it again? Lucy asked. If you're really not sure about what I heard, then why don't you try it one time for me? Bambietta leaned back up before she turned her head at Lucy. How do I know that you're not going to lie to just make me feel better? Because I'd never let you go through that kind of humiliation for Miss Fairy Tale. Lucy said before she gave her a quick peck on the cheek. Just because we're both competing doesn't mean that I want you to do bad. I mean, sure, winning would be nice, really nice actually, but I'd rather have fun more than anything else. Bambietta stared at Lucy before she held onto one of her hands tightly. There wasn't a single hint of dishonesty on her face. Even so, she had to ask one last question. Just promise me that you won't laugh if it's terrible, okay? Bambietta murmured. Lucy's jaw dropped. I'd never do something like that. Come on, Bambi, you should know me better than that. Bambietta stared into Lucy's eyes as the blonde gave her another heartwarming smirk before Bambietta smiled back. You're right. I was being stupid. Thanks, Lou. She leaned forward and gave Lucy a quick kiss on her lips before she got up, microphone on hand. I'm going to play you a fun little song that my friends and I really enjoyed a lot back home. I hope you'll like it too. Lucy wasn't sure what she expected. Perhaps a song filled with rock-hard metal or something similar in nature. But this seemed much softer. Well, to a degree anyway. Despite the music not being all-out hard rock, there was still an intensity to it, one that felt upbeat that would briefly dip down before it picked up once more. Bambietta sung the words without any hesitation, her hips swaying with the beat of the song, her spare hand also moving with the rhythm of the music as it moved about in the air. Lucy's jaw dropped. She had known that Bambietta was more than likely being way harder to herself than she probably should have been, but this was far better than she had expected. When the song finally finished, Lucy promptly stood up and clapped her hands. Bambi, that was amazing. Bambietta opened up her eyes as she looked at Lucy. You really think so? Lucy nodded as she stepped close to her. Yeah, I do. You'll do great in Miss Fairy Tale, I just know it. Bambietta chuckled sheepishly as she rubbed the back of her head. Well, I mean, I certainly hope so. If I'm going up against you and Urza, then I know I have to step up my game if I want to have any chance of winning this thing. Honestly, after that, I'm a little worried about my chances. Lucy admitted. I honestly think you have a chance at winning this, I really do. Even with Urza? Bambietta asked with some trepidation. You really think I can beat her? Lucy promptly held one of Bambietta's hands before she smiled. I mean, you're the one I'm dating, aren't I? Bambietta's eyes widened for a moment before she smiled right back at Lucy before she tossed her microphone at the couch before she immediately locked lips with her girlfriend, her hands going to her hips. While taken aback at first, Lucy soon began to kiss back before the two made their way to their bed. It was going to be a fun night. Bambi, you're not actually serious about this harebrained scheme, are you? It's not harebrained, it's brilliant. You'll see, Lil, you'll see. The two were talking way louder than they probably should have been, given the time of day that it was. 6:50 a.m. The Guildhall wouldn't open up to anyone for at least another 10 minutes, with Makarov personally having to unlock it with his own set of keys. Nobody would have thought of arriving so soon, which was exactly what Bambietta wanted. If she was going to make this work, she'd need to meet up with this new emperor before anyone else. Thus, she had decided to go alone, allowing her roommates to catch up on some much-needed sleep. Unfortunately for her, it seemed her two close friends from the Wandenreach had taken notice of her spiritual life making its way towards the guild and had decided to see what was going on, with Rukia soon joining in once she sensed the three of them came together. Seeing no other choice but to explain what her plan was, she had told the three exactly what it was she had planned. You really think this is going to help you get rich quick? Bambi, this is beyond desperate and you know it. Candace said as she followed along, hands on her hips. Bambietta scoffed. Says you. I'll have you know that tour guides make a shit ton of money back home in terms of tips, and that's for doing it for your average Joe or plain Janes. She then smirked, pumping her fist in excitement. But this is an emperor, guys. You don't get richer than that in this world. If he's so insistent on seeing Fiore's culture for himself, then he's bound to need someone to show him around. Brained. Scheme. Lil Tato repeated before she rolled her eyes. Honestly, forgetting the fact that you have no experience with being a tour guide whatsoever, you should probably let it be someone who's actually native to Earthland do it instead. At least they'll have some idea of what they're talking about. You really should listen to them. Rukia added, take it from someone who has at least some knowledge of nobility. There's a chance that he might actually take offense to him even needing a tour guide. Nobles can be very fickle about some of the most minor of details. Bambietta stuck her tongue out before she huffed. Soul Society nobles always had sticks up their ass, so of course they would. Don't give me that look, you know it's true. Bambietta said as Rukia gave her a brief glare. I'm like 90% positive that the ones in Earthland are way more chill anyway. Besides, even if I somehow piss him off, I still have my secret weapon. Bambietta smirked then as she took something that had been sticking out of one of her pockets. A bottle of bourbon. If I know anything about nobility, it's that they love their alcohol. Rukia pinched the bridge of her nose while Lil Tato face palmed. Candace, however, had a different reaction altogether. "I'll take off your hands for 1,500 jewel," Candace said as she reached for it, only for Bambietta to immediately move it out of her reach. "No way. First off, this stuff cost me almost 5,000 jewel. Secondly, I need it in case shit does go south," Bambietta exclaimed irritably. Once the guild hall came into view, Bambietta took off in a sprint, eager to get to the guild before anyone else. Grinning all the while with a slight skip in her step, Bambietta stopped just in front of the front door, and tilted her head in confusion. "Huh. That's weird. If you're referring to how you're behaving today, then I'd have to agree," Lil Tato said as she and the other got closer. "Ha, ha, ha, not funny," Bambietta retorted as she glanced over her shoulder before she looked back at the guild. "No, I mean, the door's unlocked." "Already?" Candace asked as she took a curious look over Bambietta's shoulder. "Maybe the master thought he'd start a bit early." "No, that's not possible," Rukia added while she shook her head. "I can still sense his Ryotsu elsewhere. He's on his way, but he's not here yet." "Huh? You think someone's trying to rob the guild?" Candace inquired. "I highly doubt anyone's that stupid," Lil Tato remarked. "Fairy Tail is considered one of Fiori's most powerful guild, not to mention the fact that we open up in just 10 minutes. The blonde narrowed her eyes at the guild. "Something's fishy, I just wish I knew what. I've got a bad feeling about this," Bambietta dreaded internally. Slowly opening the door more, the pair of four made their way inside before Rukia turned on the lights. At first glance, everything seemed to be alright, with nothing amiss. Bambietta let out a sigh of relief then, her fear leaving her body as she exhaled. "Man, don't scare me like that, Lil. You got me wound up over nothing." Lil Tato simply looked away. "Well, one of us has to use their brain." Bambietta grit her teeth before she clenched her left fist. "Come again, Lil? If you have something to say, then say it. Last I checked I was in the top 20 of my class back at the academy, so you better shut your dash. You're still as rambunctious as ever, I see, Miss Basterbine." The world froze. The Quincy's rant ceased almost immediately as she heard the deep voice. Her eyes widened like saucers and her breath instantly became heavy as the grip on her bottle of bourbon gave way, the alcoholic beverage smashing to the ground as glass and beer went all over the floor. However, she and every other Quincy present didn't give that even the most modicum of thought. The look on her fellow Quincy's faces said it all, as Lil Tato and Candace looked upwards with complete and utter terror. Tepidly, Bambietta forced herself to turn around to look where they were, instinctually praying that she hadn't heard whom she thought she had. It was not to be. There on the second floor of Fairy Tail's newly made guild hall did he stand, a tall man adorned in white with a maroon-black cloak going down to his knees. But most noticeable of all was his well-kept mutton chops, long black hair and his piercing reddish-brown eyes. Bambietta's knees shook as the Quincy found it harder and harder to breathe and maintain any sort of composure, her friends faring no better. She wanted to yell, scream, anything to let out her fear in some manner. Yet all she could manage was a terrified whimper. "Your Majesty." The Quincy Emperor smirked. Chapter 80, Trepidation. "That's not possible," Bambietta stuttered as the Quincy Kaiser's eyes bore into hers. "Why is he here? No, better question, how is he here? The only way people from our world can even be here is if they already died and are chosen as some god's champion. So, why the hell am I seeing him right in front of me?" The mere notion of Wywak ever dying was considered practically an impossibility to any Quincy. It was no doubt for this reason that she and the others had never even considered running into him. Yet here he was, somehow, for some reason, standing in her new home. Could she run? Grab Lucy and Wendy and make a run for it before he killed them? She didn't want to abandon her other friends, especially Urza and Levi, but she knew that if there was any hope for her to survive this, she would simply have to take who she could before running as fast as possible. Almost instantly she wanted to hit herself. Run, yeah, great idea. Where to? There's nowhere safe when it comes to His Majesty, you fucking idiot. I'd be lucky to make it out of the front door, let alone Magnolia. Lil Tato was hardly faring any better. Worse in fact. Far, far worse. Her right hand instinctively moved right over to her stomach, where the Emperor had gutted her in her previous life. Her knees quivered as her breathing became heavy and erratic. Scared? Terrified? None of those words came even remotely close to describing the fear coursing through her body. As she shook, her mind only had one thought on a seemingly infinite loop. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? This was nothing like Jose or Jalal, where some sort of plan or strategy could have provided them with a means of victory despite the vast difference in power. No, this was a being whose strength defied such logic. Wywak wasn't merely strong. He was strength itself. Then there was Candace. The green-haired woman gulped as she took a step back. It was no secret that she had no love for practically any authority figures in her life, the sole exceptions being Urza and Master Makarov. But while she certainly had no loyalty left to her former king, that didn't mean she didn't know her place in the pecking order. Never once in her entire time in the Wandenreich had she ever mouthed off to him or made even the slightest of snarky retorts to his orders. Such a blatant act of disrespect would have no doubt resulted in execution. Even when she was nowhere near his presence, she did not dare speak in any manner that could possibly be considered insulting. There was no telling who would overhear her words and report it back to the king for their own gain. After all, it would open up another position into the venerable ranks of the stern Ritter. Rukia, meanwhile, was more confused than anything else. She had known the three of the Quincy for quite some time and she had never seen them like this. What she did know, however, was that the power she was sensing from this new individual was immense. It was as if the head captain himself were standing right in front of her. His power wasn't billowing out, but rather it was highly concentrated around his body, no doubt to prevent anyone from outside of the guild sensing his presence. Who is that? Rukia asked. Realizing that the Regai wasn't on the up and up, Candace leaned down to Rukia's ear before she whispered. That's our equivalent to your boss. He's someone you really don't want to get on the bad side of. That, and he kinda killed the captain commander. Rukia's eyes shot open before she gasped. Hiwa, MMPPHH. Candace had quickly covered Rukia's mouth before she said anything else, shushing her with one finger covering her own lips. Her eyes darted back to Wywak, who thankfully hadn't seemed to have taken any offense to her words or presence for that matter. It seems that you've all adjusted to your new lives here in Fairy Tale, Wywak spoke before he made his way slowly down the stairs, giving them all a small smile. It warms my heart to see you all doing so well. The three former stern Ritter shot themselves looks of confusion and bafflement before Bambietta promptly took the lead, went to one knee, and bowed to her king as he descended the stairs. We're beyond honored that you still take our well-being into consideration, your majesty. Lilt Otto quickly followed suit. Yes, for we are forever in your debt for taking us into your wondrous empire so that we had the pleasure to call it home. Candace, not wanting to be the sole receiver of Wywaka's wrath, followed their example. Why yeah, may your kindness and blessings be as interminable as your reign. The Quincy king merely lifted up his right hand. Now, there's no need for any of that. Rise, my children, so that I may see your faces. Slowly, and with trepidation, the three Quincy did precisely that, each of them trying her best to remain as composed as possible. Wywaka's gaze slowly looked over them before he nodded his head. I see. As I suspected, you've all lost a considerable amount of power yet still maintain more than enough to remain competent fighters. As to be expected of my former stern Ritter. Bambietta bowed in a panic. Oh, our most sincere apologies, your majesty. If we had known you would come looking for us, we would have trained rigorously without end to reach our former strength, if not surpass it outright. We don't know how this transpire. Bambietta stopped immediately as soon as she heard the Emperor chuckle. He's laughing? He's fucking laughing? It wasn't anywhere near a strong laugh, in fact it was rather subtle, but regardless, it did little to alleviate her shock. There's no need to explain yourselves, Miss Basterbine, Wywak uttered with a shake of his head. I already know the reason as to why you have been depot-word, as well as our reason for being in this world. He fucking knows. All of the Quincy thought as their heart rates began to rise. How does he know? I only know because of special circumstances, so what the fuck? Bambietta cursed internally. One thing was for certain, she had plenty of questions for Sylphia once this was over. If she survived this encounter, that was. Waiwaka's gaze then fell over to Rukia's, once more causing the others to flinch with fear. Ah, and you must be Rukia Kukaki. Rukia blinked, the Regai unsure how to process, well frankly, any of what was going on. Supposedly, this man had killed Genri Yusai Shijikuni Yamamoto, and while his current power was only on par with the captain commander's whenever he went about his daily business, it would have been utterly foolish to consider this anywhere near his full power. Thus, due to both the power she was sensing and the reaction of her fellow guildmates, did she bow her head. It's an honor to make your acquaintance, King of the Quincy. Waiwak nodded. Likewise. The mod souls were unjustly disposed of and executed on the orders of the Central 46. You and Miss Hinamori have my sympathy for the trials and tribulations that your kind have suffered, even if you are based off of soul reapers yourselves. At least now it seems that you've both found a proper guild. Now it was Rukia's turn to be stupefied. What? How did he know that I was a Regai? I've kept my bracelet hidden and I've gotten special contacts to prevent the occasional blue spark from my eyes. No, more than that, Momo only just joined a few days ago, there's no way word could have traveled that quickly. Bambietta found herself drowning in more and more despair as her worst fear was realized. Shit. He still has the fucking almighty. She had been praying, foolishly so, that he had at least been brought over without his shrift, much like she had been. Yet those choice of words right there revealed to her that, even if he didn't have access to its full capacity, that he at the very least had its foresight abilities to some extent. What's going on here? All of the members of Fairy Tale promptly turned their heads behind them as Makarov Driar strode through the guild and made his way towards the tall newcomer. Normally, Master Makarov's presence would have been soothing, the powerful mage having taken the role of father figure for the women gathered. Whenever they had any sort of problem, no matter how big or small, no matter how powerful, Makarov had always come through. But this was a different matter altogether, one where even the tiniest of mistakes could result in the destruction of the entire guild. Knowing she had to speak up quickly, Bambietta opened her mouth only for Waiwak to beat her to the punch. Ah, Master Makarov. It's good to finally meet you face to face, the Quincy King spoke. I've been wanting to meet you for some time after reading your first letter to me. Forgive me for my early arrival, but I simply felt compelled to pay your guild an early visit. Makarov's expression turned jovial. Oh, you must be the new Emperor of Bosco. Truly, it's an honor to welcome royalty such as yourself to the guild. Though, next time, I think I'd prefer it if you waited outside. I'll do well to remember that, Waiwak answered with a slight smirk. All right, you whippersnappers, listen up. We've got our special guest here and, Makarov had turned around, prepared to give a small speech about them getting things into place for their guest of honor, but the looks on their faces gave him pause. They hid it decently enough, but they could not quite erase the small traces of fear that he could see etched into each of their faces, from eyes darting about, profuse sweating, slightly labored breath, and more. Something's wrong. Why do they look so afraid? Makarov asked himself. He could understand some feelings of nervousness in front of someone so important, but this was far from that. No, this wasn't his children simply being nerve-wracked. They were in terror. Has something happened? Makarov asked in a subdued tone. Urza slowly made her way inside of the guild as this was going on, the strongest woman in Fairy Tale quickly taking note of the situation as she slowly made her approach. Bambietta shook her head. No, not at all. Everything's great, fantastic actually. We're just catching up on old times is all. Yeah, see, he's our former guild master and the strongest person I know. Bambietta made sure to put an extra strong emphasis on the last 4 words, wanting to give as subtle of a warning as she possibly could for both Makarov and the approaching Urza. Candace seemed to agree wholesale with this idea, her fellow Quincy nodded her head in agreement. Yeah, he's strong. Like, really, really strong. Trust me when I can say right now that Bambi's not exaggerating. Candace spoke. Urza, however, narrowed her eyes as she approached. She remembered quite well what Makarov had told her about Bambietta's former guild, when the Quincy had told the guild master everything. From the looks on their faces, it was beyond evident to her that their words were spoken purely to soothe their guild master's ego. Well, she wouldn't have any of it. The three of them, Bambietta and Lil Tato especially, had gone through utter hell for her sake back at the Tower of Heaven, and she wasn't about to watch them suffer as she had just over a week ago. Her right hand glowed with light then as she prepared to requip her sword. However, before she even had the chance, she felt a hand cover her own. Glancing at her right arm, Urza could see the culprit was none other than Lil Tata Lampard, the Quincy shaking her head before she gave Urza a pleading look. Tears began to well around her eyes before she slowly moved her lips, the Quincy's words speaking an almost silent yet powerful message. Don't you dare. 3 words, it was just 3 mere words, yet they were enough to give her pause. Lil Tato wasn't afraid to fight someone stronger than her fight with Jalal had made that evident. To see her like this was incredibly concerning. She glanced over at the man who was causing Lil Tato so much distress and almost instantly regretted it. The man was staring directly at her, with a knowing smile creasing his face. It wasn't malicious, but the message it sent was clear. I know what you were thinking, and I am not the least bit afraid. This man. Something about him was off, but Urza couldn't quite put her finger on what. There was nothing about him that seemed all that threatening, at least in how he was presenting himself, yet for some reason, all sorts of warnings were going off in her mind as she looked at the king. A feeling of uneasiness slowly crept up on her and she couldn't help but feel a shudder shoot down her spine. This is no mere king. Still, she was far from content to simply let her fellow guildmates cower any longer. She was about to take a step forward to confront him verbally before Makarov cleared his throat, catching everyone's attention. Pardon me, Your Majesty, but I think it would be best if we continued to talk in private in my office. There's much about the Harvest Festival and Magnolia that you should be made aware of before the festivities begin, and I'd rather not have you be swarmed by questions from my family before we get a chance to figure out how we should move forward. Bambietta and the others felt themselves freeze with fear. With the exception of Hashwalth, no one ever told Wywak to do anything, and even then it had been extremely rare. Even though he was asking politely. The outcome could very well be disastrous. The three then let out a sigh of fresh air as the king seemed to have nodded in agreement. Very well. Feel free to lead me to your office, Master Makarov. As the two leaders made their way up to the second floor, the 3 Quincy's watched with trepidation until the pair finally entered the office, Bambietta promptly falling to her knees as soon as the door closed. She patted herself down to assure herself of her own continued existence as she spoke. Is it over? Are we alive? I think we're alive, but I want to be damn sure that he hasn't killed us so fast that we just haven't noticed yet. Yeah, we're still alive, somehow, Lil Tato muttered before she fell to her hands and knees. Just, don't ask me how, and definitely don't ask me why, because I'm going to tell you right now, I got jack shit. Okay, so we all agree we're alive and have no idea what's going on. Perfect, I can finally let this out. What the fuck? Candace screamed before she fell onto her back. Phew, yucking hell, what is happening? Hell if I know. Bambietta yelled back at her. I say we just count our fucking blessings that we survive the morning and pray that things go well till he leaves. As soon as she uttered those last words, the color drained from her face. Fuck, when is he gonna leave? Lil Tato groaned. Ugh. Considering how he and Makarov were talking, it's more than obvious that he's the new emperor of Bosco. So. Probably not, at least until the Harvest Festival ends. Fuck, 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 phew yuck. Well, there goes all the fun I was hoping to have for that. Candace complained. Ugh, I'm going to have to act like a total bitch for a whole week. Candy, I love you like a sister, but you're always a bitch. Not that kind, Bambi. Fuck. Rukia looked over at them. Are we truly that lucky? The Reggae asked with concern. Yes, the 3 of them said in unison before Bambietta looked over at Rukia. Frankly, I'm surprised that you're still alive at all, Rukia. You're a copy of a Soul Reaper. He probably sees your life as about as valuable as a fly, yet he bothered to actually talk to you. Yeah, that was very unlike him, Lil Otto admitted. In fact, he seemed a lot more jovial than usual. Like, by a lot. To say that his current behavior left for a loop would have been a massive understatement. That wasn't even touching the even larger question of how he was even in this world in the first place. Yeah, if it weren't for the Ryotsu and mutton chops, I would have sworn it was someone else. Candace commented. Jesus Christ, my heart's still going a million miles an hour. Urza stepped between the fallen trio. Well, at least it seems that he hadn't threatened you in any way. I was concerned that something had transpired given your reaction and what little I know of your guild. That's a relief, I suppose. You could say that again. Bambietta muttered. Urza wasn't finished speaking her mind, however, as she narrowed her eyes. However, should he ever bring any of you further distress, I'll be sure to bring an end to it, Mijal. No. The three Quincy's screamed as they scrambled to their feet, surprising Urza. Urza, I know that you mean well, and while normally I'd really appreciate it, don't. Bambietta made it clear. Trust me when I say that this is not a battle that you want. It's not. It's really not, Candace added. This is one time where we're just going to have to suck it up and take it. Urza shook her head. Listen, I know that he's your former guild master, but that doesn't give him any right for him to treat you however he pleases. Should he dare show any of his nasty old habits, then Master Makarov and you'll die. Urza's eyes widened before she slowly turned her attention to Lil Otto, completely taken aback by her blunt answer. Lil Otto, what are you? This isn't an enemy you can beat, Urza. No one can. Lil Otto cried, the Quincy grateful that no one else had come to the guild yet. This isn't a fight we can hope to win, it's literally impossible. Urza shook her head. We've gone up against overwhelming odds in the past, this is no differ. Yes it is. Lil Otto screamed as she clutched onto one of Urza's arms. You only say that because you don't know what he's really capable of. Jose? Jalal? They don't come anywhere close to how powerful His Majesty is. I hate to say it, Urza, but she's right, Bambietta added. Look, no one here can deny how strong you are. Frankly, most Shinigami and Quincy wish they could reach your level, but we're entirely out of our depth here. Her face more manic, Bambietta continued. Your Armadura fairy armor is strong as hell, but I was a lot stronger than even that when I was back home in my prime. And you know what? Even then I would have stood no chance in hell against him. If you're a backyard pool, then he's the entire damn ocean. Even if the entire guild fought him at once, we'd be lucky to last 1 minute, Candace muttered. Or 10 seconds, frankly. Urza couldn't believe what they were saying. They were really, truly convinced that victory was an impossibility. Even she was starting to have doubts herself. However, just before she could attempt to make one more rebuttal, Lil Otto spoke up. Urza, I'll put this in a way you'll understand. To challenge His Majesty is the equivalent to fighting someone as powerful as the Etherian itself. To be frank, I don't even think that's not doing him justice. As far as I'm concerned, the man could wipe all of Ishgar itself off the map if he wanted to, if not all of Earthland. Urza looked at the three Quincy's as more guild members made their ways inside. If there was even a remote truth to what they said, then her actions would have had massive ramifications for the entire guild. Not just because of his supposed overwhelming strength, but also for causing new strife between Fiori and Bosco. Strife that she alone would have been solely responsible for. She sighed with irritation before she closed her eyes. Very well. The three of you have managed to convince me. However, at the very least, I plan to keep an eye on him during his stay. The three Quincy's let out a collective sigh of relief. That was certainly a step in the right direction to prevent the eradication of their new home. All that mattered now was simply how Makarov handled the situation on his end. The office of Fairy Tales Guild Master wasn't what many would have assumed given the guild's reputation. It wasn't extravagant by any means, and a far cry from how the Quincy King had arranged his own audience chamber. There was no ornate furniture or elegant curtains adorning the room, nor was it vast in size. Instead, the room felt rather informal with only a few plain wooden chairs, 2 bookshelves, and a desk decorating the room. However, this simplicity also had a benefit of its own, the small room feeling far more comforting and hospitable than anywhere within Silburn. A rather quaint little headquarters you have here, Master Makarov, the Quincy Kaiser spoke as they slowly made their way inside. I understand that, as a king, these accommodations may not be up to your standards. However, I simply felt that it was best if we had this private chat of ours as soon as possible, Makarov said as he pulled out his chair and jumped onto it. There's no need to be concerned about such things. It reminds me of a simpler time, Wywak replied before he glanced over at the window behind Makarov, the beautiful expanse of Lake Silyura glistening from the sun's rays. Besides, I believe natural beauty such as that to be much more magnificent than mere marble and cloth. Makarov took note of the Emperor's gaze as he briefly glanced behind him. Yes, the view of that lake has always been quite the sight to behold. I tend to find myself gazing at it quite often when I need to collect my thoughts. However, almost instantly did the joyful and jovial old man seem to vanish before Wywaka's eyes as the elderly man's gaze became far more stern and unnerving. Now, tell me. What is it that you want with my children? The guild master didn't raise his voice, yet his tone made it clear that the wizard saint was holding back a great deal of vexation. However, Wywak didn't seem intimidated in the slightest as he waved his hand nonchalantly. You can be at ease, Master Makarov. I am not here to pluck my former Sternritter from the ranks of your guild. I simply wished to see how my children were handling themselves in this brand new world. You have my sincere thanks for helping them to thrive in this new world they've found themselves in. Makarov's gaze didn't lessen in the slightest. He knew full well of the horrors this man had inflicted upon his own guild, how he ruled the roost with fear. The truth of the matter was, not only did it fill Makarov with utter disgust to allow this man inside of his guild, but also fury that he still referred to Bambietta, Liltato, and Candice as his children. Still, he would not allow his anger to overcome him completely. The decades of experience he had in running the guild had helped to forge him into the man he was today. You'll forgive me if I find your words less than reassuring. I understand that Miss Basterbine and the others probably told you a great many things, Wywak answered dismissively, his eyes closed as he took his seat. None of which I will attempt to deny. I'm sure everything that they have told you is completely true. I ruled my guild with an iron fist, and disposed of those that I felt were a detriment to my cause or that I no longer possessed a use for. However, the Kaiser's eyes opened then, filled with a stern determination. I am no longer the man that I used to be. Wywak placed both of his elbows on the desk as he continued. I suspect that I've arrived in this world far earlier than the rest of my children. 20 years earlier, as a matter of fact. 20 years to reminisce about the past, and about the mistakes I've made. Makarov for his part simply stared at the man before him with an air of confusion. The Emperor did nothing to convince him that what his former subordinates had told him was false. If anything, he outright confirmed it. But to what end? What could he possibly gain by embracing this horrid truth? Even with all his years of experience, Makarov was simply incapable of seeing any sort of advantage to it all. And then there were his last words. Try as he might, Makarov couldn't detect even the slightest trace of a lie. Had he truly reformed? Wywak promptly interrupted Makarov's line of thought. I can sense that you're confused. Allow me to take a gander as to why. You're unsure as to what I could possibly gain from admitting to the atrocities I had committed while they were under my reign. Your confusion is entirely understandable, so I'll get straight to the point. You and I are more than capable of knowing whenever or not we are being deceived, and while deception can be a powerful weapon indeed, I have no need for it. So, please, feel free to ask me any question you desire. Makarov was silent, carefully choosing his next words before he finally decided to speak. Answer me this then. Are you an enemy of Fairy Tale or not? Enemy. Wywak lightly chuckled as he closed his eyes before he opened them once more. You could say that. But you could also say I'm not. Enough. Makarov shouted as he promptly smashed the desk between them, his entire arm enlarged. I've only tolerated your presence in my guild, amongst my family, because I didn't wish to bring about an international incident between our two countries. Should you merely participate in the festivities, then you may remain as an honored guest. But should you dare to threaten any of my children, Makarov's mass continued to swell and grow further and further before he towered over the Quincy king, his magical power building up within the room as he stood over 10 feet tall, his body fully muscular. Then I shall consider it nothing less than a declaration of war. Almost anyone else would have cowered before the massive man before them. Not only was Makarov towering in height, but his magical prowess was amongst some of the best in the country. He was a wizard saint, the 6th strongest man in all of Fiori, and only those of immeasurable power would have dared to do what Wywak did next. He chuckled. Do you find something funny about this? Makarov yelled down at the still-seated king. If you think that I won't follow through on that threat, then you are sorely mistaken. Oh, pardon my outburst, Master Makarov. I wasn't laughing at you per se. I have no doubt that you have every intention to make me suffer if I bring unwarranted duress onto your children. Nor am I laughing at how much you care for those under your protection. Yes, there was indeed a time where I would have found such concern in them laughable, but the last 20 years have allowed me to see that not as a weakness, but rather as a strength. The stronger the bonds between subordinate and leader, the more powerful they can grow in turn. No, what I laugh about was not your intentions, but rather the word you used to describe them. Makarov was just about to demand what Wywak was referring to, but before he could utter a single sound, an overwhelming pressure overcame him. His old bones shook and creaked as he was brought to his knees, the master of fairy tale just barely having enough strength to look back at the emperor casually staring down at him. What? This pressure is this his doing? It wasn't just what he was doing that sent a chill down his spine but the casual ease of it all. Wywak simply looked down at Makarov before he spoke. War is the word that you use, but it's not the word that you mean. Not truly, at least. Makarov made an attempt to rise up to his feet, only for the pressure to increase and for the wizard saint to fall completely to the floor. You've only been a part of a mere 2 battles with Phantom Lord, yet you call it a war, while the stakes were high. Ultimately, no lives were lost, and your guild has carried on as if it had never happened. But true war is not so simple. War is when lives are lost every day on the battlefield. War is when battles last for days on end. War is when civilians suffer for the mistakes and arrogance of their rulers. War is when children become orphans. True war, Master Makarov, is hell. The king stood up from his chair as he continued to look down at Makarov. I have studied and mastered the art of war through decades of experience and conquests. Entire nations have fallen under my banner. Millions of lives, lost from the horrors of war from my own hand. I don't simply know war, Master Makarov. I've perfected it. In fact, were I my old self, Titania would have lost her arm for even thinking of baring her blade against me. But even more so than that. His left index finger glowed with a bright light as he pointed it to the guild below. I would threaten to annihilate not just your guild, but all of Magnolia. Makarov's eyes widened considerably, his heart feeling as though it would beat out of his chest as the light intensified. It wouldn't require any more effort on my part than it would to swat a fly. Life truly is a fragile thing. The intense light ceased then as his hand moved away from the guild master letting out a sigh of relief as he did. But like deception, I find myself above such tactics these days. Think of that merely as an example of war. Makarov could do nothing but listen as the Quincy continued his lecture. But make no mistake, Master Makarov. Despite what I just told you, I despise war. I loathe the suffering the people undergo. I hate the meaningless loss of life of soldiers who go to war to protect their countries, and most of all, I despise the cries that women and children make as they discover that their husbands and fathers will never return home. The emperor then walked over to a picture frame hanging in the master's office, a drawing that Riedas had drawn the day that Happy had first been born. Know this, I have no desire to crush your guild under my foot. It would be far more beneficial, for the both of us, if we could cooperate. Your guild's assistance in the far future would certainly make things much more convenient for myself. It is not, however, a necessity for what I need. The overwhelming pressure lessened then, enough to allow Makarov the bare minimum necessary for movement. Now, do we have an understanding, Master Makarov? Yes, he gritted out. The Emperor smiled. Excellent. It warms my heart to see reason prevail over conflict in the end. The spiritual pressure ceased entirely, allowing Master Makarov to slowly wobble up to his feet. Know this, Master Makarov. I take no offense to your desire to protect your children. If anything, I applaud you for your bravery. Nor do I plan to bring about any misfortune to your guild during this visit. However, should you dare to threaten me or my kingdom ever again, there will be dire consequences. For the name I have claimed is Wywak. The man that was more than just a man made his way towards the door, but as he reached for the handle, he turned his head to look back at Makarov. And my claim rests on everything. With that, the Emperor opened the door and promptly left the room, allowing Makarov to take deep breaths as he tried to recompose himself. Never in all of his time as either guild master or wizard saint had he ever been so thoroughly defeated, let alone humiliated. For him to have done what he had, and with such ease. Now more than ever did he understand the Quincy's fear. Wywak. That was the name of the man that had stopped Seagrain with complete and utter ease when he had tried to apprehend Jose Porla. At the time, he had felt that Hashwaltha's reaction had been perhaps a wee bit overly dramatic, believing that a collaborative effort of all the saints would solve the problem. But now, he perfectly understood why he feared him so much. Now, Makarov had no choice but to decide on what his next action would be, and fast. Challenging Wywak to a direct confrontation was absolutely out of the question, that much had been made abundantly clear. As far as he could tell, not even Guildarts or God Serena stood a chance against this man. There were only 3 options left before him. The first was Fairy Law, the most powerful spell in the entire history of the guild. With it, defeating foes that possessed greater magic than even himself was possible. But this was more than just a slight gap in power. The difference between him and the Quincy Kaiser was no doubt far above the gap between himself and any of his children that were not in S-class. While it was certainly possible that the spell would still work, there was also a possibility that it wouldn't work. If it didn't, the consequences would no doubt be dire. The other option was the dark secret of the guild, Lumen Histo Ire. With access to an infinite pool of ether nano, it was entirely possible for him to overcome the gap between them, but there were 2 great risks that came with it. The first would be revealing the existence of it to the world at large, whereupon the Magic Council would wish to seize it for themselves and plunge his guild into yet another war. The other was more concerning. There was no telling if his old body would be able to handle such an excess of magical power or for how long. If he fell in battle shortly after its use, or if the Emperor still managed to stand his ground and eventually overwhelm him, then he would have access to Lumen Histo Ire himself. The mere thought of that last one caused him to shudder with fear. That left only one option for him to use. For this entire week, Magnolia itself would become Wywak's kingdom. He's dead. He's fucking dead, 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 and so are we. Bambietta panicked as she buried her head in her hands. To say that she and the others were on edge wouldn't have come even remotely close to the level of fear they were currently experiencing. How could they not, after the massive force of spiritual pressure they felt come from Makarov's office? Luckily it has been condensed purely into the room, leaving everyone else unaffected, but that did little to quell their terror. He pissed His Majesty off and now it's only a matter of time before we all fucking die. Ordinarily, this would have been where Lil Tato or Candace would have slapped some sense back into Bambietta, possibly literally. However, this time the other 2 Quincy were in no position to do so. If anything, they were just as stunned with fear as she was. Momo had quickly shown up only a minute prior, the Reggae having rushed towards the guild in a panic the moment she had sensed such immense spiritual pressure. She almost immediately went to work, planning on creating a barrier laced with hundreds of Bakudo and the strongest binding spells that she knew to combat the threat. She was well aware how futile of an attempt it would likely be, but she couldn't merely stand by and do nothing. It had taken Urza as well as Rukia to coax her out of the attempt. Still, if he's really that dangerous, shouldn't we inform the rest of the guild? Momo asked. Urza shook her head. That would either result in a widespread panic, or more likely than that, an attempt to band together for all or nothing battle. Neither of which is a desirable outcome. Rukia added. For now, we'll just have to do what we can to placate him. I'm just wondering where Ulquiera is. You'd think he'd be involved already. Candace remarked as she attempted to drink her fear away with a sip of alcohol. You think if we got him to use his segunda etapa, we might stand a dash? It wouldn't make a damn difference. Lil Otto muttered. His Majesty could probably take several of those Lanza del Rampargos and not have a scratch on him. Frankly, Ulquiorra at his full power and Bambi were pretty comparable in her prime, so it's totally pointless. I think I saw him on my way inside. He seemed concerned by what he sensed. Momo admitted. That's probably for the best. Bambietta admitted as she looked up from her hands. His kind and ours really don't get along well, so he should keep his distance. Bambietta blinked a few times before she groaned into her hands. Oh God, that does sounds racist as fuck, doesn't it? This was just not her day. Priorities, Bambi. Priorities. Rukia said as she looked outside. For now we just have to hope for the best. For all our sakes. The situation was dire. That was the quick conclusion Ulquiorra Cipher had come to upon sensing an unparalleled amount of spiritual pressure coming from the guild. He knew not who it came from, only that it had been used to swiftly bring Master Makarov to his knees. He hadn't entered the guild just yet, wanting time to properly think of some sort of strategy before his next move, but two things had become abundantly clear. The first was that if this individual had any hostile intentions, then there was absolutely nothing that he or anyone in the guild could hope to do. This level of power that this being flexed out was about on par with Lord Eisen's. No, stronger. If death was what he desired, then it would be an inevitability. But the fact that the guild still stood, and the lack of any true action taken from this person aside from his display of spiritual pressure, led Ulquiorra to believe that what this man wanted was not the destruction of the guild. What that something was, he had no idea, but it seemed that death was not in their fate. At least not today. But how to proceed? While he was far from unintelligent, he greatly preferred the role of a follower than that of a leader. Levy, while also not unintelligent, didn't seem like the best person to go to in regards to this situation. Perhaps it would simply be best to await for Jade Lodro's return. Ulquiorra pondered. At least then he'd be able to consult Lord Eisen on how to move forward. However, before he could ponder the matter any further, he sensed something which grabbed his attention. 4 spiritual pressures were making their way towards the guild, each of them far above the norm in various ways. The group came into view, each of them looking rather distinct from one another despite wearing similar uniforms, with the exception of one. The first was a tall, lanky young man with short black hair and purple eyes. Compared to the others, his spiritual pressure was nothing by comparison, yet it was still greater than the vast majority of the guilds, surpassing that of Grey Fullbusters. But while his spiritual pressure hadn't caught his eye, there was something about his demeanor which brought the Arrancar pause. The way his eyes moved about as he took in the scenery, this one was shrewd, calculating. The next was a beautiful woman with long red hair and green eyes. She had a more formal disposition to her, giving out the occasional smile and wave to any civilian that offered them to her first. But what was truly catching his attention was just how powerful she was, her spiritual pressure on Par Gelals upon fusing with sea grain. It was the last two, however, that were truly worrisome. One of them was a dark-skinned man, with short white hair and a black crosshair over his closed left eye, a furry dark green hat, and a rather bizarre rifle of some sort hanging off of his back. The other was a tall and broad muscular, blonde-haired man with pure white eyes, wearing a long red cape, black pants, and a silver-winged helmet that covered the upper portion of his face, a confident smirk ever present as he walked down the streets of Magnolia, a broadsword in one hand, and a large circular shield in the other. Their power, it's greater than even that of Barragans, and worst yet, I can tell that this is merely just the surface of their abilities. I had best warn the others immediately. However, just as he was about to make his way down, he noticed that the dark-skinned one amongst the group was staring directly at him, the other 3 following, his hand reaching behind his back. To think that we would find an Arrancar here in Magnolia, and an espada at that. He muttered as he gripped his rifle. The woman sighed. Honestly, Leal, I know of the beefier kind and his head back home, but we're here on a diplomatic mission on behalf of His Majesty. Magnolia's just a stop on the road for him. Let's try to not make negotiations more difficult than they have to be. I wasn't going to kill him. I'm simply wary of his presence, is all Leelbaro muttered. The purple-eyed young man let out a slight chuckle. I suppose it's difficult to fight old habits, still we shouldn't needlessly spill blood regardless of whose it is. I suppose you have a point, Grand Master. The man named Leel responded with a nod of his head. Well, I for one cannot wait till we arrive inside of the guild. The muscular man shouted as he raised his sword high above his head. I've heard quite a lot about this guild and its infamous guild brawls. I say we go inside post haste so I may partake in the festivities. Not with your sword you won't. They're glorified bar brawls, not death matches. The red-headed woman chastised him. And put that thing away, you're liable to poke someone's eye out. But Rhea, do it or else I'll suggest to His Majesty that you should be confined to Neo-Silbrin for the next 3 months. Fine. Gerard grumbled as he put his sword away, though he found himself grinning once more. Then I'll simply just have to use my fists. Rhea groaned and was about to reprimand him about their emperor's dislike of conflict, only for the Grand Master to slowly shake his head, no doubt to inform her of futility in her choice of words. She simply rolled her eyes then as the pair of four walked through the front gate before entering. Ulquiorra jumped down to the ground then, staring into the guild hall itself and unsure how to proceed. Things had just gotten much more concerning. Okay, he's coming down the stairs, he's not mad I think at least, and Master Makarov's still alive. We're good. Bambietta thought frantically as the Quincy Kaiser descended down the stairs. Did everything go all right, Your Majesty? Bambietta asked timidly. The Emperor nodded. Indeed. Your master and I simply had a heart-to-heart is all. I look forward to the festivities. Oh thank God, I mean, that's great to hear, Your Majesty. Candace sputtered out. We'll make sure that it's the best vacation you've ever had. Candace had the most forced smile Bambietta had ever seen on her friend's face, but the king didn't seem to pay it no mind as he created a fancy throne of some sort to sit upon, as well as an ornate table, no doubt thanks to his ability to manipulate the energy of this world greater than any Quincy could ever hope to. Myra Jane promptly made her way over to his makeshift table, the former S-class mage having made it a part of her morning routine to say hello to any new arrivals to the guild whenever she could. Well, hello there, Your Highness. I take it you're the special guest that Master Makarov told us about yesterday. She suspected as much, given the furniture he brought into the world. Wyack nodded. Indeed I am. I take it you must be Myra Jane Strauss. Oh my, does the royalty know about me? I must be really famous over in Bosco. Myra Jane teased with a wink. I take it you're a fan of my pictures in Sorcerer's Weekly. And she's dead. Lil Tato lamented before she slammed her head onto the table she was eating at. And so are we. The Emperor chuckled lightly. I'm afraid not. My daughter, however, used to read Sorcerer's Weekly quite often before we took over the country. She expressed a desire to meet you one day, you see. Oh, well, let her know that the feeling is mutual. I always adore meeting new fans. While Myra Jane was smiling and not acting much different from her usual self, the same could not be said for Bambietta Basterbine. The Quincy slowly, almost as if inch by inch, began to move her head backward towards the pair, her eyes staring blankly at the king, her head tilting slightly to the left. On the outside, she was as quiet and composed as could be despite finding out the news that her former god emperor now had a daughter. On the inside, however, was another matter entirely. What? 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 www. While Bambietta was having an internal crisis, Lil Tato's mind went into overdrive from this revelation. He has a daughter? As in flesh and blood? When? How long has he been here? Who's the mother? What the fuck is happening? Candace just stared before she took a drink. Nope, I'm not even going to try and rationalize this. This whole day has been nothing but one gigantic mindfuck after another. Fuck it, just fuck it. Everything's going to go to hell, so I might as well get drunk before shit hits the fan. So, have you decided on what you want to order, Your Majesty? Myra Jane asked. The king nodded. I'll take a glass of your finest champagne. No need for any food, I'll be dining elsewhere in Magnolia. With a nod of her head, Myra Jane quickly went to the bar to fetch his drink, Bambietta slowly calming herself to a more manageable level. Okay, now that I've let that revelation sink in, so far so good? Yeah? Yeah. Maybe this won't be so bad after all. So far everything's going great. All we gotta do is just make sure no one does anything stupid to upset him and we'll be gold. Hey, who's the guy with the weird mustache? Natsu asked as he and Gray made their way inside of the guild, the Dragon Slayer having noticed the Emperor almost immediately. Gray narrowed his eyes as he tried to get a better look. Beats me, never seen him before. You're right though, that is one weird mustache. Before he could even finish speaking, however, the two felt a powerful grip on the back of their heads before they were slammed to the ground, Bambietta holding them there as she swore internally. Fucking idiots. Far as she was concerned, they were getting off easy, lest the king decided to show his wrath. From the corner of her eye did she notice Urza, the redhead no doubt probably having planned a similar response. Bambietta promptly turned her attention back to the Kaiser as she bowed. 1,000 apologies for their insolence, Your Majesty. They know not to whom they speak. Hey. What gives? Natsu demanded as he squirmed under Bambietta's grip. Yeah, what the hell was that for? Gray added. Apologize. Bambietta yelled. Huh. The two responded. Apologize to His Majesty, right now. Bambietta ordered. That's the Emperor Master Makarov told us about yesterday. Apologize right now before he dash. It's quite alright, Miss Basterbine. Bambietta heard the king utter as she instantly let go of the pair. They were simply unaware of my identity. No harm, no foul. Oh, sorry. Bambietta spoke before she let go of their heads. I'm going to have to buy them lunch later to make up for that one. Next time, maybe just give us a heads up, okay? Geez. Gray asked, though the moment he got a direct look in Bambietta's eyes, he could tell something was off. He was about to ask, but he shook it off. She's just freaking out over the king being here. I'd be a bit on edge too if I saw someone else make that kind of mistake. Natsu got up to his feet, giving Bambietta a slightly cross look before he smiled. Looks like I kinda messed up there. My bad. Why yeah, not a problem. Bambietta muttered. Like Gray before him, Natsu was quick to see that something was not quite right with Bambietta, but before he could do anything else, he felt a strong pull on his right hand, forcing him away from Bambietta. A simple turn to his head revealed the culprit to be none other than Lil Tato. I think we should get a head start on picking out a job today. Lil Tato said quickly as she dragged him away. The sooner she could distract Natsu from the situation at hand, the less likely he would be to interact with the Quincy monarch. Sure. Natsu replied, taken a bit aback by Lil Tato's attitude. She usually didn't go about job requests with such gusto. Well, maybe she found a job she really liked. Natsu thought as the pair were dragged away. However, he couldn't fully shake the feeling that there was something more to the situation. Bambietta let out yet another sigh of relief. I swear to God, I'm going to get a heart attack by the end of all this. Bambietta murmured. I should think you would be honored to be back in his presence, Miss Basterbine. Bambietta felt herself almost jump before she promptly turned around to see none other than Lily Barrow, leader of the Scout's staffel only a mere few feet away from her. Gah. I mean, Lil. It's so nice to see you again, how are you doing? Bambietta forced as big of a smile as she could, as she once again tried to remain as calm as she could outwardly, inwardly was very much the opposite. Lil Tato promptly turned her head as she heard Bambietta's proclamation and felt her heart skip a beat. Lil? Fucking Lil Barrow? As in one of the strongest Quincy to have ever lived? As in, there's no defense against my power, Lil? I can't get hurt with my bullshit hacks, Lil. Shit, 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 shit. She promptly turned her attention back to the job request board. The sooner she got Natsu out of the guild, the better. Candace slowly looked over towards the commotion, looked back at her beer and groaned as her head hit the table. Fuck it. No level of drinking is ever going to make any of this okay. Suo, you're still working for His Majesty? That's awesome. Bambietta forced out through her smile. Leelbaro frowned. You don't have to force your happiness around me, Stern Rittery. Your fear is as evident as a child who knows they're about to be scolded. Bambietta's attitude deflated in an instant. Look, if you guys are here to kill us, then just dash. Kill you? Leel, I do believe you've managed to get off the wrong foot with her. A lanky man said as he approached the pair before he extended a hand toward her with a sly smile. You must be Miss Basterbine. I'm Jonathan, the new Grand Master of the Stern Ritter. It's a pleasure. Pleasure to meet you as well. Bambietta responded with a rather weak handshake. I'm so happy that His Majesty is reforming the Stern Ritter. In reality, that couldn't have been any farther from the truth. Wywak and Leelbaro individually was enough for her panic to skyrocket to its current highs, but now they might have to deal with an entirely new force of Stern Ritter. How much worse could it possibly get? Jonathan seemed to rather easily see through her facade. Relax. If His Majesty was out for blood and vengeance, he'd already have it. Magnolia would be naught but ash and flames and your entire guild would be impaled on spikes. Bambietta blinked. Thank you. I can assure you that he's speaking the truth, albeit more crudely than I'd like. A beautiful red-headed woman with green eyes stated as she approached them. This is purely a diplomatic venture into Fiori as far as our country is concerned. His Majesty simply wanted to take some time to relax after our revolution. He believes that learning more about your culture will make relations between our two countries much more smooth. I see. Bambietta spoke. Are you also one of His Majesty's new Stern Ritter? The woman nodded her head. That's correct. I'm Neo Stern Ritter D. Ria Gregory. Member of the Scootstaffel and head of Bosco's Department of Diplomacy. She then smiled. Though I must admit that I'm also looking forward to the festival. I haven't been to one since I was a child. Well, I'll be sure to make it one you can't forget. Bambietta smiled, this time much less forced. She wasn't sure why, but something about this woman was soothing. So, is it just you three joining His Majesty? Bambietta asked. However, before either of them could respond, a loud, boisterous laugh came from the direction of the bar, Bambietta slowly turning her head, and felt all of the color drain from her body. No. Not him. There in one of the bar's many stools sat Gerard Valkyrie, the most powerful of all the Stern Ritter. As typical of him, a wide smirk was etched into his face as he took a sip from a glass of beer that Myra Jane had just given him. Well, what do you think, sir? Myra Jane asked in her typical cheery attitude. She had an inkling though, with how he was currently acting. He turned back to her, his grin not ceasing in the slightest. This drink, I like it. Another. He then promptly threw his right hand down, smashing the empty cup to the ground. The three former members of the Wandenreich stared at the muscular Quincy, each of them giving him various looks, and reflected on how they took this revelation. Bambietta's shoulders slumped, her head hung as she looked to the ground. Of course His Majesty still has the fucking miracle on his side. Of course he does. Give him the strongest Stern Ritter on his side. Stack the odds against us as much as possible. Sure, why the fuck not? Lil Tato simply looked defeated, as she felt dread overcome her. That's it. We're screwed. Irrevocably, undeniability screwed, if they want us dead. There is literally nothing we could do to any of them individually, let alone as a motherfucking team. I may as well kill myself right now to save myself the trouble. And Candace, well, she simply looked deadpan before she drank her alcohol. You know what, now that I think about it, death by alcohol isn't the worst way to go. In fact, I think I'm going to go do just that. Why not at this rate? We're beyond fucked as it is, so I may as well go out on a high note. Kana couldn't help but chuckle at the newcomer's vivid reaction to the drink. Hey, gotta say stranger, never seen anyone react to our beer like that. That's not even our strongest stuff. Gerard's eyes seemed to gleam with joy. Is that so? Well then, fair maiden, tell me of your most potent drink. I will truly enjoy the experience. Kana smirked. I think I like you. Yo Myra, get this man an Etherean cocktail. Sure thing. Myra Jane said from over the counter as she gathered a broom and dustpan. I'll just need to clean up this mess first. I don't want anyone to hurt themselves after all. Hold on a sec, Myra. Elfman yelled as he angrily stomped over. This guy broke it, so if he's a real man he'll clean it up himself. Gerard got up from his seat, his eyes narrowed as his smile quickly turned into a frown. Are you doubting my masculinity, boy? Elfman growled. You're damn right I am. No real man makes a mess and has a woman clean up after them. I say we settle this right here and now. There's no way I'd just watch my sister clean up something you broke on purpose. Elfman, do you have a fucking death wish? Bambietta screamed internally. If she didn't act, and fast, her guildmate's head would be rolling on the floor. But her fearful reaction was turned to one of surprise when Gerard bellowed with laughter. Bwahahahaha. It warms my heart to see a strapping young lad stand up for the honor of his own family, even if she is the bartender. Very well, I shall clean up this mess post-haste. Snatching the broom and dustpan out of Mirajana's hand, the warrior swept up the mess so fast that almost no one in the guild had even seen it before he handed them back to Myra Jane. My apologies for the cup, it was an old custom of mine back in the day. He then promptly turned to face Elfman. However, I refuse to allow such an affront to my masculinity go without some sort of bout of honor. Therefore, I hereby challenge you to a contest of strength. Oh yeah, now you're talking. With a grin, his opinion on the man seemingly taking a 180. Then I say we do it the old-fashioned way. Old-fashioned way? Allow me to guess, you mean to suggest dash. The two of them plopped down at a nearby table, elbows slamming on the table as they clasped each other's hand tightly. Arm wrestling. Lil Tato just stared at the two before she shook her head. Fucking meatheads, the both of them. Rhea sighed before she looked at Bambietta apologetically. I'd apologize for his exuberant personality, but I've been informed that you're rather acquainted with him already. You could say that. Bambietta responses sheepishly. Jonathan chuckled. I better go over to supervise. We wouldn't want to deal with your friend breaking his arm, or the table for that matter. That's fair enough. Bambietta admitted. Gerard and the word restraint went as well together as a bull in a china shop. Oh, Bambi, there you are. Wendy and I were starting to worry when we couldn't find you back home. Bambietta whipped her head around as Lucy and Wendy made their way inside of the guild, the Dragon Slayer quickly taking note of the newcomers. Oh, are these new members, Bambi? There sure are a lot of them. Actually, I think they're supposed to be part of the king's entourage. I think that's him all the way over there. Lucy corrected Wendy as she pointed at Wywak. Wow, so the king really showed up. Wendy examined with excitement. I wanna get close dash. Bambietta promptly used Hiran Kyaku to close the distance before she placed her hands on each of their shoulders before she brought them in close before she whispered. You two need to leave. Right now. It was stressful enough having to worry about Urza, Levy, and her other friends, but Lucy and Wendy were another matter entirely. To be frank, she wasn't comfortable with them being in the same country as Wywak and the Scoots Staffel, let alone the same town or building. I'm going to get a mission for us to go on, so wait for me at the outskirts of Magnolia. Understood. Lucy almost immediately picked up on Bambietta's tone. Something was not right. Bambi, what's going on? Is something the matter? Not wanting to take the risk of any of them representatives of Bosco overhearing, she shook her head and chose her words carefully. Everything's fine, but right now I need you to dash. Ah, so you must be Lucy Hartfilia. Bambietta's heart may as well have stopped with how horrified she was when Wywaka's voice called out directly behind her. She needn't turn her head, the brunette sensing his incredible power the moment he spoke up. Why, your majesty? Is there anything I can do for you? Bambietta asked before she bowed. Lucy raised an eyebrow, quickly putting two and two together to realize that this just have been the Emperor of Bosco that Makarov had informed them of. But there was something else that grabbed her attention even more than that. Wait a minute, why on earth does a king from another country already know my name? Wywak shook his head at Bambietta's request. Nothing of the sort. I just merely wished to say hello. The Kaiser told Bambietta before he turned his attention back to Lucy. Your father's told me much about you. You know my father, your majesty? Lucy asked, confused as to how this had come about. Indeed. Your father and I have been in talks about expanding the Hartfilia Railway into Bosco now that the former king has been removed from power. Bosco's own railway has been neglected and deteriorated for the past 13 years. It's the first among many of things necessary for trade to prosper between our two nations once again. Well, knowing Dad, I'm sure he'll do whatever he can to help. As the two continued their conversation, Bambietta merely stared at the pair as a distinct ringing began to fill her mind, her body shuddering slightly as her eyes started between the two of them. One on end, there was Lucy. Love of her life and a dear friend and confidant. On the other there was Wywak, the invincible progenitor of the Quincy who took life with as much hesitance and ease as stepping on an ant. One mistake, one slip-up, and her beloved's life would be forfeit. She wanted nothing more than to take her and Wendy and to get as far away from the group as possible, but that was impossible now and she knew it. There was only one thing she could do now. Pray. Your guild has given me some rather pleasant hospitality to me and my Aunt Roge. I see now that word of your guild's capacity for kindness was not an exaggeration. I'll be sure to inform King Toma of your exceptional performance. Wywak informed Lucy. The blonde smiled. I'm glad to hear. So, what do you plan on doing during your stay? I know that almost everyone comes here for the harvest festival, but that's not for another 6 days. I simply planned on enjoying the sights of the town. Wywak answered. Much of Bosco's towns are in need of a fresh new start. Perhaps here I'll find some inspiration. I just simply need to find someone willing to show me around. Lucy smiled, though she couldn't help but giggle inwardly. Much like Bambietta had tried earlier, Lucy was concocting a plan of her own to earn some extra cash. Well, I've been here for quite a while, so I'd be more than willing to show you around. It took every last ounce of Bambietta's self-restraint to not run over to Lucy and tell her just how bad of an idea that was. Still, the Quincy was positive that she could salvage it. Actually, Lucy, I think I'd be better suited for that task, Bambietta interrupted. Me and His Majesty kinda go way back. He's my former guild master from my old guild, so I think it's best if I was the one to show him around. That caught Lucy's attention. Wait, you're telling me he's your former guild master? Bambietta didn't talk much about her old guild, the Quincy only sparingly talking about the time she had been betrayed by her former friends from the guild. Did he have anything to do with that? Lucy pondered. That would explain why she's been acting so strange. Then again, maybe she's just nervous about seeing him so unexpectedly. There wasn't enough information for her to go off on to know for sure, but she placed a comforting hand on Bambietta's own regardless. As much as I appreciate your offer, I actually have personal business that I need to attend to with Miss Hartfilia. Wywak spoke. Bambietta felt a deep pit form in her stomach as Lucy looked at the king with befuddlement. Business with me? Oh, your majesty, I guess my father didn't tell you, but I'm not really involved with the company dash. Wywak shook his head. No, this has nothing to do with the railway. However, I do believe that you'll find it beneficial regardless. It's in regard to your mother, Layla. Lucy's eyes went wide. My mother? She asked. You knew my mother? Indeed I did. There's much to discuss, but I'd rather it be taken somewhere more private. I'll wait for your answer outside, Miss Hartfilia. Then, without so much as another word, he made his way towards the door. Lucy looked over at Bambietta, her eyes filled with doubt. Bambi. What's dash? Bambietta grabbed onto Lucy's shoulders. You need to go. She stated plainly. Lucy blinked with surprise. Bambi? I thought you didn't want me near him. That was then, this is now. Bambietta stated. When His Majesty says he wants something, you do it. Period. No questions asked. Now that he's asked to speak with you privately and for you to show him around, you have to understand. Bambi, I don't even know what's going on here. Lucy exclaimed. I mean, I know he's the king, but you haven't told me anything about him or the guild you came from. And somehow he knows my mom. I gotta know, is he dangerous? Bambietta looked into Lucy's eyes. She had to choose her words carefully once again to appease the nearby Scoots Staffel. I wouldn't say that. He's just not someone you want to upset. Like, ever. He's strong, Lucy, the strongest person I've ever known. He's about 100 Makarovs worth to put it into numbers, and frankly I don't know if even that's doing him justice. If she wanted to be a 100% honest, she would have told Lucy in much more explicit terms just how dangerous her former leader really was. But that carried the risk of upsetting Leelbaro, and she was not about to do that. So for now she'd have to play things down considerably. He's more uptight than Urza when it comes to certain things, so I'm just a bit weary of pissing him off. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Lucy responded, her worry having dropped considerably. Well, I guess I shouldn't be keeping him waiting then, huh? Do you have any advice on how I should go about this? Bambietta sighed. Too many to get things done in a timely manner. Just be on your absolute best behavior. If you're going to take him anywhere, make damn well sure it's the best available option. Don't go cheap or take any shortcuts either. You take him to the fanciest, richest places possible. Lucy nodded. Okay, I think I can do that. Lucy said before she quick took note of Bambietta's distressed face. Hey, everything's going to be fine, okay? Lucy said before she gave Bambietta a peck on the cheek. I promise. Lucy made her way out the door then, Bambietta closing her eyes before she took a deep breath. Please Lucy, be safe. The first few hours of the tour had gone without a hitch. From Cardia Cathedral, to the beautiful lakeside, to even her favorite stores such as Bookland and Thomas Coffee. Each had managed to keep the Quincy monarch fairly intrigued, the blonde's anxiety having dropped the longer it went on. Finally, as the clock hit approximately 11 a.m., the two had decided it would be best to break for lunch. Keeping Bambietta's advice in mind, Lucy had taken the foreign leader to Paradis de la Nourriture, the very same establishment that she and Bambietta had gone to when they had their complication in their relationship. The two had been quickly seated once the employees were informed on Waiwaka's identity, the two having been placed in a special dining room for VIPs. Their food had been prepared almost as promptly, the five-star restaurant having prepared the finest of its cuisine to the pair. The Kaiser smiled as he just finished taking a bit out of his lobster as he looked over to Lucy. I can see why you brought Miss Basterbine here, Miss Hartfilia. It's been quite some time since I've had food so fulfilling. He then looked at the nervous waiters. My compliments to the chef. The waitress bowed as she hurried off to inform the rest of the staff of the good news, as Lucy began to cut another piece off of her steak. I think Bambi was being a little too circumspect. He seems pretty fine as far as I can tell. Lucy pondered. But then again, I guess I'd be a bit worried too if I was in her shoes. It's not every day your former guild master becomes king. At the moment she hadn't seen any of his uptight nature that Bambietta had warned her about. Well, that suited Lucy just fine. It made the current circumstance much easier for her. I'm surprised. I would have thought someone like you would have eaten food like this all the time. Lucy responded. The king shook his head. Up until now I've eaten the food more regularly consumed by the masses. My family and I spent most of our time together in the countryside, you see. Yes, my men and I did manage to topple the previous regime about a week ago, but there was much work to be done to restore Bosco to its once glorious self. Luxuries such as this have been placed on hold until then. Wow, that's very admirable to put the well-being of your subjects before your own. Lucy replied. I can't think of many kings who would be willing to do that. The will and well-being of one's subjects reflects on one's rule and capacity for leadership, To place my needs before their own would simply expose me as another blasé ruler. The people are the country's lifeblood. Economics, military might, logistics, all of these and more are determined not simply by those in charge, but also one's subjects. If I am to keep the trust of my subjects, then I must show that my reign will be beneficiary to them all. Well, that's great to hear, Lucy said. I haven't ever had a chance to go to Bosco before. It'll be nice to pay it a visit now that things have calmed down. I'll be sure to let you stay at the castle. It's the least I can do for Layla's daughter. The king replied. Lucy stopped for a moment, the blonde pausing just as she was about to take another bite of steak. That's right. This man, this king, knew her mother. Someone that could tell her something new about her. It wasn't that she and her mother weren't close, far from it in fact, but Lucy couldn't help but feel like there was plenty that she didn't know about her mother despite that. She had been taken away from her family far too soon. Any new information, any at all she could get on her mother, would be welcome. How did you know my mom? Lucy finally asked as she looked back at the king. I'm sorry for asking so suddenly but dash. The king merely raised his hand. Think nothing of it. I understand the desire to learn more about one's mother. Very well, I'll fill you in as best I can. Lucy placed her fork down as Wywak placed both of his elbows on the table. Layla was a particularly close friend of my wife, Bianca. From what I recollect, they had become quite close friends about a year before I met her. Your mother was exceptionally powerful for her age, and she had taken on an S-class mission to slay a powerful monster that was terrorizing the town of Citadina. She had been successful, but she had taken serious injuries as a result. Fortunately for her, Bianca was quite adept in the art of healing magic. Lucy's jaw dropped. She knew her mother had been rather exceptional as a mage, but she had never known she was S-class at one point. My mom was that strong. That's crazy, Lucy admitted before she realized something else. Wait, your wife had healing magic? I thought that Wendy was the only person left who could use it. The Emperor chucked. Bianca hailed from a long lineage of mages that passed it down from one generation to the next. Regardless, it was thanks to this that your mother's life was saved. But in the few days that it took for Layla to fully recuperate, they had already become close friends. Lucy stared, simply taking in the Emperor's words as he continued. A year after, Layla was forced to retire as a mage due to her ailing health. However, she made frequent trips to see my wife for treatment. I was fortunate enough to have met her a few times. She was a very kind young woman. Why, I remember the day she met my daughter. She treated her almost as if she were her own. Lucy smiled. Yeah, that sounds like Mom all right. I can't remember ever seeing her getting cross with anyone. Nor I. The king admitted. She even mailed my daughter a gift many years ago on Christmas. She still has that doll even to this day. My wife always wanted to repay her properly with a gift of her own to you. Oh, you don't have to worry about that. Finding out about all this has been more than enough, Lucy answered. Still, I'd like to meet Bianca when I visit. She's got to be really something if my mom was that close with her. So, how's she taking to being the new queen? She's dead. Lucy's eyes went wide as her jaw dropped, her heart shattering as well as her hope to meet an old friend of her mother's. What? What happened? Wywak frowned. I take it that you are aware of the heinous laws that the former king enacted towards non-mages. Lucy nodded her head. Yeah. He made it legal for any mage to make someone a slave as long as they couldn't use magic. Murder too. Wywak nodded. My wife and I were disgusted by those turn of events. At the time, my powers were greatly diminished, so instead we opted to go a different route. Many children had been left orphaned from the chaos those wretched laws had wrought. Thus, my wife decided to take in as many as we could and turn our humble abode into an orphanage. For the first few months, all was well, until the king finally caught word of our efforts. We had tried to remain discreet, but one of our neighbors sold us out. He clenched his fists as his eyes narrowed as Lucy gasped, partly from the betrayal, but also at the cold fury he displayed. If looks alone could kill, she would have died 100 times over. They came in the night. They took my wife, and then, they set our home ablaze. I was returning from a recent hunt when I found my blazing home. I rushed in, to save as many as I could, but out of the 10 children we took in, I could save only our daughter and one other. As for Bianca, some things are simply best left unsaid. Lucy couldn't believe what she was hearing. To go through something so horrid, she couldn't begin to imagine how she herself would have reacted to it all. Then, without thinking about any potential consequences, she placed a hand over his. I'm so sorry you had to go through all of that. It must have been so hard. She wasn't sure why, but she felt a great sadness beginning to build up. Was it because of the utter pointless cruelty of it all? The death of those children? The fact that one of her mother's closet friends had died so horrifically? It didn't matter in the end. Regardless as to why, this was nothing short of a tragedy. Wywak smiled a bit in turn upon receiving Lucy's sympathy. I see that you haven't merely inherited Layla's appearance. You've taken her heart as well. I can see why Miss Basterbine is so enamored with you. Lucy blushed instantly. Oh, well, I mean, the thing is dash. Wywak laughed before he waved his hand. Forgive me for the light tease. However, I actually have something for you. Lucy tilted her head in confusion. You do? Indeed. Originally, these were gifts meant for your mother from Bianca. However, because of her unfortunate passing, I've decided to hand them to you instead. I'm positive that you'll find them rather useful. He reached into one of his pockets and pulled out 2 items. The first was a crimson key with a winged serpent in the middle of its handle, the other was a scroll of some sort. A crimson key? Lucy asked as she took it into her hands. She had seen plenty of silver and gold keys, but she had never seen one colored like this. Who does this belong to? She inquired. Wywak smiled. That would be the key for Osiris, the sky dragon. Lucy's jaw dropped. You're kidding? You mean one of the celestial god keys? I thought those were just a myth. She could recall hearing the tales of the 3 spirits, but there hadn't been any sightings of them for over a century. Then again, I never did bother to ask Crux about them. The Quincy king shook his head. I assure you, they're quite real. As a matter of fact, Layla was trying to gather them to ensure that they never ended up in the wrong hands. But alas, she passed on before she could complete her task. Fortunately for me, I was able to locate this one. Lucy looked at the key in her hand with a more somber expression before she placed it next to her on the table. If that's what she wanted, then I'll gladly take it. As I suspected you would, Wywak responded. Tell me, what do you know about the god keys? Lucy couldn't help but sheepishly rub the back of her head. Honestly, not much. Since I figured they weren't real, I never really bothered to look into them all that much in the first place. I know that they're supposed to be really powerful though. Yes, but there's much more to the story than that. Allow me to tell you the tale. Once upon a time, in the forgotten capital of a war-torn land, there was a specific obelisk to which everyone prayed, an obelisk meant to ensure the safe return of those sent off to battle. No one knows who erected the obelisk. It is currently speculated to have been erected by Zeref, or perhaps by one of the war gods themselves. Regardless of its creator, for generations, the people prayed, and for generations, the obelisk delivered. More often than not, whether by coincidence or by truly divine intervention, those prayed for at the obelisk tended to come back alive. It was the ones who came back dead that were a problem. See, the obelisk didn't promise safety, the obelisk merely promised that the soldiers would return, and the obelisk always delivered. If you lived, you came back. If you died, your spirit came back. Acting as a beacon for the deceased soldiers, the obelisk drew in everyone who died before they could return alive. It consumed every single soul, and no one was any the wiser. Families, desperate for the return of their loved ones, never realized they were in fact offering up the souls of those for whom they prayed, denying them any true peace and condemning them to an afterlife of confinement within the obelisk. With every soul the obelisk absorbed, it would flash from its usual blue to an angry red, as though even the stone itself did not wish to be doing this. Some connected the flashing to the deaths of those prayed for, but most simply attributed it to the obelisk signaling to families the safe passage of loved ones into the afterlife. For generation after generation, the people of this land unknowingly cursed those they loved and fed the obelisk myriad souls, their damned spirits denied any rest. At least, that was until approximately 400 years ago when all wars ceased for a time in Ishgar. Peace had finally visited the land thanks to the effects of a magnificent superweapon, a walking city that could replace one's darkness with light, one's aggression with kindness, one's evil with good. Suddenly, all hostilities with all neighboring lands ceased at once, and with no one being sent off to war anymore, the people no longer had any reason to pray to the obelisk. The obelisk had done its job, and all was well, for a time. For a time? Lucy asked. Why? Wack nodded. For the souls inside the obelisk, there was no rest. Over the course of ages, the inadvertently trapped souls raged against the world and each other, and they coalesced into a single entity, a tormented spirit whose fury knew no outlet until one day when 3 young souls wished to prove their bravery. 3 children, urged to pay tribute to the old monument on a dare, placed their hands on the rock, and in an instant, their bodies disappeared in a flash of screaming light. Nothing remained. The tributes having been made, it was time for the obelisk to become the tormentor. The lacrima shifted, twisted, bulged, grew until it took the form known only in legend as the giant god-soldier of obelisk, a monstrous humanoid who scraped the sky and delivered crushing blows with every fist of fury. Some say it sought vengeance on the people who sealed their loved ones into the crystal. Others say it sought to eliminate its homeland's foes and remove them from the face of the earth. In either case, the tormentor wreaked havoc on not just its homeland, but the neighboring ones as well, friend or foe, its true motivations unknown. But whereas obelisk was created out of the sorrow and rage of human souls, Osiris was created by the souls of 2 dragons. Dragons? Lucy asked, her interest in the key the king was offering her only growing. Yes, indeed. Around 400 years ago, a great and powerful black dragon slaughtered his own kin to gain further strength. However, of his many victims 2 dragons, one who befriended humans, and one who desired to devour them, who had been left on death's door. They decided to form a pact to fuse their power into one being in an attempt to save themselves, resulting in the creation of Osiris. As obelisk continued to ravage the lands, the benevolent half of Osiris who had valued humans clashed with obelisk, while the other half simply wished to destroy all that would dare oppose it. The two would clash for years, devastating the land and killing countless innocent bystanders. Entire mountains and villages were destroyed as they clashed, with neither one caring for the destruction that they wrought. Finally, the mages of Ishgar had enough, and 3 great wizards scarified their lives in order to create a being that would destroy the both of them. Lucy quickly spoke up. Right. The emperor nodded. Whereas Ra's strength was greater than that of Obelisk and Osiris individually, it could not emerge victorious against the both of them. The battles became even more destructive, and it was feared that if something wasn't done soon, then all of Ishgar would be rendered a lifeless wasteland. He then smiled. Fortunately, however, the celestial spirit king was summoned into Earthland and challenged the 3 destructive creatures. In the end, neither the king has emerged victorious. Impressed by their strength, he gave them an offer. Become celestial spirits and reside in his realm, or to be vanquished by his blade. The 3 spirits agreed to his terms, and with that, the celestial god keys were born. That's quite the tale, Lucy said as she looked at the key. Am I really ready to have something like this? The blonde couldn't help but wonder. Yes, it was better off in her hands than someone who would have used the spirit for their own nefarious plans, but for her to wield such power, she couldn't help but doubt if she was truly worthy. She quickly shook the thoughts of doubt from her mind before she looked at the scroll. So what's that then? The king was more than eager to answer. This is a scroll containing one of the most powerful spells that a celestial wizard such as yourself could possibly learn. A spell for celestial wizards? I thought that we fought primarily through our spirits. Lucy asked. That may be true for most. However, exceedingly powerful mages typically find themselves in situations where the spirits alone aren't enough. I have no doubt that you've had some close calls yourself. Am I wrong? Lucy sheepishly rubbed the back of her head. Yeah, I guess you could say that. She admitted. Then I believe you'll be able to make good use of this spell. Wywak informed her. It may take some time to perfect. Potentially years, but I have more than enough faith that you'll be able to master it. Lucy took up the two of them before she smiled. Thank you so much, Your Majesty. I don't know how I can thank you enough for all of this. There's no need. Think of it as me simply doing a favor for a family friend. Wywak informed her. Now, I believe we'd better get back to enjoying our meal. It'd be such a waste to let it go cold. Oh, you're right. Lucy promptly went back to her meal, though her mind was filled with joy. Not only had she found out more about her mother, but she had just received two incredibly valuable gifts. I'll have to let Bambi know there's nothing to worry about. Far as I'm concerned, he could come visit Fairy Tale anytime. Wywak looked back at the blonde as he took another bite from his meal. Your daughter has turned into a fine young woman indeed, Layla. It's truly such a shame then, that she'll likely have to suffer for my plans to succeed. She's gonna be okay, she's gonna be okay, she's going to be okay. Bambietta thought as she paced to and through in the guild hall. Worried? Stressed? These words didn't even come close to describing the immense anxiety the Quincy was experiencing at the moment. In fact, she had almost decided to follow after them, but Rukia had easily pointed out to her that the Kaiser would have been able to sense her presence with little difficulty. Thus, she remained here, constantly on edge. She's going to be fine. Rukia insisted in an attempt to try to calm her guildmates. She's a pretty smart cookie, it's not like he's being shown around by Natsu or Elfman. One fuck up and she could die, Rukia. Bambietta stated as she continued to pace. I know she's smart, it's part of why I love her, but His Majesty's standards are top of the line. Right now she was just grateful that Wendy was currently looking at the job request board with Levi. It allowed her to vent out her concerns without worrying the Dragon Slayer. The members of the Scout's staffel also seemed to be currently preoccupied, Gerard enjoying a drink with Kana, Mako, and Wukaba, Lyle Barrow answering questions about Bosco to a curious Grey, Rhea having some small banter with Myra Jane, and Jonathan speaking with Master Makarov. At least now I won't have to worry about any of them getting snippy with me. Bambietta thought. I understand your concern, but I think Rukia's right. Momo reassured the Quincy. If anything, it seemed like he was looking forward to spending time with her. Yeah, that only raises further questions. Bambietta snapped back. Like, he knew Lucy's mom. Why? How? Far as I know this could be part of an evil plot that dash. While your concern is certainly understandable, it's also wise to not allow it to control you. Ulquiera advised her, the Aaron car having decided to finally come inside. Getting riled up will only raise the likelihood of you doing something foolish. Momo placed a hand on Bambietta's shoulders. Come on. Take it easy. If you want, I could tell you about a time me and Rangiku killed some hollows out in the Rukon to keep you distracted. Bambietta looked at the Reggae Eye and smiled. Yeah, I think I could use that. However, just before Momo could sit Bambietta and regale her tale, every spiritually aware being in the guild snapped their head to attention as they sensed Waiwaka's massive power at the front gate, the Emperor no doubt having used Hiran Kyoku to get him and Lucy back to the guild in a timely manner. The blonde walked inside of the guild before she gave Bambietta a small smile. Hey Bambi, we're BA-wo. Before Lucy had realized what happened, Bambietta had used Hiran Kyoku to embrace her in a hug, the Quincy kissing Lucy on the lips before she quick brought her head back. Oh thank God you're alright. I was so worried. Hey, I told you that everything was going to be alright, didn't I? Lucy said as she tried to calm Bambietta down. Everything went fine. Spectacular I'd even say. Indeed. Miss Hartfilia was quite the generous host. Waiwak informed Bambietta. You're quite fortunate to have someone like her at your side. Take care of her. Bambietta blinked, taken by surprise by her former leader's choice of words before she gave him a slight bow. I'll protect her with my life, Your Majesty. I promise you that. There was no need to force these words, Bambietta having meant every single one of them. Excellent. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to reconvene with Jonathan. I'm sure he has much to inform me pertaining to my little vacation in Magnolia. With that, the king marched off, Bambietta glancing back at her girlfriend. So, it really went well, huh? Lucy nodded. Yeah. Let's go sit down and I'll tell you all about it. As the couple went off on their trip, Lil Toto was currently bemoaning her own misfortune. I thought going on a monster hunt would have occupied us for longer than a few hours. Fuck. Why did the only mission to catch Natsu's eyes have to be so close to home? It wasn't that there weren't other jobs she could have chosen, but the vast majority of them had been more skin to menial labor than anything that would have gotten Natsu's attention. Bringing them up would have been pointless. Her eyes looked back at the Quincy monarch as she suppressed a shudder. Yes, the man hadn't done anything overtly malicious as far as she was aware, but that little to quell her fear. He was, after all, the one who took her life in the first place. Urza sat down next to her, cake in hand. I sent Natsu out on an errand to grab a rare book to keep him busy. He shouldn't be back for a while. Lil Toto smiled. That's a relief. With him gone, the odds of a guild brawl happening should go down considerably. I don't think I need to tell you how bad that would end. Urza nodded in agreement. Indeed. Even forgetting how strong your former guild master was, it would reflect rather poorly on the guild. She then handed over her dessert. Now come on, eat up. Simply staring at him will avail you no good. I find that in troubling times such as these, you should do whatever you can to relax. Lil Toto looked at the cake, the blonde licking her lips. Well, I guess taking it easy couldn't hurt. She prepared her fork, ready to take her time devouring the delicacy before her, but even as she did, her eyes couldn't help but dart back at the Kaiser, her happy face quickly giving way to anxiety once more. Urza sighed. She couldn't blame her friend for not being able to totally relax, but this was unhealthy. She'd have to think of a way to cheer her up, and soon. She couldn't bear to watch this any longer. However, it was while Lil Toto and the other spiritually aware beings were distracted with their own individual plans to ease tensions did Natsu walk through the front gate, Happy the cat flying by his side. I'm telling you, Natsu, she wanted you to get Chasing Tail, a wizard's adventure, Happy insisted. Natsu shook his head. Nah, I'm pretty sure she asked for Chasing Adventure, a wizard's tale. That other one sounds yaai too racy for Urza. Anyways, we better ask Urza to be sure, I don't want to get yelled at again. However, just as he made his approach he noticed the worry etched in Lil Toto's face. Glancing over to where her eyes darted, he saw the Emperor of Bosco currently enjoying a cup of champagne with his second-in-command. Natsu's eyes narrowed. That guy. He's got Lil and Bambi totally spooked. I don't like it. Yeah, he does seem kinda scary. Happy agreed. But he's a king, so what can you really do? Natsu said nothing at first, the young man looking back at Lil Toto and Bambietta as he vaguely recalled how they had reacted prior. Clenching his fists, Natsu stomped off, marching angrily towards the king. Natsu, what are you doing? Happy whispered into his ear. Ever since that guy's been here, Lil Toto hasn't been the same. I haven't seen her smile once since he arrived. I don't care if he is a king, or what his deal with Bambi and Lil is, I don't want him here if he's going to make my friends miserable. Lil Toto took another bite of her cake in her futile attempt to drown her fear in food, only for her to promptly drop her fork as Natsu angrily marched over to the king, now only a mere 5 feet away from him. Natsu, no. Wywak just finished yet another sip of his drink before his eyes glanced over towards the Dragon Slayer. May I help you, Salamander? Natsu didn't bat an eye as he glared at him. Yeah, you can help me by getting the hell out of my guild. Natsu, that's enough. Urza cried out in her most threatening tone, hoping to scare Natsu into submission. Unfortunately, the Dragon Slayer didn't seem to respond to her outburst at all as he glared at the sitting king. This was bad. Makarov was currently in his office, no doubt informing the wizard saints of the current situation and thus was currently unable to stop the young man. Bambietta dropped her glass of soda the minute Natsu had yelled at the king, her head hitting the table. We are so fucking dead. Oh, you wish for me to leave, you say? Wywak asked with curiosity. And what will you do, should I refuse? His body igniting with flames, Natsu clenched his fists. Then I'll kick you out myself if that's what it takes. Rukia looked like she wanted to strangle the dragon slayer, Momo simply groaning into her hands, as Ulquiorra placed a hand in his Zanpakuto, preparing for the worst. Others however were more vocal. Natsu, what the hell are you doing? Gray yelled at him. You can't just tell him what to do. He's the emperor of Bosco. Yeah Natsu, show some respect. Lucy insisted as she got out of her chair. That's no way to treat a guest. Gajeel simply looked away from the whole affair. Freaking moron. Natsu shook his head. No way. I don't care if this guy was king of the world. No one makes my friends scared to be in our guild. Whack chucked for a moment. So, you wish to challenge me, do you? Very well, Natsu Dragneel. I accept your challenge. Natsu's face went from anger to bewilderment. He never actually expected him to say yes. He figured the king would have simply chickened out and left. Why you do? Yes indeed. One of the other reasons for my visit to Fiore was to bear witness to just how powerful the mages of your country are. I can think of no greater opportunity than this. A first-hand experience with one of Fairy Tale's most exceptional wizards. However, your strength is not the only one I wish to test firsthand. I also challenge Dash. He looked over at Lil Tato's table, his eyes staring right into Urza's eyes. The Titania, Urza Scarlet. His eyes loved yet again across the guild, this time landing on the Ice Make Mage and Iron Dragon Slayer. Grey Fullbuster and Gajeel Red Fox. He then looked over towards Bambietta's table, and Bambietta's heart sank as he declared his next choice. Lucy Heartfilia. And finally Dash. His eyes moved to his final chosen Phi, landing right on a blue-haired girl at the job request board. Wendy Marvel. And it was at that moment Bambietta knew despair. Check the description for the links to the author.